it's not that we're late so much as it is, we're not late so much as it is, there's just, it's not like we weren't working on it all day. We're just kind of, had to send out a search party because we don't know where our producer is. And that's important.
Okay, we're live.
Oh, we are indeed. Welcome! Bunny, I see you. It is time to bring the shenanigans from our brains to the people. Happy Memorial Day, everybody. Bunny, you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Here we go. I'm a picking and a grinning. Where's that sound? Ah, the sounds of the Madhouse. I know them well. I love them even more. It is going to be a very good show tonight, my delightful delinquents. But not yet, because you've not earned your entry into the world's greatest show on the YouTube, or even the Kick. Even the Kick! What is good as every other, we're better! They haven't earned it, Bunny. I don't care. I don't care what they say. No. Well, they're starting to knock a little bit. Starting to knock just a little bit. A little more. I need pounding on the door, damn you! Pounding on the goddamned door. Otherwise, no. Otherwise, no. It's not happening. I don't care what you say. All right, Bunny. Fuck it. Pull the goddamn strings, Bunny. Pull them now with all your might, woman.
I'm pulling them.
There they. Oh, okay. Oh, this is the last night for the graves and the last night for Mooch's statue. I'll explain in just a moment. Congratulations to all those who have escaped the Madhouse. In the meantime, who do we have up in the delightful windows? Well, it's kind of hard to see us, but there's, hang on. I'm up there. That's just a terrible effect, Jaffe. You shut up. You shut your whore mouth, me. And then Bunny is coming up to see you. There you are, Bunny. I see you across the hall. Shut up, Jaffe. Just start the show. Now, people might be wondering, where is technology protection? Why isn't he bringing the gurney? I don't know. We honestly have no idea where he is. Welcome to the show, folks. We really don't. We have no idea where Tech is. I have a few. He said last night he broke his toe, or he may have broken his toe. He was doing some work on his sink or something, and he dropped something. I don't fucking know. Maybe he's over at Locale. Who the fuck knows? You can't stay away from those guys. I think he's got a little crush on one of the hosts over there called Rastov. That's what I think. Ooh. Can you imagine? Which one of those? I don't care. I'm not going to. We'll talk about them later. We're going to have new statues tomorrow. We're going to have new, and I'll tell you about that in just a little bit. But happy Memorial Day if you celebrate. I appreciate you being here. Bunny, have you had a nice holiday weekend?
I have.
What did you do? I hear there's a new clown in the world.
Yeah, I got to see my new niece, and she's beautiful. You know the crazy thing? Newborn babies, how their skin always kind of looks like uncooked sausage? Like it's kind of blotchy and stuff.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
I'll continue listening to you speak.
Her skin was nothing like that.
What was it like?
She looks like a baby doll. I've never seen a baby, like a fresh newborn baby, not have that like weird blotch. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Was it? Like, did your sister have a not natural birth, but I mean, did she a cesarean or was it coming out her vajayjay?
Coming out her vajayjay.
Okay, so the head was all weird shaped and stuff?
No.
Really?
Her head was like perfectly. I've never seen a more perfect baby in my life. I was like, don't tell anybody because I have nephews. I was like, but she is the prettiest baby I think I've ever seen in my life. It's crazy.
Well, okay, now people are saying Jaffe needs to go up or I need to go down. I'll turn my gain down. You guys let me know if you like it. Now, remember, don't forget, though, that Bunny and I both, if you need to change it, actually, you can't. We can only do that in Discord, but we're turned all the way up in Discord. So let me know if the sound's working. Yeah, no, I think, most babies, when they come out, obviously their heads look like cone heads and stuff. It's very strange, but that's delightful that your nieces. Yeah. Now, do you think you're going to be the crazy Aunt Bunny, the clown bunny, and you're going to just show her all the fucked up shit of life, or you're going to be the sweet aunt that you're going to color the shit with her? You know good and well you've just got a coloring partner for life, don't you? At least till she's like 12. That's amazing.
That's definitely going to be happening. I was already thinking I'm going to make a coloring book for her.
Oh, like the year you were born. Shut up, Jaffe. You don't have to control everything. No, you don't have to control everything, Jaffe. Just let somebody else do something. No, the year you were born.
That was a great idea.
And it's all the cool shit and all the #1 movie and all that stuff, and then you guys can color it.
That's a great idea. I love that.
When a good idea happens, it just comes out of me. It's like ectoplasm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Bunny will be the very cool aunt for sure. Okay. Where's the fat tech man? Zombie, we don't know. We have no idea. I hope he's safe. My brother. Oh, God, I hope not. My brother's asking, did the baby come out with her clown makeup already on? I think that's going to be an initiation. Like, one day her mom is going to come home and the little baby's going to be sitting there coloring. And I obviously, I don't want you to say her name, but let's just say it's Annabeth. Annabeth, what you doing? She like looks up and it's just like all this fucking blood paint. She looks like a female version of Captain Spaulding from Devil's Rejects. Perfect.
That'd be so cute.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Nice to see our good pal Bud Crazy there, Miss Sterling there, Canadian Connor. There's my brother, K-Nubs, of course, Willie Farnsworth, Canadian all you guys, thank you for making the show what it is. I do want to also thank you guys for this weekend. That movie festival, we had the first annual Canty Horror 12-hour film festival. I kind of didn't know what to expect, but I thought it went pretty fucking good, man. I thought it certainly went better than I anticipated. Some of the movies changed up a little bit. I'll put them on screen for you right now. There's the official poster. Let me move this here. But we ended up watching, the first thing we watched was Hereditary, which I had seen already. But for whatever reason, it didn't land with me when I first watched it. And watching it now, I was in the right headspace. I get it now. What a great fucking haunted house movie. I thought it was a little arty-farty when I first saw it. And this time I was like, holy shit, man, this was fantastic. And then Shaun of the Dead, which I thought was okay. Didn't really sit with me. As Above, So Below replaced a movie that we were going to watch, some Peter Jackson thing, and that was pretty good. It was solid. It was, out of all of them, I would say that was the worst of them. And it wasn't bad. It was like a solid movie. Yeah. Devil's Rejects, I had never seen. Holy shit, I loved the fuck out of that motion picture show. And then we got to Martyrs, and this is the 2008 French version. And I had no real clue what to expect. And all I can tell you is, see, this is the problem talking about movies or anything like this. The problem is the very nature of you loving it makes you want to talk about it in hopes that other people will decide to see it. But the very nature of having to tell you why I want to talk about it will take away from your joy. Because no one told me anything about this.
Yeah, I didn't want to tell you anything about it because the whole thing is just an experience.
It's, yes.
Yeah, you just got to see it.
Love the shit out of it. It was great. So that is, and if you're over on the Discord and you're seeing people with the red badges, here's Bud Crazy and Joey Bag of Donuts. These are the badges that people got that were there for every single movie at the random check. So if you got them, great. Thanks for hanging out and supporting the show. If you don't got them, maybe next time. I think we're going to do one again around Halloween. We will see. But yeah, Tiny Taco says Martyrs was amazing. It really was good. And
the French know how to do horror. I tell anybody that's into horror and they're like, oh, I'm really into horror. And they say they haven't watched like any French horror films. I'm like, okay, you're not as into horror as I.
Well, I had never thought about the French being horror people. Their attitude. You guys are assholes.
I know. I know.
But not there. But you're saying High Tension is another great French horror movie, correct?
It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in French it's Haute Tension. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right.
I don't know what you're trying to say, so I can't tell you.
I had seen the French version first, and then I watched the English dub, and it's just, so if you don't want to watch a French film.
No, I didn't mind. I mean,
That's
that's how good Martyrs was. I mean, not that I can't watch subtitle movies, but it's the last movie out of like 10 and a half hours, and I was tired, but I was like, oh shit, I can't look away. And then I'm not gonna say anything else. Just there you go. Okay, great movie. By the way, it'll only be up for about another 2 or 3 days. Our store is filling out. Madhouse mugs by Miss Bunny Button herself. We have an exclusive, of course it's exclusive because who else is going to sell it? But we have a Canty Madhouse 12-hour horror film festival with all the movies on it. You can also click on the side and you get yourself a little visit with me, Miss Bunny, Tech doing uppies, got Miss Sassy Fetus there, and of course, Internet Hobo. That we're not going to keep up for very long. That's going to stay up in the shop. It's $22. That's going to stay up in the shop for about 4 or 5 more days, and then we are going to take it down just because false scarcity is a delightful little lever you can pull in the world of capitalism. So that's the only reason. I'm just being honest with you. There's the link to the store if you're into such shenanigans. Okay. I have to tell you before we get into our own Madhouse stories tonight what I discovered this weekend. Bud Crazy says Deathgasm is getting a sequel coming this year. Yeah, I don't remember why we chose not to watch Deathgasm. I don't remember because I've seen it and I liked it. But
I think the girl who had picked it, she had said she would rather watch something that you hadn't seen.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Had seen that one. Yeah.
Got it. Did Tech request time off? No, Tech. We talked to Tech this morning. I really do hope he's okay. Bunny, in fact, when we come to a not a stopping point, but a breathing point, maybe you wouldn't mind sending him a text on our shared and just going, "Where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you, fat ass?"
Yeah, in a please kind of way, in a polite way. Yeah.
I'd like to tell you guys something. As amazing as Bunny is, and as amazing of a co-host as she is, I still have her trained. That's right. What a terrible term to use on a fellow human. She's getting a close-up right now. I want you to watch this, everybody. Bunny. Be cute!
Yeah. Huh?
Be cute! What if somebody told you that was cute? That would be the best. It's like everybody tells you you're a beautiful woman. Oh my God, Bunny's so hot. People love the Wendy's cosplay you did. And then that's your go-to face, which really looks like you don't have any teeth. You look like the kid from Stranger Things when you do that. You do, but it's cute in that. What? That's not mean. I just said you were beautiful in all these ways, but that look, it's just like you look demonic almost when you do that.
Well, how would you be cute? Well, I man. That's terrifying, Jaffe.
That's all I can do. I'm not pretty like you. I don't have pretty privilege. I rolled like a 4 in pretty privilege. Everything else had to get charisma and intellect because come on, man. Come on. And
then Tech still beat us in trivia, so.
Well, speaking of.
Is he cheating? Did you find out he's cheating?
No, I don't know that.
Oh, okay.
Listen to this. Zombie says, last night I had a dream that Jaffe was my daddy and he took me to the Ferris wheel and brought me fried dough, but when we were going to leave, he sold me to the circus. Yeah, it tracks. It's probably what I would do. I keep having dreams about plane crashes. I had another one. I was at a school, probably there to pick up my kids or whatever, and we all heard this noise, and this little private plane kind of slammed into the soccer field we were all on, just exploded. It's crazy. I don't know what those are about. So,
do we all agree that none of us are flying again now?
Dude,
like we'll take a train?
Yes. Apparently, the air traffic control shit, that hasn't just been in Newark. They're saying now it was in Atlanta, Dallas, and one other big city. And there was a private plane that crashed in San Diego last week into homes and cars. That was because the fucking runway lights were not working. What is happening? It is Banana Republic time here. It is the craziest fucking thing. Anthony's here. Last night I had a dream. Jaffe told me I'm not content. Then he made me the green door. Oh, well, you got to get the green door open. Let's talk about that real quick before we get into stories. Let me answer this first. Tony says, what are your thoughts on McCamey Manor? I don't know if unless the owner has been arrested recently. I watched the documentary. It was actually 3 exits down the freeway from me here in San Diego, but I never knew about it until he had already moved to Florida. But if it turns out that he has gotten arrested, it certainly wouldn't surprise me. That guy is, he's a dangerous skedaddler, that guy. But if there's news, let us know, because I haven't seen that he's gotten arrested. Richie Valens had the same dream. Right. He dreamt of plane crashes a lot. Yeah, no, I rarely fly. I'm not too worried about it. But, okay. So, hey, K-Nubs, here's some green to chip away at the green. Thank you, buddy. Because Tech's not here, I have to do the math, and the whole show has to be slow down, you move too fast. But thank you, K-Nubs. We appreciate it. Let's get that green door roll. Well, we got to get to the red door first. Let me explain what the doors are, and then we're going to get to our very first story. Oh, I have so much to tell you guys. I've missed you guys so much. I actually have something else to tell you that happened over the break, and then then we'll get to our first story. We're going to talk time slips in the first hour, which I'm only learning about today. We're going to talk about what is that thing? We're going to look at some Bigfoot videos. We're going to look at very weird medical conditions. It's going to be a hootenanny, as the kids say.
A hoot and a half.
Hoot and a half. You goddamn right. The red door. If we open the red door, 3 people randomly will get a chance to beat me at 3 trivia questions. If you do, you get a statue out in front of the Madhouse for all starting Wednesday. I won't have it by tomorrow, but you'll have it Wednesday. After that door is open, you'll have to pay $10 to compete with me as much as you want, but you can't beat me. And I'm just going to randomly pick from this, which we've never played as a family. I don't know what any of these are. The other thing, though, is after that $100 door opens, everything goes towards the Anthony drama video. Now, not everybody knows who Anthony is. Anthony's kind of a kooky fella. Thank you, Allison Chains. I'll do that in 1 second. Thank you so much. Towards the door. Thank you, bud. Anthony's a kooky fella. We have kind of or I can't say we, but I have kind of a love and I'm annoyed by relationship with the fella. He's currently banned in the Discord. He put out what I have to assume is a troll video with a friend of mine who's been acting more and more strange on the internet every week. I'm starting to worry about her. And he basically comes after your old Papa Jaffe. So it's like 8 minutes long. If we get enough money to open that door, we'll open it, we'll watch it, we'll comment on it. And then, of course, as always, $200 gets the gold door open, which is an extra hour of show and phone calls on the landline, so you don't have to be part of the Discord. Finally, for every $10 you donate, we'll pop open an Internet Hobo story. You never know what you're going to get. I like to call it a grab bag. I like to call it. Alice, thank you, buddy. Let me add that to the super door, and we will get moving. So over the weekend, I found this genre of YouTube video, and I'm just going to show it to you. I'm staggered by the success of these videos and or these live streams, like to the point that, me and Bunny and Tech, we work very hard to make the show as good as it can be, and this and that. It doesn't mean it should be a hit or not, but I'm never not amazed at things that become hits, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Okay, so this is what I came across over, I think this was Saturday, and I actually had it on in the background, and I really enjoyed keeping it on in the background. It's a guy, and all he does... And then that part of the storm. And this was a live stream from the weekend, so this isn't real time. But this guy he just watches storms come in from all over the country. He tracks them on his map. He zooms deep into the map where he can click on webcams. He's got webcams of storm chasers that he can follow. And then, as you can see, as these storms were starting to pick up later in the day, where's the thing? You can start seeing some of the webcams now. Let's see. These are. He's looking at this storm right here. I think is in Texas, and all of these are just web cameras of storm chasers and traffic cams and everything. And I don't know what it was about watching this. Bunny, have you ever seen any of this kind of thing? Do you watch this or?
I have not. It looks like he's just being a weatherman, though.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And it's a genre because there's a lot of people who watch it. He had 30,000 people.
This was a thing.
Yeah, 30,000 people watching this. This video that was, let me show you this guy's website. Now, this I think is probably one of the biggest. There are others doing it right now. Like this guy has 27,000, but this guy is Ryan Hall. Look at this. That video or that live stream that just went up Saturday, already 1 million. 5 days ago, 2 million. 6 days ago, 2 million. And all it is...
This is all he does?
Yeah. I mean, he loves it. He might be kind of autistic about the weather, which is great. It's clearly...
Yeah,
I just didn't know there was that many weather junkies out there. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. My grandma would have loved this.
Yeah. Oh, well, I like I said, it felt nice to have on in the background. My brother in the chat says that old people like to watch the weather on TV. I guess so. K-Nub says it goes to show the possibilities of YouTube. We haven't begun to scratch the surface. I mean, that is what I love about it. And that is absolutely accurate. I love the news that keeps coming out that more and more people are watching on television, even though I have no problem watching on a mobile device and everything. But it's just, it is the new TV. And as a kid who grew up with limited options on TV, the fact that this, not just this, but multiple people doing this can be like, you know, hell, people want to watch this shit. Which leads to the next question of what the fuck are we doing wrong, Bunny? I don't understand. We're an acquired. We just start showing the weather. Some weather and, you know, some weather over there and weather.
Yeah.
Marco, thank you for the super chat. He says, I'm going to basic training tomorrow in the Navy. Tips? We'll miss you. We'll miss you too, buddy. Tips? I don't know. Bunny, anybody got tips for the man? I could not tell you anything about that. I would probably, I know Navy SEALs is where you ring the bell, but I would probably ring the bell in 5 seconds flat because I don't like people telling me what to do. So if I'm there and they're like, you need to go over there and take that hill, I'd be like, really? That's the hill? Maybe we can go around or we could dig a tunnel and come up and surprise them. They don't want me in that. They would hate me. They would absolutely fucking hate me. I get it. The Amber chick says a month or so ago when there was a tornado touchdown near me, Ryan, this guy, had it on his YouTube before local news. It was wild. Yeah, he's a big fucking star, man. He's a brand. People love him. It's so fun to discover all these fucking people. There's a guy named Pecos Hank is another fantastic weather YouTuber. What is happening in this world that I can't get my head around? I should just do YouTubes about Diet Coke. I could probably do an entire show. People are addicted to Diet Coke. All it is just drinking Diet Coke, talking about Diet Coke, showing Diet Coke ads.
It might work.
I mean, my goodness gracious. We're trying to fill out the network with new shows. Maybe that's one of them. We'll see. Okay.
Oh, did you hear?
No, ma'am. What happened?
When Becky was like having a crash out the other day, she apparently reached out to Tech asking if she could join your network.
That would be excellent. Is that over now?
I know, but I think Tech went and told Keem. So
why would Tech go and tell Keem?
I assumed it was Tech because I was like, well, I know we didn't say anything because we didn't know.
I didn't know.
But Keem was talking about it, so I thought, well maybe Tech.
I signed something with Keemstar saying I won't poach anybody for a year.
Yeah.
And I won't. I would not do that. But if she reaches out to us, fuck, I'd love to do a show with Becky on here. Are you kidding me?
No.
Is
her
she
doing tarot readings? That would fit right.
Oh my God.
That'd be perfect.
But I'm a little confused though. Tech? Where are you? Tech says Tech failed you again, Jaffe? I don't understand.
I don't know, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe she told Keem. It was either Becky or Tech. I just assumed it was probably Tech.
Well, Cap D Max says, "Dear God, please no. You guys don't understand. Becky is unbearable on that show. Becky is actually, if you talk to Becky or watch her private streams, she is smart. She is very articulate.
She's entertaining as fuck.
She is.
Yeah.
But no, I have no interest in doing those kind of shows over here. And I don't think she does. I think she knows that that's only going to go so far. And let's do some real fucking stuff, man. But anyway, though, no, I haven't heard anything about that. So I don't know where Tech is. He's probably sleeping. God, I hope he's okay, though, because, you know, he's dating my kids. So, you know, whatever. He can, I don't know. I'm mad now. I'm not really. Okay. By the way, thank you so much. Web Tech Simplified says, Jaffe, let's go cross country trying Diet Coke. I mean, I don't know how much different it is out there, but I will, you know, if there's a lot of reasons to do it, I'll do it. We are now at $17 because of that very kind, generous donation. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it, man. All right. Well, I think we need to make a little bunny doll that you pull the string. Okay. Aw, Tech Protect is feeling tech depressed, says Red Sheets Metal. That's sad. I hope not.
He misses his friends.
Oh, God. Well, let's make some new ones. Nah, anyway. K-Nubs, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, bring Becky. I would love to. She's great. Okay. But thank you for that. We appreciate it. Now, let's move into some topics, my friends. But first, we have to kick off things with this because what in the fuck am I looking at? Yep, it's a guy who had cancer. And, you know, he made lemons out of cancer. Lemonade. Anyway, here you go. I lost my eye to cancer, he says, so I made this. And I turned my head into a flashlight. Look at this shit.
I lost my eye to cancer, so I made this and turned my head into a flashlight.
Kano wins. I mean, come on.
That is the coolest thing I've ever done.
Many of you have asked how well it functions as a flashlight.
How?
That is just the coolest thing ever. There's always a bright side.
Okay, so it's just like a little eye light he plugs into his hole?
Or he might have it like
like to
on
call
top
it
of
my
his glass eye
titanium.
or something. That's what I was thinking. Like
Right.
something that might sit on top of it.
What if...
How cool.
Yeah. Oh, you can just read, right?
So there. It's perfect for reading in the dark as well.
That's pretty cool. Okay, so he says the hardware and the power source is contained in the prosthetic eye. Okay.
Oh, cool.
He's made other types of cyborg eyes. I'm saying, look,
That is
I am
awesome.
not one of these guys who is opposed to like CRISPR body editing and, you know, weird biohacking. I mean, I want somebody else to go first, but that's pretty fucking cool. Pretty fucking cool. I'll check and see what other kind of lights he's got. Apparently he's known. I've never seen this guy before. I don't know who he is.
That is awesome.
All right. So we are going to jump into some UFO news that dropped today. It dropped over the weekend, but it's really interesting as it relates to the TICTAC. If you guys remember 2010, I think is when it was recorded. New York Times, the TICTAC, you know what I'm talking about. Everybody's like, what is it? Is it an alien? What the fuck are we looking at? Interdimensional beings. This weekend, one of the senator or representatives of Missouri went on, I think it was the Tim Pool podcast, who I don't really watch, but there were a couple of clips I want to share with you, especially at this point as it relates to the TICTAC and as it relates to interdimensional beings. But let's just go with the TICTAC first, because this, out of everything I've heard, seems the most likely explanation for what it is we're seeing. Check this out. It's a 1-minute clip. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Here we go.
I've had two people come to me that say that the TICTAC is a Lockheed Martin creation. The latest person that came to me says he has video of the first, second, and third iteration of the TICTAC, and he's going to show me. So I'm trying to set that up. The way he describes it is that they had a prototype, they've made changes to it, they've made it more advanced, and then now it's in iteration number 3, which I did see a photo of, and it looks like pretty advanced military like craft, like a plane, but it's clearly human made. It's nothing that I've ever seen, our military has, but his claim is that they have discovered a propulsion that's a new type of propulsion. They used it in the first iteration, which was the TICTAC. They have an intermediary one that they are more advanced with, and then now they're putting it inside of what looks conventional, so that it's not obvious.
Disguised.
Oh, that's interesting. So you're saying eventually the tech makes its way into things that we're already familiar with.
Well,
Right.
See, I had never thought of that before. I had seen, if you had seen the
Yeah.
TICTAC video, it literally looks like a TICTAC, and it's hovering and doing all kinds of weird flight, and you hear some of the Air Force guys that were tracking it in their planes go, we've never seen anything move like this. Well, the fact that now they're saying this government official who's, voted in, he's a Republican representative, is saying it's an engine. It's going to fit in other more traditional vehicles that we have that are flying around up there. I mean, that kind of makes sense. I've never thought about it before like that. But yeah. So out of everything I've heard, that makes the most sense. But
Yeah, that does make sense.
yeah, I'm a little disappointed because I wish it could have been aliens or interdimensional beings. I don't know why. But I would like that. I'd like that to happen. I think we've earned a seismic kind of shift in our perception of reality. Don't you, Bunny? Seriously, don't you think
Yeah.
it's enough? Give us something.
I want to be alive for that. Yeah. I
Yeah.
want to see it.
I want to see it as well. Now, the next part that he says, well, K-Nub says the most logical thing is none of the objects we've seen are carrying a living being inside. Well, that is absolutely true. If there was somebody inside that TICTAC, the turns that thing was doing and the speed and the acceleration, you would be pulverized. If you were wearing a harness, you would be pulverized against the harness. You would just turn into fucking jelly in there. So it's a good point. I'm not sure that you suddenly just put that into an F-16 and suddenly everything's great. I don't know, but it's interesting to me, and I liked hearing that, and I like hearing this from elected people. Speaking of, here's the other clip, which I also thought was pretty relevant and pretty telling. This is about David Grush, who was the first whistleblower that kicked all this stuff off after the TICTAC video came out. This guy was in one of the classified meetings with Representative Luna, and this is what he said, Grush said in the meeting, which I thought was very, very interesting. And it ties into what she said as well.
What if, because I think, again, Alex Jones is talking about interdimensional beings that are sending guidance to elites, telling them what to do. What if aliens, as people believe them to be, are actually interdimensional, and that explains how they're able to travel vast different. It explains what we can't see.
Yeah.
We don't see other civilizations. It explains how we're like, how do you travel 1 billion light years? You don't. It's through space-time or whatever, through dimensions. And what if these are not necessarily smarter, but more advanced entities that are controlling the flow of our existence for their own ends?
Yeah, an interdimensional thing was like a meme with Alex Jones, but then your colleague, Rep Luna, I think a year or two ago, literally came out and said, I don't know if she believed in it or she had proof that there were interdimensional beings.
She definitely stated it.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa.
So I was in the very first hearing, the witness, the big whistleblower, David Grush, in his report that he gave to us, and I read it beforehand, and that struck me the most out of his report. Was that he said one of the theories is that what we're experiencing is aliens are interdimensional, and in the hearing I had 5 minutes, I asked him that question, can he drill into that, and it was interesting. It was really an interesting topic.
Okay, so that's not sci-fi at this point. That is being talked about at some of the most classified levels of elected government, which I guess is the only kind of government we have. Here's the guy right here, Eric Burleson, representative of Missouri. But now this is Luna. This is the woman they were talking about, the other representative. And I'll just play this clip real quick and then let's talk about it. But this is what they were saying about the interdimensional beings that she was saying.
You came to Congress, did you think aliens were real?
So I wouldn't call them aliens. I really like what Grush calls them. He says that they're interdimensional beings, and he's very specific
What
about
does that
that.
mean?
I think it means that they're not necessarily a biological entity from another planet per se.
Interesting.
What I will say is, I share a Christian perspective on many things, and what's been interesting about this is the amount of stigma that existed previously to this cycle, but we have such a bipartisan push for transparency on this topic that they can't necessarily hide it. It has been interesting to see the levels of things that come up. Oh, there's no authorized clearance. You don't have to read an authority for this, that, and the other. Well, if Congress is writing the bills to fund these programs, yet we don't have authorized access and oversight into it, then that's not necessarily something that happens in a free country, right? So we continue to push. But, it's been very interesting to see some of the stuff that's come up.
So, okay, a couple of things about that, the fact that, it's no surprise just how powerful these lobbyists are and these weapon manufacturers are. The fact that our elected officials don't even get to know what the bills are that they're signing that fund this shit. If people weren't so busy hating each other in America, that would probably get people into the streets and go, you're spending our fucking money that could be going to this, that, and the other, and you're not even telling our representatives. You don't have to tell us necessarily, but you're not telling the people that we elected that you answer to. The other thing is the fact that both of these representatives are saying interdimensional beings like it's now a possibility. And whether that means like fourth, fifth dimension, like flat world where we can barely see them because they have a dimension we can't perceive, whether that simply just means it's still a three-dimensional world, but it's multiverse. I don't know what they mean when they say this stuff. I don't know, and we're not gonna know. That's the tricky fucking problem with this shit. Is it's so fascinating at a speculative level, but then it's just like, well, and I hate that. I hate that, and it absolutely, I'm going to have to come to some kind of reconciliation in my own brain about this stuff where I can't keep chasing this rabbit because all it leads to is just more dead ends and more people saying, well, wait a little longer. And I'm like, well, no, go fuck yourself. But at that point, I don't know. I get the sense, Bunny, that you are much more comfortable just kind of letting it all go. Most people seem comfortable letting it go.
Well, I just feel like there's nothing that can, they hold all the information, and if they don't want to give it, then they're just not going to. And there's not enough people being upset about it for anything to be done.
So Tech, I think, has shared this story publicly, and if not, oopsie, he's not here. Oh well. But it's so cute. He has said that his dad raised each of the kids in his family different, right? He's told the story, right? Where it's like, this kid was raised with a lot of love and support. This one, almost like it was an experiment, right? If I would never do this to my children, but I almost wish I would be a terrible father, and I would raise kids, and I would raise one of them to go into the highest levels of the military and one of them to become president. But the whole time they're like sleeper agents for me. And I'm like, I just want you guys to get the data, and then we're going to expose all this shit. And I don't even know, maybe to get to those levels, by the time you get the data, you're fucked. Whatever brainwashing you've had as a child will not work anymore because it supersedes it. But I would do it. I would do it. My brother says if they're saying this stuff in public, then it's part of the show. I agree.
Exactly.
I agree.
Exactly.
However, then the question becomes, why is this what they choose to be part of as the show? Right? What if this is what they're telling us, which is almost impossible to believe, then why in the fuck, what do they really want to hide?
I don't know. I always go back to thinking like, okay, like in X-Files, how in the ending it ended up being the government the whole time. There weren't aliens. It was just the government, right?
Right.
You know how it ended?
I never saw the ending, but I do remember people talking about it like that, and sort of they were disappointed in that way, right?
I feel like it's kind of like that. I feel like there's a huge chance that in the beginning, everybody was seeing stuff, and then they just didn't say anything, and they let everybody wonder and think, could it be aliens? Because then they could reason, okay, maybe the government's not telling us because they know everybody would panic. And then when people really started thinking it was aliens, and then people started saying, wait a minute, maybe it's the government. Then they said, oh, wait, no, it's aliens. It was aliens the whole time.
Right, but it's really
maybe it's just them. Yeah, maybe it's just them, and people would be more upset to learn that our government just lied.
Well,
and made us think it could have been aliens.
I hate them, and I want them to die. Okay, we are now at $27. Let's go, boys. We got a lot of goodies behind the doors tonight. What's going on? This show ain't gonna pay for it. Will pay for itself, but that's not the point. The point is Bunny's niece needs a new pair of shoes. Let's go. Get the ducats flowing. We got an extra hour show tonight with phone calls. We got Internet Hobo down in the corner just waiting to show you his sack. And he sure does, glowing green. Anthony drama video, which we'll talk about. But I mean, what do you think I'm going to say if you've seen it? I don't want to give it away. Have you seen it, Bunny?
I took a little look.
Yeah, it's worth discussing. And then, of course, if you want a statue out in front of the Madhouse like Mooch, Bunny, and Frog, we got to open that red door to compete with some goddamn trivia, boys. But in the meantime, we will ease on down the road. Nick says, why do you think they made the Switch 2 feel like there wasn't going to be many at launch? Now every store will have them on launch day. Love you guys. We love you back, Nick. I don't know. I'm not really following it. I don't really care about the Switch 2. I'll care about the Switch 2 when there's a game where I'm just kind of like, I cannot wait to play it. Whereas right now it kind of just feels like, it's, whatever. But are you suggesting, or are you saying that it's turning out there's actually a lot of these? Maybe it's because the tariffs or the economy sucks for a lot of people and not many people actually ordered them or pre-ordered them. I don't know. Philip says, is Anthony part of this community or something, says Tony? Tangentially. He's banned right now from the Discord. He's done some things that I think a lot of people felt were not okay. And he's getting a bit of a meaningful timeout, and then we'll see. Because some of the people in the chat wanted to give him a second chance, and some of the people were like, get this guy out of here. And we just didn't know what to do at the time, and so we need to talk about it. But so he's in the timeout at the moment. Red Sheets Metal says, it's not necessarily letting go more of faith. If it were necessary for the general pop to know, they would tell us. I don't believe that's true. I'm naive. I feel like it's one of those things that you see once and you can't go back. I do believe that, but I don't think it's in the I think if it were necessary for the public to know, does that mean because they're protecting us, or does that mean because they want to manipulate us so they can keep all the power? That's where it becomes really hard to kind of get your head around why they're doing it. Okay. All right, let's move forward, shall we? I want to talk a little bit about time, and I want to talk a little bit about time slips. I want to play this first because I think this almost might be like astrology, where you hear it and everybody says, oh, I'm feeling that way too. Or maybe this guy's onto something. I'm not entirely sure. It's a minute long. I wanted to play this and see, I don't know, you guys vibe with what he's saying, or is it like, no, that's everybody feels that way, but that's just normal. I don't know. Here it goes. The fact that he puts background music to it doesn't help his cause, by the way. Anytime I see anybody claiming something's important and then they put some mood music, it automatically deducts like 50% off the goddamn do I believe in this motherfucker score. But here he goes. He's talking about his perception of time.
Does anybody else besides me feel as if time is speeding up, or has sped up, I should say? Like, things really feel off, don't they? They really do. Like, things just feel really off. Like, let this sink in. We are already halfway through the current year. And it seems like this year just started. And the weather seems like it's confused. Like, it really does. Like, everything just feels off. It really does. I know I can't be the only one that feels like this. That just everything feels strange. Nothing feels real anymore. Holidays don't even feel the same. Like, nothing feels the same anymore. People feel fake. Like, just everything just feels weird. The vibes just feel different. Does anyone else feel like this, or am I the only one?
Like, I mean, what do you think? Is this a common refrain of young adults, or is this like something that's a vibe
I read
out there?
something a long time ago that said that your perception of time does change once you get, up into your 30s and
Sure.
stuff. Yeah, when you have more things to do in your day, time goes by a lot faster. And you got to think, when you were a kid, during the summer, you didn't really have an agenda. Like, most of the time, you didn't have a lot of stuff to fill your day. So time seemed like it went by a lot slower.
And the stuff that
That
happened to
makes sense
you
to me.
was
That's just
so
normal.
new and novel
Yeah.
that it
Yeah.
really dug its way into your brain, and you had more meaningful events. Whereas, you go through an adult
Yeah.
day now, the majority of the time, it's just kind of like, it was just a day,
Yeah.
So because my kids are feeling the same. Both my kids have said that time seems to be going faster. Things, it's probably just psychological. It's like COVID really shook, I think, an entire number of generations. And I think there's a sense now of still not quite getting our footing back, of realizing just how, between that and all the upheaval that is predicted to be happening in the government, what's happening all over the world. Maybe it's an awareness of things are not as stable as we allowed ourselves to
Yeah,
believe, and they probably never were. But this was the first time. I don't know. I don't want to be dramatic here, but maybe since the Great Depression, where the norm has gotten so shook up that maybe we're all psychologically, collectively trying to adjust. You know what I mean? Because things do. I mean, are people happier now than they were before COVID, do you think? I don't think so, but maybe that's social media. I don't know. Are you
Yeah, I
happier
don't
now
know.
than you were 5 years ago?
I get happier every day I'm alive, all the time.
Okay. And you avoid a lot of this stuff, though, like in your day-to-day, right? You don't watch a lot of the news. You're on social media, but it doesn't seem like you're trafficking in a lot of the sensationalist headlines and stuff. It's more like, where do I get good crayons at?
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I created my own little world, and I love it.
I mean, see, it's a great point. It's like I was one of the things I was thinking about over this weekend when I was watching the Storm Chaser guys, right? And it got me thinking about that movie Twisters, and then Twisters got me thinking about, it was such a clear play on the part of the studios for that red state flag waving patriotic thing, right? And I remember watching it and going, man, I miss feeling so easily, it's going to sound like I'm being smarmy. I'm not, but I miss feeling things were that simple, and that I could wave a flag, not that I was ever rah patriot, but that I could wave a flag or get behind a lot of these sort of moral platitudes in movies and stuff like that, and genuinely go to sleep at night and feel I'm good. I'm taken care of. This is a good place. This is a good time.
Yeah.
And the more you learn, the sadder you get. And so I don't know, can you consciously I mean, I know that sounds so snobby, like, oh, Jaffe, so you're saying patriotic people are just stupid? They're not stupid, but if you throw your lot in hook, line, and sinker with a government message, that's called propaganda, folks, no matter what country you're in. And, you know, you're going to be happier, right? I mean, like, but you're saying you're happier because you're just like, I just choose to build my own little world. And
I don't worry myself with stuff that if something does not directly affect me, like my being, my body,
right,
then I don't give it any power. I don't know.
You still can, says Red, but you just know better, so you don't allow yourself because you feel guilty. Well, yeah, I mean, if I sit around, for example, and, you know, look, I'm fully aware of these cheap shirts that I get from Amazon, you know, are probably made in the worst of conditions, and people are getting pennies on the dollar to make them. And I don't think about it that much. But if I were to think, it's like, how do you? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's not that I want to feel guilty. Yeah, Philip is right. Ignorance is absolutely bliss. But I wouldn't call Bunny ignorant. You're making a conscious, right. It's a conscious choice.
Don't want to know what's going on
because it makes you sad.
Yeah. And there's nothing I can do about it anyway. And we can't get everybody on the same page ever about anything to get anything done. And it's just exhausting trying.
Yeah.
Or even, you know, giving yourself hope that something, just.
Was there a line where you were younger and you said you were engaged and then you said, nope, this happened and I'm out? Or you just always been that way?
I think just because I was really anxious growing up. I have a lot of anxiety problems. And I think I just got to a certain point where I was like, okay, I'm just going to cut out everything that doesn't bring me peace. And I've loved it ever since.
We bring you peace?
Yeah.
Because we're still here. You'll know we've pissed Bunny off and we've been cause of her, anxiety.
Yeah, I'll disappear.
Whether you give it power or not, it will take power. You give it power by ignoring it. I know. But at least Bunny says she doesn't vote. She consciously says, I'm not going to go to the polls and vote because I'm not paying attention to it.
I don't keep myself informed enough to,
I wonder what causes. Oh, I hate it. I do. I miss being able to believe in that stuff. You know, I really do because it was easy.
I think I also came to the conclusion that whether you're rooting for the left or the right or whatever, it's all the same team. They're all playing for the same. You know, they're not going to let somebody in that's not going to keep their secrets and that's not going to be down to clown in the same way they are.
Right.
So it's all just, I don't know, it just all seems so performative and like a reality show to me. And
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Now, speaking of all this has got me thinking about time, and this has got me thinking about just perception of time, speeding up, being different. And I did start looking into time slip theories today. I'd never really heard of, I'd heard of time slips, but I'd never really gone down enough of even a teeny rabbit hole to get my head around it. But if you don't know what this is, there are a number of people throughout many, many years who have said they have been walking down the street and suddenly they find themselves back somewhere else in time. They're still them, but the stores have changed. It doesn't have to be 100 years. It can be like 20 years. There's a very famous street for this in England. I think it's called Broad Street, and it's in Liverpool, actually. And apparently this is a hotbed of people reporting. You know, I was walking down the street. I was going up to this bookstore, and suddenly I looked up from my phone, and it wasn't a bookstore. It was a store I'd never heard of. But when I researched it, that store was there 30 years ago, you know? And in some cases, you go back to like Victorian times, right? And obviously, you know, there's no evidence of this. It's probably urban myth, but when you start to think about the fact that, you know, there was so much stuff, Bunny the Button, that we did not know that we used to look at as fringe. It's like, that can't be real. That's bullshit. That's got to be fringe theory, right? I was looking it up. It's like, I was asking ChatGPT, I said, what are the things that we looked at now, but we used to think is fringe? And it was like the Earth orbits the sun, obviously was a fringe theory. People were like, you're crazy. Germs cause disease. DNA is a thing. The brain can adjust. Neuroplasty. The idea that observing something could change its behavior seemed mystical. Now with quantum mechanics and understanding a little bit of that. Bacteria we didn't know about. Blah, 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 right? So the idea, I was checking into this idea because I hear a lot of people talk about time being a mental construct. It being, obviously we know time is relative if we believe in Einstein, but the idea that is it a fringe theory that time is happening all at the same time, past, present, and future? It's all the same. And I was like, that's got to be super fucking fringe. And it actually says, as it relates to physics, it's a medium low level of fringe. It's a legit interpretation of relativity, though not universally accepted as the truth of time. Einstein says that simultaneously is relative, depending on your frame of reference. As we know, there's no universal now. All points in time coexist in a 4D space-time structure. Now, that's not a definitive, but that's what people are moving towards. And when you think about it like that, and then you think about all the stuff that used to be fringe that we didn't know, if time is actually like an already written book, and all the pages are written, and it's just that we happen to be going through it linearly, because that's how we can experience our reality, but you know the beginning and the end is written, then you start to think about, well, how hard would it be? Not hard, but I mean, how, if this page is 100 years ago and this page is now, and the book is closed, maybe things can slip through.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe it seems fringe because we don't understand how or why it would happen. But I don't know. I'm not ready to just sort of say, oh, it's bullshit. Because people have been talking about it for a very, very long time in these experiences. I mean, I've never had an experience like this. Have you ever had any kind of sense of time feeling off for you, or just a weird sense of being in a place that felt, you couldn't explain why, but something felt weird about it?
No, I've never experienced that.
No, I
drugs.
The only thing I've experienced on drugs is that kind of chronological hallucinating, where if you're on weed, but I mean, even that, think about, I mean, that may be all we need, right? The first time it happened, I'm sitting on my kitchen floor, my brother is in town, it's Thanksgiving, and I'm smoking something, or I had smoked something in the backyard, and I was sitting in the kitchen, and I remember going, oh my God, I was already here when I arrived at the present. I'm like, I've been here. And I don't mean deja vu. I just mean it was almost like looking at the an Adobe photo Premiere editing timeline and going, I was here and now I'm here and now I've arrived here, but I've already been here, right? And so maybe there is a sense that that type of drug can kind of free you from that experience of time in a linear fashion. And then suddenly you're like, oh, there is no forward or back. It just is, right? So maybe this shit is true. I don't know. But there have been a lot of cases reported. I did get sent, my brother sent me one video about a guy, I watched the whole video, and it's hard, you know, it's so hard to know what's true and not, but apparently a guy had a computer in the 80s, and he started getting messages on the computer from somebody who was like, have you heard of this? From the 1500s. And I'm like, and then he started getting messages on the same computer from like 2109. And, you know, some people have tried to debunk it, and it's not airtight, but it's also, there's some compelling reasons to go, if this is bullshit, it's well done bullshit. Allison Change, thank you for the super chat, says, have you seen the movie Somewhere in Time with Christopher Reeve? He goes back in time mentally using an old coin. Yes, I have. It used to play
I
on.
feel like I have seen that.
Yeah, it used to play on cable, and he was this guy. And I want to say, and maybe I'm remembering it wrong, he went in to a hotel to kill himself. I think that's what it was about. And he was holding this penny, and he went back to 1800s, and he fell in love with this woman, and had this big romance, and then he came back to normal time. And yeah, it was really cool. And in fact, I was checking, like, can you force a time slip? There are some things you can try. It says acquire a personal object from the time you wish to enter. Photographs, journals, heirlooms. Place it beneath your pillow for 3 nights, whispering its date aloud as you fall asleep. On the 3rd night, you must dream. If you see nothing, burn the object. It does not belong to you. It's just what the internet says. I don't, This one I thought was interesting as well. These two are kind of cool. Leave behind 1 item of meaning on your person. Your return key. I gotta help walk me through this, Bunny, because I wasn't quite sure why this would work. Write a letter to yourself dated 1 year from today. Seal it in black wax and leave it somewhere only you know to look. Okay? You'll know it succeeded this rite or this spell if you find the letter again, but not where you left it. So I don't understand. Does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
In the future, you've moved it, or in the past,
Oh, okay.
What was really cool, and I'd watch the fuck out of this movie about this video about the guy in the 1500s that was communicating with the guy in the future, is apparently before he died, the story goes, he wrote a book, and he hid the book somewhere. No one's ever found it, but he's like, in the future, you will find the book, and it will give proof to everything I've been saying. Think about that for a minute. Think about the fact that if someone suddenly digs this book up in the campus of Oxford in 20 years, and it's like, oh my God, this is carbon dated. This is written in the 1500s, and it's talking about this thing that this guy was talking about in 1984.
Yeah.
People's minds would be fucking blown out of their goddamn eye holes. That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Wow! Wow! Look who's time slipped in to do his job. What's going on there, Tech Protect? Where you been, pal?
Nobody
cares.
Sabotaged. Jaffe.
By whom?
What?
By whom?
Your daughter.
How?
We agreed. I was like, I'm gonna take a little nap before work, and I was like at 4 p.m. and I was like, I have alarm set for 5, 5:10, 5:20. She's like, oh, okay. And then the alarms go off, and she's like, oh, I asked you, hey, do you have to go to work now? Apparently I said no while I was still sleeping. She's like, oh, okay. So she said, Google, turn off all the alarms.
Oh, Lord. Well, it's nice of you to join us,
We
Tech.
can't blame her.
Right. We can't blame her. Yeah. You're just, come on now. Okay. K-Nubs, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it, buddy. So $10 plus $12. Buddy, I think we're having a great show, but we are drowning in being poor tonight. No one is donating. Nobody gives a fuck. You need to do some magic and get these people to understand the value. Hang on. 37, 38, 39. The value of this great show. That would be ideal. But sadly, in the meantime, in between time, nobody's paying for your goddamn broken foot. So tough titties. Tough titties. Okay. But thank you, K-Nubs. We appreciate it. Okay. This is, let's see. I'll read you just briefly a couple of these. These are things that have occurred on Bold Street in Liverpool. It says it's famous for its vibrant atmosphere, eclectic mix of shops, cafes, and restaurants, but also for being a hotbed of time slips. And I'll just tell you a couple really cool ones.
Before we go on,
yeah,
the thing you were saying earlier, that's pretty cool.
That's
pretty
cool?
interesting. The one where he was talking about stuff that happened in the future, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We should engage with that idea and in a conversation with Bunny. I feel like from what I've been watching for like the past 10 minutes, we're just driving down the topics, Jaffe. Let's have a little convo. Let's get
We
the
just
chat
talked
involved.
about it.
Chat. What do you guys think? What would you do if you reacted to, like, let's say you woke up, you found your dad's journal, right? You know, he passed away last year, and he's talking about these like situations that end up happening 20 years in the future, right? You look back to it, you're like, didn't my dad write about this? And you go back, you find that journal, and it's like, holy shit, yeah, my dad did write about this that happened in 2045. How would you react personally? Yeah, like an Indiana Jones moment.
I don't know. I think I'd just be like, whoa. I don't think I'd tell anybody, though.
You wouldn't tell anyone? I would tell everybody, dude. I'd be on Reddit. I'd be out here on Twitter. I'd be posting the fucking notes. Jaffe, would you tell anyone if you had one of these moments?
Well, what, a time slip moment?
Yeah, like let's say, you know, your dad passed away, sadly, right?
Yeah.
Let's say 20 years ago, before he did, he had shared a journal with you. He was like, oh yeah, I keep my dreams in here. Or I have like experiences I've had, and I keep them in this notebook. And then something happens that reminds you to that moment when you read that passage, right? And you go back, you find the journal, and like, holy shit, everything in this book has been accurate for the past year. And he wrote this 20 years ago.
Meaning because he had slipped into time and he was telling us what the future would hold.
Yeah, without telling
you. Well, yeah, of course. Well, of course, I'd tell everybody. Well, I mean, it depends what was in the book, right? It depends. It depends if the book had more information about what was coming down the line, and if it was like the manual in Back to the Future Part 2, the almanac. Maybe I wouldn't share it with everybody because I would want to, you know, put 100 on the cubbies, as they say. But if it was more like 9/11 and 5 or 6 other things had happened, I would basically somehow figure out the best way to communicate to who needed to know it that this was about to happen. And
now this is the hard one. If in that journal it says, you know, David Jaffe in the year 2026.
One moment though. I have to say though, in the chat, my delightful friends, K-Nubs, Jaffe was going to blow through all topics and have phones on in 10 minutes. Dude, I'm watching the clock. It's 7:30. We have 30 minutes until we have to decide if we're going to do an extra hour. So trust me, I know what the topics are. And so, no, I was blowing through them because I was watching the chat and you guys, you know, I want to find something you guys really want to talk about. That's all. All right. But as for the Anthony video, people saying you have to hype it up. I don't want to hype it up without spoiling it. All I can tell you is it's delightfully stupid. Tech, have you watched it?
I've watched it 17 times, and
Why?
I've taken notes on key parts that I want to address.
It is so dumb. And my friend Gina interviewed him, and she edited it, and she's done some good editing before. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Okay, so if you were going to,
I have a theory.
I don't want to hype it up beyond just because I don't want to ruin the surprise of how terrible it is.
I'm hyping it up. King TL with $10. Thank you, sir. You saved my house.
My guess is it's bait. It has to be bait. There's no goddamn way that this video is serious. I think they were dropping little crumbs to get us to respond. Mm-hmm. And we will, but we're not going to respond like they're serious. It's like, guys, what do you do? This is stupid. Funny. It was funny in the way it was so stupid.
I want to hype it up a little bit, Jaffe.
All right, go ahead.
My theory.
Thank you, King TL. We appreciate it, buddy. Go ahead. Hype it up.
My theory, chat, is that Anthony paid Gina to make the video.
Why do you say that?
Because it is horrendous. Gee, I love Gina. I watched your other videos on the channel.
Wait, 30 and 40.
I was like, okay, that's cool.
Oh, she's great. And I talked to her today, and I said, you should call in tonight. And I think she says she's got to get some sleep. And if I know Gina, she'll be watching. She's watching right now. But why do you think he paid her for that?
It feels like Anthony propaganda, Jaffe. And I'm going to tell you why. During the thing, I'm going to tell you why.
All right, we'll leave it there.
But what I wanted to say, this time travel event or time slip event, let's say your father's journal, It tells you these like major events are going to happen to humanity, and things that are going to affect thousands, if not millions, of people, right? But one of the entries in there is like, in 2026, Jaffe's going to start it. David Jaffe will do a campaign to inform the public, and that'll lead to like his family leaving him, his friends disowning him.
Inform the public about what?
Like these events, like Jaffe goes on to tell the world like these are some major events that are going to cause harm to a huge swath of humanity.
Okay.
When he goes on this public like outreach pursuit to inform people, and you're like, this man's fucking crazy. Like it leads to your family leaving you. They're like, we can't fucking handle this guy. You know, your friends disowning you, losing public trust in a lot of people. But it does lead to the government looking into this and preventing the majority of these disasters. Like 80% of the people that would have died are now saved.
Okay.
Would you still engage in this public campaign?
You know, I would have to know what I was saving, right? I mean, because why would my family stop talking to me because it's a scenario you're painting, but it's kind of hard to get behind putting myself in that scenario because it's stupid.
It's like an earthquake that would destroy like most of Southern California.
Okay, so why in the world would my kids go, we're not talking to dad anymore?
Who knows? I mean, the journal predicts it, right? And you've seen so far 2 events that were highly detailed by your father, written down in this journal.
I don't know.
Not to be 100% true.
Honestly, if it was a real thing, I would say what I would do is show my kids and go, what do you guys want to do? I mean, I wouldn't be in that situation, I guess is my point. Because it would be easy enough to show my family and go, well, here's what your grandpa predicted. Here's what has happened so far. I would like to go forward with this and show everybody, but that's up to you guys. Right? That's what I would say. So it doesn't really worry me. Tiny Tacos, we'll get to that in just a second. I want to show you something about that. One last story on Bold Street. If you happen to be in Liverpool, let me know. Call in or hit us up in the future if you've ever had any weird experiences on this Bold Street. It says, some people claim to travel back to Victorian time. Others report being transported to the 50s or 60s. Witnesses describe encountering vintage cards, period clothing, and retro storefronts, creating a surreal and disorienting experience. Legend has it that in the 1990s, a woman had a strange experience walking down the street. She suddenly found herself in Victorian attire, horse-drawn carriages. She interacted with the people she encountered on this journey to the past. Now, see, that would be amazing. If somewhere we found evidence of someone wrote in their journal, oh, this weird lady wearing these pants that had the word juicy on the back or whatever came in and she was talking to us about, where's my phone signal? What is she talking? That would blow my fucking mind. But so far, no. But that would be cool. Yeah. Red Sheet says, knowing your fate is a curse. If you think time flies already, imagine knowing exactly what will happen. Your life will blink away. Yeah, could be. Well, I'm glad I don't know all the details. That's for fucking sure. Okay. And Tech, you've never experienced any of this, correct? None of this has ever happened to you.
I've experienced like deja vu before. Like fairly accurate deja vu.
Okay.
Like one time when I was a kid, I had this dream, and it was about the Fantastic Four. It was about the movie that came out like years and years ago when I was like a young kid.
The Roger Corman movie, I think.
Like early 2010s.
No, you're thinking of the actual Fox movie. Okay, keep going.
Yeah. Before it released, before I knew about comic books, I was maybe like 6 years old. And I in detail, I remember talking about the movie with a cousin of mine in the backseat of a car going home and going in detail about the movie. And then like 3 or 4 years later, it happens. And I was like, in the moment, I was like, what the fuck? Like, I've already had this experience. Like, I've already.
Yeah, but that could be because there actually were 2 Fantastic Four movies. There was the one you're talking about, and then about 4 years later, there was a reboot.
This was like 2008 when it happened. I probably had the dream when I was like in 2005.
Let's
And I was
see.
like 8 years old.
2005 is exactly when the Fantastic Four movie came out. I know this because the game came out on the same day that God of War came out and kicked the shit out of it. It was one of the worst games ever made, but it was a license, and at the time, licenses sold really well, and so it kicked the shit out of God of War for the first week, and it was like, how is this piece of shit outselling us? And then in about 2008, 9, 10, they came out with another one, which also nobody really cared about. The one you're talking about, I think, was the Jessica Alba one. I think. Allison Chains, thank you for the super chat. On an episode of Supernatural, they go back and make Titanic never happen because one of them really didn't like the song by Celine Dion. That's not true. Is that true? So thousands lived, but others had to die instead. Really? That's a fast... I should watch that more, but I've not watched that before. Supernatural. Really? Did you watch all of it? You watched the whole series?
Yeah, I watched it all the way through once. I wasn't
Okay.
one of those people that watch it over and over again. But yeah,
I should
it was good.
I should watch it. I should watch. Well, thank you for that, Allison Chains. Let me add that to the red door. What do we got? We got we're at 59. Don't bury the lead.
Total Jaffe.
Huh?
We are open on the red door.
I know because Mish, buddy, thank you so much for that very generous super chat. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. We are now at
We are $108 into. Oh no, you said $100 for the red door?
Yep. And then 175 for Anthony. We
We're-
can
we're
change it.
50.
You weren't around to do the budget tonight, the pricing. So
$58 into the green door.
All right, hang on. Yeah, Tech, hang on. We got to do that. We got to do the statue trivia real quick. Hang on. All right, we're 58. Now here's how this works.
Thank
we're gonna.
you, Mish.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mish. Very generous, buddy. Very courteous and kind, and we appreciate it. But let me ask you a question, Mish. I really want to know this. Why did we have to wait for Tech to show up before you donated? Because now I'm going to have to put up with him all day tomorrow, assuming he wakes up and comes to work, going, it's not you, Jaffe. It's not Bunny, Jaffe. Yep. It's me that brings in the big bucks. I mean, can you see it already, Bunny? You know this is gonna, you know this is gonna happen.
Yeah. Mish likes me.
I don't give a fuck if Mish likes you. Why
Mish
is he
likes
don't?
me.
Yeah,
I bet
Mish
he
likes all of us. But why can't? Why? That's what I want to know, Mish. We're waiting for your response. We're waiting for the response. Go ahead.
I'm gonna theory craft that Mish
go ahead.
prefers me over you two.
Who gives a shit?
Saying.
Yeah, but it's
I'm just saying.
Mish,
you know,
tell us.
Yeah,
we all bring our own
Mish.
star power. You know, we all bring our own characters to the table. I think I'm Mish's character.
I don't think so.
I don't like the way you just discounted his story when it had a profound effect on him, and he said that he dreamed the incident in Italy. Says 666 writer. Oh, initially. Sorry, I can't read so good. Well, I discounted his story because I think I could very equally explain it away. He may have dreamed about the incident, but he probably was also bombarded by the Fantastic Four, that movie in 2005, on 7-Eleven cups and billboards and television commercials and movie trailers and magazines, right? And so it's not that I discounted it just randomly. It was because I discounted it because there was an easier explanation. K-Nub says, Jaffe yells at us. Tech is sweet and kind. Yeah, but you need yelling at sometimes. You need goddamn yelling at. I can just put on the weather. You want Bunny and me to talk about the weather? We can do that.
Has Mish said that I'm his favorite yet? Where's Mish?
I don't know. I think Mish is.
King
Mitch is
TL in the chat says,
ducking
I came
for
for
cover.
Tech in more ways than one.
I'll tell you what.
Canadian Connor says, Tech, I'm having a beer for you. Bunny, I'm having a toke for you. Jaffe, Diet Coke sucks.
You know what, Canadian Connor? I think you need to go to the nearest corner and go fuck yourself. Okay. See, that's people love it. People love it when I tell them that. Okay. He is a good guy. Now,
Where's
I want
Mazer?
Laser Mazer? I don't know. Oh, well, he's, I know where he is.
I know where he is.
Check the nearest preschool.
Summer camps opened up recently, Jaffe. So.
I saw a story about that. I saw a story about how to protect your kids.
During summer camp, right?
During summer camp, yeah.
I saw this weekend when I was going somewhere, there was a Boy Scout standing on somebody's front porch waiting for them to answer. Or he was like an Eagle Scout. He was much older. And he was just digging a wedgie out of his butt like crazy, and it was hilarious. I was like, go, buddy, before they answer the door.
Yeah. All right. Now, look, I'm not looking at any of these answers. So is Mish still around? Because I want to do a trivia question. And somebody needs to figure out who I'm doing it with. Tech, pick somebody. Who wants a statue in front of the Madhouse starting Wednesday? The first person to say me gets a chance. Gets a chance. Here we go.
We have a caller waiting to answer probably.
All right, 1 second. All right, Angel Pallies. Here we go. Okay, I am not looking at the answer at all. Here we go. In which major city did guitarist Jimi Hendrix die in 1970? Well, this is going to be hard because anybody could type it. Well, I guess I could look at the answer too. I have no idea. So I'm looking for... I have no idea. Solar Edge, I have been asking, can somebody get Solar Edge so I can make him a statue? Angel Pallies, neither one of us knows. Okay.
I know. It was mentioned on Pawn Stars, Season 3, Episode 5, because that guy loves Jimi Hendrix.
London was the answer.
That is true.
London was the answer. That's not a very...
I just want to say... Tech is so autistic. I love it. Like,
what happened to him?
He's one of those autistic people that has like autistic superpowers. He just remembers shit.
Okay.
It's amazing.
Yeah, and then someone scratches styrofoam near me, and I have to curdle.
All right.
I can't exist.
Yeah. All right, we're going to do this. This is going to be easier. No, I'm not showing anything on the screen right now. Tech, you ask a trivia question. Who wants the next one? Who wants the next trivia question against Jaffe? If not, neither of us get...
Should we have them call in? Get into the Discord. I'll pull you in.
Yeah, that would be better. And then there you go. Hey! Mish says, you're saying it wrong. I love you all equally, especially when you all three are together. That's how you should see it. Mish, we appreciate that. Yeah, Bunny says no, and I say no.
Thank you, Mish.
Thank you, Mish, but you're wrong.
Mish, you're held at gunpoint. Who are you saving? Like they're going to kill one of us.
Oh, I could answer that.
Or all of us if you don't pick one. There we go. I can't words tonight. There we go.
I like those
one
words.
One of us is all of us is gonna. We're all gonna die.
Yeah, he's got to pick. He's got to pick one to save. Right? Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. I don't know why. I'm
You're welcome.
Tech
You're welcome.
Link. Thank you, the goddamn devil. I'm not sure what that means, but I have a trivia question. Hop into the Discord. I'm giving 30 seconds. I will randomize who I pull in. And I will ask you a trivia question for the statue.
Right.
30 seconds
Well,
now.
yeah, they gotta beat me though. Mish, though, seriously, appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much. But yeah, Solar, we will absolutely hook you up with your statue. Please just DM me again and tell me what you want on the statue, and I will absolutely take it. Here's who I would save. Sadly, I would save Tech only because my daughter. Right?
Okay.
But other than that, that's the only reason. It's the only reason.
Start dating his daughter, Bunny, huh?
Oh, buddy, you don't want me stealing Sarah from you.
Yeah, you could.
She could too. She could steal the. She really could.
She likes how quirky I am. All right, the only person in chat right now.
You know how many dogs Bunny Button has? That'll be all it takes for Sarah to go run into North Carolina.
I have one injured dog, Jaffe.
Monkey, whatever. Okay, what do you got, Tech?
I have an injured dog.
Yeah, nobody wants that.
Because I dropped the power drill on my toe. I would, but my mic is fucking up, says Bud Crazy. All right, Canadian Connor, you're the only person in the waiting room. I'm pulling you in.
All right, here we go.
Canadian Connor, welcome to the show.
No, what's up?
If it isn't my nemesis, Canadian Connor.
Nemesis. I'm just trying to get your attention. I love you.
Aww.
Right. If you are to win and get a statue in front of the Madhouse for next week, probably starting Wednesday, what would it be?
Like, what would my statue be?
Yeah, what do you want me to build for you that goes in front of the Madhouse? Like Mooch has his devil horn hand motion and his name on it. What do you want yours to be if you were to win?
Like a broken sword and like a stone.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right, we can do that. All right, but you gotta beat the Quizmaster. Tech, take it away. Whoever answers first, we're off to the races.
All right. What is the name of the artist behind the design of Mount Rushmore?
Oh, Jesus. He's a Native American guy, I think.
Bob
Chief,
Ross.
Chief
No.
Lightfeather.
You were close, Jaffe. You were close. No, the answer is John Gusden de la Month Burglum.
That is
Bunny
very
would've known.
close to what Jaffe said.
That's
yeah.
I kind of got it. All right.
Bunny had that.
Canadian, thank you, buddy. We got one more, and then we'll start charging for the pleasure of a statue if you can beat me in trivia. If not, back to the Little Leagues you go.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just getting stoned, man.
No worries,
Yeah,
buddy.
thank you, Connor.
All right, thanks, buddy. Trivia, Bunny, you get the next trivia question. Come up with something.
Okay.
All right. Chief Walnut Sack, you goddamn right. Count Dooku. There you go. It's a hard name. It's a hard fucking name. That's true. That is not untrue. Okay. Let me close this red door real quick. Ka-ching, ka-ching. All right, let's move on. Let's go. Let's goddamn go. We have things to talk about, my friends. Like this, there's a study out, but first I want to show you something that relates to the study.
Hi.
Sterling says you were close, Jaffe. It's okay.
I want to show you two things.
Grassfest says impossible ass name. It's such a unique name. It's hard to forget for me. It's like, get man.
Here you go. Peep this, boys and ladies.
The goddamn devil says, Tech, please remember our.
Hi. Got a moment to talk to me? Hi. Got a moment to talk to me?
Okay, there's that one, and then there's this one.
Forget today's exhaustion, baby. Forget today's exhaustion, baby.
Okay, so this is all AI, obviously. Okay. Google,
Obviously.
Obviously. I mean,
What do you mean, obviously? That looks
well,
real.
Well, it does look real. I mean, that's why I'm showing it to you, because I talk about this shit a lot. But yeah, it does look real. And this is it's only going to get staggeringly better. There's a story that came out, though, about what kind of world we're going to be living in very soon, especially as it relates to men. That guy, thank you, buddy, he says, wow, I'm in a trance. So a study came out talking about 5 reasons AI girlfriends will charm humans. Are you ready? Can you guess what the 5, or can you just guess one reason, Bunny? What do you think one reason is that they are saying in the study that they predict that this is going to be really disruptive to IRL relationships?
I feel like the obvious one to me is they'll be agreeable.
Okay. Tech, you got any predictions?
Personally, I think the access to a partner romantically that isn't going to have like any boundaries for schedule is like one of the biggest issues now that women specifically are engaging more with like their own, careers, their own hobbies, their own interests, their own pursuits. Men in the past used to just have access to them whenever they wanted and would primarily have them be the at-home partner. So now that they're not doing that, men who are brought up to be like greedy about the time they get out of their partners, they're just going to be like, fuck it, AI. I guess I'll do the dishes. It's a little sexist, but that's what they're saying.
Right. Okay. Well, that guy says pussy. Thank you so much for that. That guy. Appreciate it. K-Nub says, Busted says, nope, I'm wrong. I'm doing it again. K-Nub says they don't have periods and get cranky once a month. Is that Jaffe's AI girlfriend he got donations for a few weeks ago? We haven't made that one yet. We do need to make that this week. We will. Good reminder. Now, here's the 5 reasons. Here's the 5 reasons that they say. AI sex doesn't have to be better than the real thing to be popular. It simply must be compelling in some way, basically meet an unmet need. The fact that most of us prefer a juicy ribeye steak to McDonald's hamburger hasn't put McDonald's out of business. Nutrition, like sex, is enjoyable in many different varieties. Number 2, for the last several decades, people have been having less sex. Men 18 to 24, 1 in 3 had no sex in the previous year. If these men are already not having sex, how can an AI girlfriend do anything but make their lives better? It seems that this is the very population that might find AI girlfriends most compelling, which is also proving to be accurate if you look at Gen Z being comfortable with this. Here's Bunny's number 3. Romantic relationships take effort and they are challenging. Keeping a healthy relationship going requires energy and time that are in short supply. For example, there's a survey from the American Psychological Association. 27% of Americans feel on most days they are so stressed they can't function. Imagine now trying to deal with a real relationship with all that. I don't know. I mean, look, I know that there's going to be these people who talk about this is so off or wrong or bad. It's not normal. But usually I throw all those people into the same bucket. I just kind of go, you know what? I'm not saying that there shouldn't be real relationships. Of course there should, if that's what people want to do. But, it's almost like they can't accept that things evolve and change, right? So if mankind gets to a point, like let's say tech is right about the women working and they have their own money. I mean, we know that's right. But let's say that is creating more of a wedge between couples because a woman doesn't need you like she used to need a man. And so that equality has now led to a shift in our culture. And if we come to a point where that manifests itself by women and men going, I have friends for that. I have AI for this. I don't need them to come together. And if I want to have a baby, I'll go to the clinic and, use CRISPR and make a baby.
Get a baby.
I don't know. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't really bother me. Ricky says, I think it's porn that makes the wedge. But even that, though, right? So you have people saying, oh, porn's really bad for IRL sex because it takes your perception of what sex is, should be, can be, and it fucks that up in real life. But if the consumers of porn are like, yeah, I'm good, the market will speak, I assume. But I don't know. Obviously, I think my view on this is probably a minority view. I think most people would say, no, this is horrible for mankind. This is terrible. How are you supporting this? I think it's cool.
This may be a little personal. We get a little personal here in the Madhouse.
Here we go.
You said the study shows that there's a significant portion of men, or at least people, ages 18 to 25, was it?
18 to 24.
24, that did not have sex last year in the last 365 days.
That's, yeah.
Where are you guys on that?
Months, not years.
Months.
Yeah, but I'm on Zoloft, so I'm certainly not an asexual person, but Zoloft definitely takes that edge off. Zoloft, at least for me, has made it something where you're like, I can take it or leave it. But I'd rather be on the Zoloft.
Are you at the bottom, Bunny? Upper, higher?
Probably average. I feel like
Probably
I'm
average.
somewhere in the middle.
I don't think she wants to tell you, which is fine.
I think
shouldn't.
I think statistically the average for the U.S. is, I think 4 to 6 times a month.
I think that's true.
Does that sound accurate?
Well, are you in a couple or are you out of a couple? It depends, right? If you're in a relationship, it's different, right? People
sorry, that is the statistic for being with a couple. I think not being in a relationship, I think, strangely enough, it is 4 to 6 times a year if you're single for a year.
All right, here you go. Here's the stats. Couples that have sex. Here's the stats. Sorry.
Also, the goddamn devil. I don't know what fucking agreement you think we have. You keep talking about it.
We have no agreement. Well, yeah, there's no agreement.
Idea what you're talking about.
There's absolutely no agreement with this guy at all.
He said we had a deal, Tech.
Well, maybe you guys did.
I don't know.
Okay, here you go. In the last year, heterosexual men weekly. Okay. Based on this, the following percentage of adults 18 to 44 with a steady partner engaged in weekly sexual activity, 50% of men, 52% of women, gay, lesbian, bisexuals, lower across the board, just a little bit. The average person has sex, the average man has sex once a week or more, the average woman once a week. 60%, 57%. Then it drops to 1 to 3 times a month, 34% for both. Once or twice a year, 5%. Not at all, 2%. So, you know, I depends where you go. And obviously age plays a part of it. But yeah, it's absolutely right now in my life because of the Zoloft, I assume. I'm just like, oh, it seems like too much trouble. It's just to deal with people. Because those people are outside my house. I have to go outside to see them. And I don't, you know. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay. So anyway, yeah, that's what's going on with that. So, the last 2 reasons, by the way, is rates of sexual concerns and dysfunctions remain high. 40% of U.S. adults report a sexual concern or dysfunction. That's another reason the AI girlfriends will be successful. Number 5, if you enjoy the pesky problem of hackers gathering data about your sexual preferences, you may consider sex with tech less risky. Your tech won't leave you, act disrespectfully, or shame you for your sexual fantasies. Instead, your tech will delight in satisfying even your most unsensual or unusual sexual predilection. That's why Herschel, baby. Herschel's the way to go.
Yeah, Will.
Isn't that right, Bunny?
By the way, chat, I don't want you to forget. There's possibly a little analysis on the goddamn devil video that I really want to present to you guys. And we're missing how much, Jaffe? How much?
Well, we just got $2 from that guy. Thank you, buddy. Have we added that guy's last couple of chats? He gave us, I think, $6.
We're at 114 so far.
114. We're closing in on a killer, folks.
Very
closing
close,
in on a
guys.
goddamn killer.
$61 off, and I get to talk about the Anthony video.
Well, we all do. I mean, I've only watched it once. The fact that you watched it 17 times is disturbing to me. I found it very bizarro, but you know, like what a waste of time. But anyway, all right, let's move forward, shall we? Breaking news. You want some breaking news, Bunny Button? Breaking news. The James Webb Telescope I can't believe this is true. I can't believe this is true. But I'm going to put it up on the screen. Thank you, K-Nubs. Let's get that drama green door. We'll get there as soon as we can, baby. We'll get there. Darth Nugget watched it 3 times. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's dumb. It's a stupid video. It's so stupid. It really makes no fucking sense. It's kind of beautiful in its idiocy, but you know. Okay, here's the breaking news. Let me share my screen with you guys. The Anthony saga doesn't continue. The only reason it's on my radar is he made a video about me and about this show. It's total bait. It's total troll bait, but you know, it'll be fun to look at it together and make fun of it. That's my interest in it. There's no drama.
Yeah.
There's no trauma. James Webb Telescope provides evidence that our universe exists inside a black hole. Now, I know I've heard people talking about this, but I'm sorry. Let me say it again. Provides evidence that our fucking universe exists in a black hole. Here's the evidence. This is from All Day Astronomy. This is not Fringe shit. Galaxies with unexpected rotation patterns and early formations, the James Webb Telescope has observed, challenging current cosmological models. The observations reshape our understanding of the cosmos from the formation of galaxies to the fundamental nature of space-time. Here's what I'll tell you before we read more of this. People who don't want to fund science with their tax dollars, I think, are out of their fucking minds. I mean, we should support shit like this. People are like, what's it matter? It's not going to make my life better. It's going to improve our understanding of the universe. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Among the most intriguing discoveries is the unexpected presence of early galaxies and unusual pattern in their rotations. Look at all these. Spiral galaxies that rotate in the same direction relative to the Milky Way are in red, and in the opposite direction relative to the Milky Way are in blue. Traditionally, it was believed galaxies like the Milky Way formed gradually over billions of years. However, the observations now show spiral galaxies existed in the universe's infancy. The findings have puzzled astronomers. Some suggest they could be linked to the ongoing tension in cosmology regarding the universe's expansion rate. Here's the black hole part, though. Where'd it go? One philosophy is the universe could have been born with inherent rotation. This aligns with alternative cosmological models such as black hole cosmology, which suggests the universe might be existing inside a massive black hole. If cosmos has a built-in rotation, it could challenge conventional models of space-time and cosmic evolution. I mean, this is what I'm saying for a moment, if I may. Because when we talk about, and this is why I do get pissed at all these people who are skeptics about everything, is there are so many theoretical theories about what it must be like to go through a black hole, to be in a black hole, right? And then when we start talking about fourth dimension and we start talking about time all being one thing, if this universe that we're in is in a goddamn black hole, all bets are off in terms of we don't know anything.
We don't know anything.
And it doesn't mean you have to buy shit hook, line, and sinker from charlatans and grifters, but it certainly fucking does mean that if we're in a goddamn black hole, our perception of everything could be a fringe perception. And I don't know. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing.
Yes.
Couple super chats for you, Jaffe.
Science gets tax breaks like answers in Genesis. What? Science gets, well, they don't just get tax breaks. We fund them. We fund NASA. We fund a lot of these things. Mish, thank you for the super chat, buddy. You are very generous tonight. You're keeping us afloat. You're keeping the lights on, baby. We appreciate it, along with all of you other guys as well. I hope this is good. I don't know if it's good, but it's cringe on Anthony's part. You'll certainly, here's what I can promise. You'll get secondhand embarrassment. So if you haven't eaten dinner, have Anthony's secondhand embarrassment for your meal. I don't trust the people, says King TL, that tell us about the universe. None of what they say makes sense, and they have bullshit they fall back on if they stumble. I don't agree with that, King TL. I mean, science is there's a whole, the very nature of the scientific method is it's going to be wrong a lot of times, and then it's going to learn and get more accurate. And the very willingness to be wrong and to stumble is what makes the scientific method valuable. Otherwise, you basically got ego going, nope, it's just this, and it will never change. And then you can't, that's who I wouldn't trust if I were you. So, all right. Did we open the green door then with Mish and King and that guy? Yeah.
We're officially $3 into the gold door.
Holy cow. All right, you guys.
Do you want to present it now? Do you want to wait off? What do you want to do?
Let me get through a couple of quick stories, and then we will get to, let me get these 3 stories, and then we'll get to the video. Just because I know people were talking about this today in the Discord. I don't really even have a lot to say. I just think it's interesting. Did you hear about the movie theater where they were showing Final Destination?
Yeah.
And the roof collapsed?
Oh.
Now,
that's why I don't go to movie theaters. See?
Well, thank God nobody died. One woman did go to the ambulance and they had to evacuate. But of all the fucking movies, can you fucking imagine?
So immersive.
I mean, what in the fuck are we dealing with? The coolest experience I had was being in a movie theater when an earthquake happened, because it was such a jolt. Well, because it was such a jolt of my state of awareness and consciousness, because I was so enveloped in the movie that, you rarely take the time to sort of meditate when you're watching a movie and realize what you are when you watch a movie. But it was such an instant schism that existed instantly between me being lost in the movie and the ground shaking that it allowed me to kind of go,
Yeah.
the concept of David Jaffe when I was watching that movie was gone. I was in that movie. I didn't think of myself. My brain wasn't going. There was no I there. I was living in that experience.
Yeah.
And I don't mean literally like I traveled through time
You were
or
like
anything.
disassociated.
Exactly.
From reality.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
was there and then I wasn't. I'm like, I didn't know that's what happened, at least when I watch a movie. I don't know what other people feel like, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
What happened was a piece of the ceiling hit one person. Well, here's a picture. This looks like a little bit more than a piece of the ceiling, but I'll show you what it looked like. I'm not saying people died. Thank God they didn't.
No.
But it could have gone bad. Here you go. It collapsed during a showing. Let me make it big here. A Final Destination, injuring several audience members and prompting an evacuation of the building. They're currently investigating what happened. This is not a tiny little piece of the ceiling fell and hit somebody. This is, I mean, look at it. There's a big chunk of the roof. Thank God it was at the front of the theater and not back here.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you're right. I mean, once I know, yeah.
Look at the screen. Did they pause the movie, or is it still playing while the firefighter?
That's a really, yeah. I assume that. I mean, they're all digital now, so I guess they could easily pause it without, back in the day you would have burned the film or something. But yeah, no, I know, Bunny. You said you stopped going to movie theaters after the Dark Knight shooting in Colorado. Yeah, I didn't stop then, but I was very cautious, even to the point that I almost went yesterday to see Mission Impossible, which I really want to see. And I was like, you know what? I could totally see somebody shooting up a theater over Memorial Day weekend of the big fucking action movie that everybody's at. So, I said no. That's not why I didn't go, but that certainly played in a little bit to it. Interesting. Canadian says, I had a debate with my buddy. I think it's staged for Final Destination. Hey, the fact that Chicken Jockey was marketing, which blew my fucking mind. I really thought that was a real thing. So you never fucking know at this point. But I mean,
what
this
movie was the cheerleaders outside the bus get decapitated? What was that? What movie was that?
Oh, that was it went through Hollywood.
That marketing was crazy. I liked it.
Cheerleaders bus movie marketing.
Yeah, that was cool.
I forget.
Imagine
what it
how
was.
traumatizing that would be.
The Monkey drove a bus full of dead cheerleaders. In a final marketing stunt, Neon Productions sent a school bus full of dead cheerleaders around Hollywood, which is really crazy because as much as I appreciate it, there's little kids walking around.
That's what, yeah.
I mean...
The Monkey went for a drive around Hollywood.
I heard this was a good movie.
I heard it was horrible.
Really? Oh, I heard it was quite good.
Yeah. I heard a lot of people hated it.
Oh, okay. Well, la-di-da, la-di-da.
That's
what
all I heard about
What do you mean Chicken Jockey was marketing? Like they paid the first group? I mean, I think Tech's the one who told me it was marketing, right?
Chicken Jockey. Yeah, they heavily promoted it for marketing.
Well, no, but was it staged though? Like, did it happen
Did they
organically,
tell them to go do it?
or did it happen and then they just pushed it?
From what I understand, people were making jokes about it, and they're like, "We're fucking tripling down on Chicken Jockey. We're putting it everywhere. We're making it to the moon on Chicken Jockey."
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is the first.
It came first, and they were like, "Let's react to this and make it a thing."
Oh, okay. So it says no. Their reacting was marketing. Okay, got it. Yeah. The best one was the actually Final Destination. We talked about this before. Log Truck. That was crazy. I didn't get to see it. I think it was just in L.A. But let's see. Yeah, there it is right there. Can you imagine driving behind that fucking thing? I mean, fuck. All right. All right. So let's set up the Anthony thing. Anthony, I have it already. It's up.
But
Oh,
if,
you want
if I
to?
have you pause it, I'm gonna have to keep on being like, pause it here, Jaffe. Look at this.
All right, well, you
I'll-
do
I'll
it. Okay, well, we'll set it up for the kids. Let them know what the fuck. Who? If you don't know who Anthony is, and you don't know what this is, allow Tech Protection to educate you a little bit. That would be great.
Well, I'm looking it up. I'm getting Anthony right. I believe it's called episode 4 or episode 3.
I think it's the latest one.
Here it is.
Now,
All right.
we will play it. I guess Tech will pause it wherever he wants to pause it, unless I tell him to pause it, or Bunny. But I can tell you that, well, I'm not going to say anything first. It's an 8-minute video. I don't know if you want to let it play all the way through or what, but here we
I'm going to be pausing it.
Here we go.
Here's the thing. We
make
can
it
play
big.
all the
Make
way
it big
through.
screen. Make it big screen.
It already was big screen.
No, you got to.
Bigger
Yeah,
screen.
there you go. I don't know. What do you? I don't care because I've seen it. So if the chat wants to watch it pristine first, and then we go back through it, or do they want to watch it and we jump cut through it? What do you guys want to do in the chat?
I'll do a poll.
Yeah. But Anthony's this guy who said he played music with Prince. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. Wink. And he's a good guy. He's a raging alcoholic, which nothing's wrong with that. Everybody's got their bag of hammers. At least I think he is. I don't have evidence that he is, but everybody in the Discord says he's always drinking, which again is fine. Deal with, don't hurt anybody. Go with God. Do what you got to do. But, he'd get pretty friendly with a lot of ladies in the DMs and, couldn't take a hint. A lot of the women wrote us and said they weren't terribly comfortable with him being in the Discord. But then it turned out, it wasn't a very clean-cut situation, I think is what the mods decided. There was too much he said, they said. And so they said, look, let's just get him out of the community for a few weeks or a few months and let's see what happens. Isn't that right, Tech? I mean, that's kind of where it sits right now. Yeah, we can't hear you, Tech.
Yeah, the issue at hand was that there's a lot of allegations, there's a lot of things going on, and for the community, people were not happy with him. So he was removed.
Okay, but not permanently yet, because you guys
he's on a 60-day probation.
Right,
it's 2 months.
Okay. All right, so it looks like the poll says you want us to pause and play commentary. All right, so I won't say anything yet. And it's edited by my friend, and the interviewer is a friend, Gina. But I certainly, I think the world of Gina. She's the bee's knees. But I do worry that she's kind of starting to, at least on social media and stuff, I'm starting to worry about, is she well? She might be super well. I don't fucking know. But she's just starting to get really into banging specific drums almost exclusively, at least from my perception. So,
Jaffe, will you be upset with me if I critique the editing?
No, Gina's actually a good editor, but this is terribly edited. It's horrible.
Okay. I'm sorry, Gina. I have my notes on one screen. I have the video on the other. We're gonna hit play.
There's no audio. And you want to rewind. Anthony says, chat, last night Jaffe was all, you two have fun, no need for a rebuttal. Then he sees the video, you're the green door. Yeah, because I didn't realize you were going to be saying stupid, idiotic shit that we could laugh at. I assumed you were going to be talking about just boring crap of like, hey, I'm Anthony, this is what I think of progression chords on a, on a 6-string. I don't fucking know what you're interviewing. When I saw this and it was only 8 minutes long and I watched it, I was like, oh my God, this is so bad. So now it's content because it's bad, not because Anthony woke up and issued a new proclamation about his opinion on, the Magna Carta.
By the way,
Carta.
Chat, this on screen is Anthony. That is the goddamn devil in chat.
I roll back to the beginning though so we can hear it.
You don't have it?
Okay. There's no sound, Tech.
That's you, Jaffe. Click the stream. Turn it up.
I'm looking at it. Are you guys getting...
Right-click your stream. Make sure there's stream audio.
It is me. Do it again.
Yeah.
Shut up, idiot.
Don't blame Jaffe.
But wait a minute. Well, wait a minute. The fact that I'm broadcasting, though, people are watching it on mine, so my audio.
If
does.
you, your volume has to be the one that's turned up.
Okay, here we go.
The gaming industry is getting more conservative now. Now that Trump is elected, it's allowed. Why should Alyssa McConaughey be the only one who gets some sort of public justice?
I keep trying to figure it out. I think it's because it's too.
And on the right, that's Gina, by the way, chat.
Right, and that's a Kotaku journalist. I don't really know what Gina's beef with Alyssa is. I've only met her twice. She was delightful. She's smart. And then, what the fuck does Anthony know about video games at all when it comes to the business? But sure, continue.
I don't know. By the way, first note on the commentary is this beginning video with Gina's response. I think it's from the original recording they tried almost 2 months ago or over 2 months ago. You'll see that her scene changes. So it took a lot of fucking time and effort.
They really thought they had something, didn't they? It was so good, we got to record it again.
I think that's why you would get less press coverage, yeah.
Wait, go back to that. I was talking. Listen to his analysis about why Gina doesn't get press coverage.
That's why you would get less press coverage.
No, back.
Justice.
I keep trying to figure it out. I think it's because mine is too boring. Like it's too.
Well, I think that's why you would get less press coverage, yeah.
What? Okay.
Yeah. Second point of commentary on the notes is why did we go from the gaming community is getting a little bit conservative?
This makes no sense. Gina on her Twitter is all in on I stand with Israel. I stand with not the Israeli government, not with Netanyahu, but certainly I believe there should be an Israeli state. And I believe Hamas is terrible and the Palestinians and the Israelis have been treated terribly by each other, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know what the fuck this has to do with an Anthony interview. That's one of the reasons this makes no fucking... It is just
Jaffe,
so random. Okay, keep
It is
going.
random. Jaffe gets no more go backs, go this.
Hey,
Okay,
I
I'm
will
doing
fucking
that.
no. It's about.
I watched this 17 times.
Yeah,
I wrote
but it's
commentary on every scene.
about me. So if I want to say something, we're gonna pause it, bitch.
Aw, no, but not go back. Pay attention.
I was.
I don't get this. Why the Alyssa Mercante hate with the racist, the swastika on the cheek?
Look, all I can tell you is I've spoken to her a couple of times, and again, for all I know, there are all these skeletons in her closet, but I have never gotten the sense from talking to her or reading some of her stuff that she says kill the Jews. I think she might be pro-Palestine when it comes to anti-Netanyahu, but that is not equatable to kill the Jews.
We're going forward. Why can't
the
gaming
fuck?
journalists understand morality?
What is this?
What? Anthony's not a gaming journalist. I don't know why this is the thematic like messaging, but let's keep going.
It's almost like she edited. Pause for a minute. It's almost like she edited it, and then when she was rendering it, Premiere took the wrong visual track, and put it to this, and it's like, what the fuck? You know, it's like opening the movie The Smurfs with a documentary on, the atomic bomb. It's like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? Anyway.
All right, let's go. So again, we're gonna go forward a little bit.
I think you're supposed to be getting that these are some of her earlier interviews, which is great, I think, but I don't know.
It's not. It's not. These are just like gaming editors so far. So Charlie Hall worked for Polygon as a senior editor.
Yeah.
He has no comment on why he's in here, but you'll notice now there's a second Charlie Hall scene. It says verbally abused the client and refused to apologize. I say, okay, now this is a stab at Charlie Hall.
Now again, maybe he did. I don't know. I don't know what it has to do with this video. Yeah, right. Who the fuck is Charlie Hall?
Dean Takahashi.
Good guy. I know Dean. Yeah.
VentureBeat/GamesBeat editorial director. Insists I sue employers since he's afraid to write about me.
Dude, Gina, my dear sweet friend Gina, come on, man. Gina had a story that she told me that sounded pretty awful, which is not mine to tell. But she said, you can call Dean Jaffe if you want and tell him, I forget the specifics, and this video is public. And I guess he didn't want to publish that story for whatever reason. And I even remember recently Gina saying that she went back and apologized to the person that she was thinking of suing. So I don't know what the fuck this is, but continue, please.
Cecilia Dinastio worked for Bloomberg as a reporter. Lacks empathy and genuine interest. Exposed sexism at Riot Games.
Okay.
Now I don't get why this is a dig. Like, is this
Well, the top's a dig
Yes.
and the bottom is a nice thing. I mean, but what does that have to do with anything?
Because this lady, I think, spoke out against sexism at a games company.
Yeah,
right.
and that's great, wonderful.
But the first two are like, these guys are doing things that are kind of weird, kind of bad.
And the first sentence of this woman is kind of weird, kind of bad. Lacks empathy and genuine interest.
Yeah, but then
I
second
have
part?
no
Congratulations? That's
idea what
I'm saying,
Gina
Jack.
is doing. This makes no sense.
That's confusing.
I know. Let's keep going. Alyssa Mercante, former senior editor at Kotaku. And now a racist claiming morality while suing an entertainer? Question mark? Enough already.
Well, the guy that she's suing, I think, is a piece of shit. He's a guy who retweeted, I forget who it was, somebody in front of the Supreme Court saying, we will not rest until all trans and trans ideology is wiped from the face of the earth, or trans ideology is wiped from the face of the earth. And I'm like going, that's that guy. Now, that doesn't mean that he wins or loses a lawsuit. You can still be a piece of shit like he is and be in the right of the law on certain things. But
Yeah.
I would be careful, and I have affection for Gina, throwing my lot in with the guy who's suing her, or vice versa, because he's a piece of work in my opinion. But anyway.
All right. I respect grifters more than I respect gaming journalists. Hashtag cowards. You're going to notice that Gina has a stance on grifters positively.
I know.
Also,
my guess is I don't
coming
think
up-
she knows what the word means, because she called me a grifter, and I'm like, I'm a lot of things, but you can't use the definition accurately and say I'm that. You can't point to any evidence of it either. So
help me call them out for being lousy at their jobs. Hashtag Ikigai. Now, do you know what Ikigai means?
No
Jaffe,
idea.
are you
No.
Chat, what is define Ikigai? I should have looked at the definition earlier.
Bud Crazy says, my God, I feel dumb for having to watch this. Y'all's commentary is the only thing keeping me from eating my own fist.
Yep.
Well, that's why I said to Anthony last night, when I heard it was just going to be a video, an interview, I'm like, what do I care? And then it's so deliciously stupid that it's kind of like it's the Room version of video game interviews. It's like, what the fuck is this? That guy says Nazis, I think of the super chat, Nazis wore raspberry berets, and K-Nub says, now this is content. Take notes, Jaffe. Shut up, you goosebumps reading motherfucker.
So Ikigai, Iki meaning to life, and then Gai meaning reason. It is the way someone reasons how to exist in their life, like the direction they want to go. So she's dead set, is what she's saying. She's into this. She's involved.
Okay.
Featuring Anthony Wright.
I love that old picture of Anthony. It's so old, and I like that it's How can you even call your... I get it, fine, but it's like the fact that you stamp uncredited writer on your resume, the very nature of being an uncredited writer is you're not credited, so we don't care. But anyway, fine.
Prince's bandmate and close friend.
I like
I
how
love-
who's the lady? There's Anthony and some
Prince.
lady, and then Prince
Prince,
is
Jaffe.
shut up. And then Prince is over there on the right. Is not even in the photo. So it's like not only is it a picture of Anthony with some random lady, but the title is supposed to do what? Prince's band. This is so bad, Gina. I love you. I love you. You're a great person.
She's great.
But this is terrible. Continue.
Never before seen Prince pick,
Yeah,
guys.
that woman?
One's in the chat. If you think this is going to be the next scene, is Anthony standing with Prince?
Maybe.
Or not.
Or that
One's in
woman.
the chat, yes. Two's if no. Nemo says, what the fuck did I walk into?
We
I
don't
even
know.
understand.
We don't
I
know,
don't-
Nemo.
I don't get it.
Something.
A copyright is only $100, says Bud Crazy. There's no copyright on this. Although I am very highly suspicious that Anthony paid Gina to make this. That is my position. That's my conspiracy.
Gina would not. No, I don't think she'd.
So it wasn't a picture of Anthony with Prince, but it was the lady that was with Prince earlier in the photo with Anthony, which means there's a direct connection somehow. With Prince.
I see what he's doing.
I mean,
yeah.
I went to school with the kid in Poltergeist, and I have pictures with him, and he knows Drew Barrymore. That doesn't mean I know Drew Barrymore.
Your daughter went to school with the son of the lead singer for the band, the Presidents of the United States.
Oh,
it doesn't
okay.
mean, it doesn't mean
Right.
she met the president.
It doesn't mean I know him. Yeah.
Great band.
I feel like I'm being harassed. I'm like by everybody now.
No, pause that for a moment. Now you're about to be, because you put out a video attacking me. Nobody's harassing you, Anthony. You are calling in and making claims, and we were pushing back, and you kept calling in. That's not harassment, unless you're talking about stuff I don't know. But
It gets better, Jaffe.
But we are redoing the episode in an attempt to gain more attention online.
So, Lord Harbinger, welcome to the Dice Holder Soldiers.
thank you, Lord Harbinger. We appreciate it, buddy. You get
I'll turn it
get
up.
a cute bunny face and a sexy Jaffe face. Bunny, you go first. And now I'm going to give you a sassy one, Lord Harbinger. Okay, back to Prince. Thanks, buddy.
So she makes note that they had to re-record the episode.
Yeah.
Right? From what I understand, and now this may be gossip, but I was told there was 40 hours of conversation within the last 2 months for this to be made.
Who
and
told
this
you?
last one,
Who told you that?
I cannot reveal my sources. This is a bird on the wall. But I will
Bird on the
say
wall.
this last video, which I think was recorded on Tuesday last week or Wednesday, is the one that's used for the majority of the film. So the other, and I think that was a 6 or 7 hour conversation. And I want to make a note now, chat. Look at the clock on the backdrop of Anthony's background.
Okay,
Right?
hang on.
It reads right now
5
that
o'clock.
it's about to be midnight.
Wait,
the clock.
what? It's not midnight. It's 5 o'clock.
No. There's a little hand right here pointing at 12, and the big hand is pointing at the 55-minute mark.
Oh, so the 5 is the
About.
second hand? Okay. By the way...
the 5 is the second hand going all the way up and then all the way down.
Okay. Are you asking me to turn it up, is what you're asking me?
I had mine turned down. I turned it back up.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Yes, I do want more attention. People always demonize me for this in chats.
He wants more attention. Also, key note, pay attention to the titles of each scene. Anthony is content, and the is red. It's thematic. You'll notice a lot of changes in how they present the titles. Anyways, the Windows XP background is also doing it for me.
In voice chats, people will say, Anthony, you get in here and everybody just talks about you. And I said, because I'm the fucking content.
This
Because
hash...
I'm the fucking content. Because I'm the fucking content. They wouldn't
Pause
have
for a minute. 2 things. Look at for three things. Look at Bunny. Look at Bunny.
This is so good. That feels like a meme. Like it feels like one of those stupidly edited.
This has to be a troll. He has to have done this to get us to go like, can you believe he thought he was the content? Right?
That's great.
Right? Because what's about to flash on the screen in a moment that is gold. That guy, thank you. Oh my God, he's a terrorist. 9/11. You goddamn right.
You see Anthony in the chat? I'm literally your content right
Yes,
now.
but wait, Bukaki says that was 3 different takes of him saying. Right, if you noticed, it wasn't Gina just playing the same clip. He said it 3 times.
Yeah, he looked to the side and one. That was so good.
Yeah, 2 things to address. Chat saying Gina is pretty. Gina's so pretty. True.
She's pretty.
Gina's a pretty lady. I think someone told me how old she is, and I was flabbergasted. I was like, no fucking way. This lady's like 28, 31. She's been in the games industry for a little bit. But Gina, you don't escape my eye for interior design. What the fuck is with the skeleton door key crystal handle doors in like an office room? And it's not even that. The closet in this room also has a crystal handled doorknob with another skeleton key. Are you locking your office with a skeleton key, Bunny?
Maybe she's in a asylum.
An
Maybe
older
this is
home.
or that.
No,
like
that's
my
new.
mom's house is really old, and all the doors.
Anthony's in the chat trying to get away with this bullshit. Gina looped it. No, she didn't. She might have looped one of them. She might have looped one of them.
Talks about you, and I said,
let's listen.
Because I'm the fucking content.
I'm the fucking
He was
content.
looking down there.
That's the same
That
one.
is a loop.
Same one.
Yeah, but
Because I'm the fucking content.
That's the different one.
your crazy eyes were moving in that one. All right.
They wouldn't have had a 2.5, 3-hour trial for me on Jaffe's server.
FYI, at David Jaffe Games is a longtime friend.
This has got to be a troll. Got to be a troll.
I wasn't the content. Hundreds of people showed up for it. He would literally take like 4.
By the way, that's David Jaffe. You didn't know. Gavin and Games hat on the store today. You can buy it today. PlayStation Twisted Metal. Follow our friend at David Jaffe Games on YouTube. Subscribe. I miss this background. This background was a lot cooler, in my opinion.
45 minutes of his stream after I was banned.
All right, take note. This scene was recorded at 11:50 p.m.
And make it all content about me.
Whoa! I didn't notice that the first time.
Yeah.
The bottom it says /sarcastic laugh.
Yeah.
Suppose that's what you want to call it.
And not give me any venue to call in and voice anything.
Like where
I know, and I told him.
Wait, but wasn't he in that trial? Wasn't he in that?
Yeah.
And it wasn't hundreds of people, Anthony. It was like 46 people on the server, you idiot. But whatever.
Dude, this is bordering on slander, what you're doing here.
you could actually argue that you're Alyssa in this situation.
Wait. First off, define slander, Anthony, because what is slander? Nobody was saying, nobody was lying about you. They were saying, this is my experience with Anthony. And it was just their opinion. Nobody was saying Anthony killed a cat or anything like that. Now, and you were on the goddamn call. You were there.
Yeah.
As for
Alyssa's
Alyssa Mercante, what?
Sorry, Gina's the one that says slander. He doesn't bring it up in the interview.
He does. He says it right here.
She brings it up and
no,
says,
he just
you
said
could say
it.
it's slander.
No, he just said it himself.
What you're doing here. I told him, I sent him a message at one point, and I'm like, dude, this is bordering on slander.
Oh, you're right.
You could actually argue that you're Alyssa in this situation because Jaffe is making fun of you, and you don't know how to get Jaffe to stop.
Yeah, Jaffe, why don't you stop picking on this guy?
I'm not even talking about him until he made a video about me. Jesus.
Now, another keynote. The title is now Anthony is Alyssa Mercante.
What
is now a new color.
What is happening?
No, I don't. I've asked him to politely. I've asked him to meanly. Trolling him doesn't work. Nothing works. He was doing it tonight. He made in the 45 minutes of the show I watched, 6 to 7 jokes at my expense.
Sure. I probably.
You see his cute little smile?
The little smirk he made at the end. I replayed that like 5
Oh,
times.
I have to see it. I have to see it. Do it again.
Here, hold on.
Oh,
But I
Lordy.
watched it before. I replayed that like 7 times. I'm not even kidding.
I mean,
That-
what?
I took a screenshot and set it as like my phone background.
Right, and now if he's saying, see, you're doing it right now, it's like we're responding to your video, man. You made this. You know.
Look at the approach you have versus the approach that Alyssa took. So she actually went about suing Smash JT so that he would stop. How productive do you think that was?
Like, for instance, if I decided to sue Jaffe.
Pause it for a minute.
Now,
I've read the lawsuit. The lawsuit was not a lawsuit to get him to stop. The lawsuit was defamation of character based on these X specific things that he had said about her and his misunderstanding with the definition of sex work and sex worker, especially as it relates to how it's defined in New York. She was a cam girl, but that, first of all, there's no problem with that. But she's suing him for saying that she was a prostitute. And cam work in the state of New York, at least, in a lot of states, is not looked at legally as prostitution. And that's what that's what the lawsuit is about. It's not about, again, Gina, I love you, but if you're really going to step up to the plate, don't say that this is why the lawsuit is happening if you haven't even read the lawsuit. The lawsuit wasn't trying to say he can't talk about her. It was to say, it was saying you can't talk about me, or you can, but now I want damages for you talking about me inaccurately.
Yeah, and by the way, maybe we should talk about this eventually. Sweden, I'm pretty sure, is turning OnlyFans work or cam girl work into prostitution.
But it's legal there, isn't it?
No, prostitution is not legal, and they're trying to say you can't hide behind your internet screens. If you're a prostitute, you're a prostitute. So that's something we can talk about later.
Sweden?
Huh.
Yeah, Sweden.
I thought they were really progressive with sex
Nah,
work. That's
they
what I
said that shit's cringe. Anyways, I want to say the 6 transitions from different thumbnails, each one is a second long. It's such a fucking flash of information. All right, let's go.
That would be completely non-productive, and maybe I would get 10 grand out of it.
Oh, no, you wouldn't, Anthony. No, you wouldn't.
10K is that's what he's asking for, Jaffe.
Well,
He's subtly saying.
I think he
you owe
thinks
him
I'd
money.
settle. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
To quote the newsroom, I'm a middle-aged man who didn't live up to his full potential, and I've got nothing but time. Trust me, I'm not settling. Sue me.
Beneath my dignity to do something like that.
Beneath his dignity.
There, right? You're sitting there.
That's the line, Anthony?
When you worked in entertainment, that was kind of your job. It was to be harassed, right? Like it was.
So again, the clock now shows that it's 11:40. We're going forward and backward in time, Jaffe. This is the time slip.
This is the I was going to say this is the time slip. Yeah.
This is us slipping in time.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's why our laws will only go so far. Interestingly enough, if we look at that situation.
Wait, go back. Why will our laws only go so far?
Right? Like it was.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's why our laws will only go so
Wait,
far.
no.
Interestingly enough,
What is she saying?
About stopping people from harassing you because you're an entertainer.
Yeah, but you still can't harass somebody just because you're an entertainer. You still have to. You can't slander people.
Yeah, she goes on to explain it better. But also notice the title change now is L equality.
I know. Yeah.
With the equality is highlighted.
Well, that's what makes it art.
He's still allowed to keep doing what he's doing. Why? Because the First Amendment protects the entertainment industry. Yeah. I do not believe that.
What? Gina, you went to USC. You're a smart as fuck woman. What do you? The First Amendment protects every American. Every American, as long as you don't incite violence or lie. What are you talking about? Anyway.
And now morality is M-orality. With orality.
Oral should be in red, and then it should jump cut to Anthony doing that smile. It's like, and I can animate his eyebrows going,
Than Smash JT. I think Smash JT is an entertainer. The fact that she's adding fuel to the fire makes this more her fault than it does his fault. Again,
How dare Alyssa Mercante? Mercante, if you're listening, let people say whatever they want, but you let them devalue you as a character online. You're adding fuel to the fire for responding. Okay, victims should not have a voice. That's essentially what I got from.
It all goes back to how Jaffe is wrong, right? And the fact that he tried to separate people like himself and Alyssa from the quote-unquote grifters.
Well, they're doing more what he's doing.
Exactly. They're entertainers. I think that should be the goal. It's like having him understand that grifters are actually good people.
He should know.
I don't even know where to begin with that. I like how fucking Frog says, "Surprise, hotshot, you ain't Prince." Well, look, I don't even know. Between the editing, it's almost like there was an old movie called Sneakers where the woman needed to get a password, a phrase, and she went on a date with the guy whose voice needed to clear the voice tech, and she just tricked him into saying all the words, and then she went home and edited it. So it sounded like, "My voice is my password, verify me." But it worked, right? That's what this feels like. It's almost like she just went and collected all these different words they were saying. Because I've never seen so many edits in one, 4 seconds.
By the way, it is now 1 a.m. in this scene.
Yeah.
right here. It's either 1 a.m. or it is 6 p.m., 6:05 in the afternoon. I'm pretty sure it's 1 a.m. though. The long hand pointing at 12.
I'll tell you what, that clock works harder than Anthony does. That's for fucking sure.
The time frames are crazy.
No, he's a grifter himself.
That's my point. He's a grifter.
Thing off of me.
That's drifting, you idiot. And drafting. Grifting is not that. You're talking about like a race car analogy, right? That's what you mean? I'm drafting off of your crazy great momentum
Yeah.
Right. No, grifting, Anthony and Gina, doesn't mean that. Grifting means that you make money based on knowingly lying about things and you are committing fraud in doing it. That's the definition of a grifter.
Yeah, they're like pandering.
Well, and they're saying things they know aren't true. So you can pander, but if you believe it, and but if you basically say, "I will take your money and do this," and it's not true, you're grifting. So
I don't know if he feels bad about it or what, but
about what?
About grifting off Anthony.
I don't even think. Okay, so we know this is a joke. We know this is like a wait. Gina is too smart. This has to be like a Waiting for Guffman, Christopher Guest mockumentary. There is no way on God's green earth. Now, Anthony, I don't know that well, even though he claims, I guess, we're longtime friends.
Best friends.
But Gina, I know well enough to know she's a very educated woman. This has got to be a mockumentary thing. She has got to be going, I'm going out of my way to make something just terrible. But I don't know.
We're halfway there, Jaffe. Let's go.
About to find out. So he should have Vera Dark on his platform before he even gave the chance to Alyssa.
I believe
because
she conflated
we're not going to get an explanation. I'm sorry, Jaffe. Also, it is now 12:07. We were at 1 a.m. and now we're back an hour.
a lot of her opinions and a lot of her heart to the Palestinians.
And that's a main topic that I would like to take up with her, which is why she blocked me, actually. So
she blocked you?
I asked her if she was an anti-Semite, and she blocked me from that.
Didn't you on your show ask her, like, do you hate the Jews, Mercante?
Yeah. I just asked her. She just thought it was the craziest thing in the fucking world.
She was like, haha, funny old guy.
Do you believe she's an anti-Semite because of what she has said about the Jewish people, or because what she has said about the Jewish government? Benjamin Netanyahu has openly admitted he's not trying to get the hostages back.
No, but what he's doing is...
They started this conversation at, I believe, 12:05. That last statement's from 12:30 in the morning. So they talked about this for 25 minutes, and they had to cut whatever those 25 minutes were. I want the raw footage. I
don't. Oh, God.
I would love the raw footage.
I've had my fill of terrible, but, you enjoy.
Israel, because the whole notion, if you free Palestine, right, was to say they're not going to do it again. She should acknowledge that she herself hasn't taken the time to understand October 7th. And maybe she needs to see footage or something, but for her to completely bypass that and jump to the whole notion of free Palestine without taking into account again what happened on October 7th, that's dumb.
Hamas did what Hamas did. Like,
Good.
you're not wrong.
Good, Anthony. Hamas did and do what Hamas did. I was checking to make sure that that was true, and it ended up being accurate, Anthony, that Hamas, when they did what they did the thing, and then because they did the thing, they did the thing. I love that this video is so edited within an inch of its fucking life, and they chose to keep that clip, which is what? What is he talking about?
The Israel-Palestine conversation starts half an hour before this. It is now 12:35 almost, and we got, I think, 41 seconds out of the 40-minute conversation.
Israel has had a very long period of time to fix all that up, and Hamas is pretty much gone.
In my opinion, these are all assumptions that you're making, right? Somebody from
Pause for a minute. Okay, you're talking about a conflict that, if we're just taking the state of Israel, is 70 years in the brewing and in the making. If you're talking about Arabs and Israelis, you can go back depending on how far back you want to go to that region. So the fact that Anthony says he's taken a pretty long time, it's like it's been like 18 months since October 7th, which was horrific. He's not going to solve the problem in one night, and he's probably not going to solve it. He's the wrong guy for it. When you have the power that he has, I don't think the way he dealt with it was what a country like Israel, what they're supposed to represent, should do. You can absolutely detest, as you should, Hamas and what happened on the 7th, and at the same time go, even though Hamas is marbled into all of their infrastructure, and it may be that the history shows this was the only way to do it, just like the atomic bomb. Fundamentally, though, this is not an easy thing, but I don't think you'll find many people that believe in the destruction of
Palestine conversation.
There's nothing to say. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, go.
Now notice, media wasn't such an impactful title. No highlights on this one. I thought it would have been DIE or DEI would have been highlighted.
Thank you, that guy. Power cords. You goddamn right, sir.
Anthony, and I know that you know this. Reporters and journalists lie. You told me that story about that James Franco thing, right? In the last interview.
Yeah.
You know that journalists, reporters, the media, they lie. They lie substantially. The own video game industry media won't write about me.
They won't. But also,
because they don't care about you, Gina. You don't have a story. Okay? You had a story, and then you redacted it or took it back on Facebook. So what are they going to write about? And I like you a lot. And I believed in that story you told me. Assuming it's still accurate, I think there is a story there. But to say that there are good journalists and bad, there are good YouTubers and bad. But trust me, there's a lot of them that don't go out there and lie. That's a ridiculous. I mean, if you want to name names, name names. You're telling me Gene Park for the Washington Post just writes shit and lies about it? You think Colin, when he was a journalist at IGN, was just making shit up and lying about it? Come on. That's goofy.
Instead of trying to pretend that I don't exist, the media lies. They've been lying to people about what's going on in that war.
Well, to be fair, I think there's more Nazis in America than there are in Palestine.
How did we get? Wait, I thought the video game journalist lied. Anyway, I don't care. This is like arguing with a 2-year-old.
This jump happened 20 minutes apart or 15 minutes apart from when they were still talking about the media to now. It's, to be fair, there's a lot more Nazis in the U.S. than in Palestine.
Wow. I was going to say, I think that there's more racism in America,
but in our country, you can be a Nazi and you can talk about it in a microphone.
So for her to neglect the whole racism aspect.
By the way, note on the bottom of the screen, P.S. I consider anti-Semitism racism because racism is based on ethnicity and cultural genocide. That is what racism is, guys.
Okay, can I also just say this real quick? Both of these guys are delusional. And again, I say this with great affection for Gina, but the idea that she's not, like, just play back that last sentence she says, her perception of this.
Racism in America, which
But in our country, you can be a Nazi and you can talk about it in a microphone.
so for her to neglect the whole racism aspect of what she's doing, right, and then consider herself morally superior by suing Smash.
Okay,
JT
pause for a
when
second.
it's
All of that makes no sense. First off, she didn't ignore the racism or anti-Semitism. She just didn't feel obligated to answer your random tweet. You're not some kind of, politician or journalist or whatever that, people don't owe you an answer, Gina or Anthony. That doesn't mean that they are shaming you or shunning you. They just don't want to talk to you, which I guess it's not shunning though, not in the Amish way. But anyway,
yeah,
it's just like this delusion of importance of like, well, why does she need to talk to you at all?
Now, we were at 12:45 in the night. Now we're back at 12:10 for this part of the conversation.
it's pretty evident that she likes the attention and wants to keep, making a name for herself.
Right.
There's a lot of professional women in the medium, and they themselves don't get the respect that they deserve.
Like
so,
you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And again, older ladies that I know as well that have been in the industry for ages, and they themselves don't get the respect. So women in games is a joke. Compared to the film industry, there's just more acceptance and there's more awareness in the film industry than there is in the video game industry.
We're at the conclusion.
I can see that because it's written up there.
Yeah, and the conclusion, by the way, happened at the beginning of the conversation, apparently, at 12:07.
Okay.
This interview goes until like 1:30 in the morning, I think, Anthony's time.
Yeah.
But the conclusion was done before the interview got to its fucking juice.
The reason I wanted to speak out is because I have a long history working in both the film industry and the video game industry, and I thought it could be beneficial.
Yeah, no,
So
for
it-
sure.
So it was
Anthony's agreeing with her 46 minutes after she says that.
Yeah, if listen. Oh, is that right? Do that again.
Look at the clock. It was at... She's going on her... The clock says right now 12:07.
Okay.
game industry, and I thought it could be beneficial.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Was she starting that sentence when the clock
Yes.
said?
She's going on this...
acceptance and there's more awareness
Oh,
in the film industry
wow.
than there is in the video game industry. The reason I wanted to speak out is because
Well-
I have a long history working in both the film industry and the video game industry, and I thought it could be beneficial.
Yeah, no,
So
for
it's
sure.
I mean,
Yeah, no, for sure happens at 12:46.
Yeah, but it was clear there was a cut in time between. It wasn't like that was a digital push in, and then
Yeah, but we can't confirm. Like that's the editing says.
Oh, yeah,
the
I mean,
conversation was
yeah.
about the game industry, the women in the game industry. It's a joke.
Sure.
And then Anthony goes, "Yeah, for sure."
2000. Andrew says maybe it just took him that long to process. My guess is that if you were to roll it back in real time and ask Anthony, what did she just say? That you just said, yeah, for sure. He wouldn't know what the fuck she had just said, in my
But it
opinion.
was more because I was trying to do the right thing.
I have binding NDAs. I've tried to explain this to Jaffe too, and for all the writing I did, like
Now we're at 1:15 in the morning, by the way, where we get to the NDAs.
Oh, Dark Shadowy Plays, shut up. It's not fake drama. We don't do drama here. This is literally a story about people who made a video about me and one of our community members. If that's fake drama, cool, but I'm not making this up. I can't tell you if they are, but I'm not doing any of that shit.
writing, I have binding NDAs. I can't.
But this is why it is also very difficult to have a background in entertainment.
If you want to know the truth, Prince never signed anything. Prince wouldn't sign any document. So all these documents that I signed, Prince never signed.
I'm almost certain Prince signed something. You know how I know he signed something? That's why he changed his name from Prince to the symbol, and why he tried to get out of his Warner Brothers contract and he wouldn't. If he hadn't signed a Warner Brothers contract, then there wouldn't have been a problem. So he did sign something.
When reviewing this video with Glass Burrito yesterday when it came out, he made a good point. He said, wouldn't his company have signed it? Or wouldn't like an entity that represents him have signed like an NDA with you, not the guy himself, being like, hey, if you're going to do work for me. So obviously, like, even if there was a story here, like, that doesn't change anything, Anthony.
So I don't even know if they're actually valid.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the man was my friend, so I just give him the respect that he wanted.
Exactly, and that I think is key also, that when it comes to the entertainment industry, it's not so much about the legal aspects of it as much as it's about the relationship that people have. And I think that missed more often than not, where, you know, when it comes to free speech, we're allowed to say anything we want, right? But a lot of people don't, because of the respect they have towards others.
That was almost the whole video, guys. Get ready.
Oh, but we got the bloopers.
Up next is the bloopers.
And what I love about the bloopers is that it says it's plural. Like you're expecting a lot of bloopers to come down the line, but
it's only 40 seconds of bloopers. But by the way,
no, it's
Anthony,
just one blooper.
I know, but it's 40 seconds.
It's not even a blooper.
Keep in mind, Anthony, I don't know if you understand Discord. At the bottom it says follow Anthony on Discord server Literal Hell, and then it gives the link. That is a 24-hour link. It is not a permanent link, which means you have for like 4 more hours for people to use that to join your Discord server.
I think it's charming that you think that people will be watching this beyond 24 hours after it was posted.
Oh, yeah. We're gonna start from the beginning.
A lot of people
For the
don't,
bloopers.
because of the respect they have towards others. When we insult Jaffe, it has to be punchlines.
Oh,
that's what he's responding. Yeah, I mean, otherwise, because he gets bored really easily. But
Do you get bored really easily, Jaffe?
I get bored of boring things, but Gina, my dear friend, this is not boring. This has been like watching like 3-year-olds try to do Shakespeare. It's delightful.
did you get kicked out of the server? I don't.
Yeah, I got kicked out of the server because of, not because of the dick pic, because everybody agrees that was an accident. At least everybody in the know about it agrees it was an accident.
I love that, like he fell down and slipped and oops, dick pic.
Yeah.
So this is the end of the video, but that's 8 minutes 35 seconds in. Wait for this. I'm pausing it for the music. There's still more music. There's still more music. We got 15 seconds of black screen and backing song as the ending of the video, which I don't know if that's like a film thing. That's where the credits are going. Screenwriter this, researcher that.
They may have been told, oh, if your video is X long, you can get better advertising. I don't fucking know.
No, but they had hours of content.
I like how where Anthony in the chat says, where did it go? We did our best to do what? I mean, that's what's so delightfully horrible about it. You did your best to do what? It's all over the place. It's non sequitur. What the fuck, Alyssa Mercante and the Smash JT thing has to do with Israel, let alone you playing for Prince, let alone you being on our Discord, let alone the First Amendment and women in entertainment. It was literally like you just hit, like when you go to a radio station in the car and you hit scan and it just starts scanning through the stations until it just finds a signal. Mm-hmm. That's what this was like. It's like one clip had nothing to do with the preceding clip or the next. It was like, what is this? So Goosebumps was better. I will give you that. K-Nubs' Goosebump Epic was better.
Yeah.
So Anthony, what is this? What were you guys? He says, "I know, dude, but it's full on the content of your entire show." Well, I don't know what he's trying to say.
I don't know, Jaffe. I have more notes about scene transitions and the Gina, jumping from topics.
Yeah, Gina is actually a good editor. I've seen her stuff before. That's why I'm thinking this has to be a ruse or a mockumentary. Could be. Maybe Anthony edited it. Yeah.
When we watch this, the the comment that I got from the room I was in watching this with people said, "This is very like high school media project," and I feel like that's fairly accurate.
Yeah.
This is like you had an assignment. The teacher said, "Please do this," and you were like, "Oh well." Go.
Okay, but Anthony, that's not hard. He says, so you can insult me all you want, but you again made me the content. That was our fucking goal. Yeah, because you made something stupid and we wanted to laugh at it. I mean, you know, you could shit in a box, and if I wouldn't get terms of service, I'd like, hey, have you seen this idiot shitting in a box? We got to watch this. This is literally a show. I mean, you know, let me show, you know, shit I had queued up for later tonight is a man who died playing VR, How to Survive a Zombie Apocalypse. This lady running from a bear. It's not like you're tuning into a fucking, you know, Khan Academy lesson on advanced trigonometry. We show crazy shit. That's what the show is. And you made some crazy shit.
That guy with $1.
Thank you, buddy.
Caleb's with $2. So you guys seen Oppenheimer?
I did turn Oppenheimer off halfway through. I was bored of it, honestly.
So chat, we are officially, what is that number? $14 into the gold door. And now, I hope you guys know, we are fan fundraising for the Jaffe Legal Fund for the potential $10K lawsuit.
There is no $10K lawsuit because I won't settle it. Right? So I'll just let it go. I'll let it go. Because, Frank, look, if there was a lawsuit where I had actually done something wrong, if you can actually prove slander, oh, delightful. I would settle that, and I would apologize for that because I would never want to slander anyone. I've never said Anthony's a bad guy. Even when I say he may very well be an alcoholic, I don't say he is. And whenever I have said he is, I'm like, well, I think he is. It's my opinion. And I even say it with great sympathy. I think alcoholism is a insanely difficult and troubling malady out there. So yeah, if the only, you know, I'm more than happy to take on a lawsuit that I could win, because if he did know Prince, then maybe my lawsuit would be, I'll settle with you if you prove it in court that you knew Prince. Can you imagine how great that lawsuit would be?
That would be crazy.
It's like, you've got to prove it. Well, look at this lady, this black lady with a Jerry curl. I know Prince.
She met Prince.
Did you notice that it said that was a never before seen picture, right? That's what it said.
That's what it said.
But it looked like it was a shot from like a music video or something. Like it didn't.
By the way, I show this picture to, I watched this video with like 3 groups of people so far. Again, it's 17 times I watched this video. During one of these showings, there were 7 people in the room, and 2 of them said, "I've seen this photo before. What the fuck?" And they pulled it up easily, and we're like, "Look, it's the
Wait, that picture of the woman at the door?"
Yeah, with the Prince.
You can revert.
It looks like it's
no. Okay.
It looks like it's from like a music video. The lighting looks like studio lighting or something.
There's no way. We got to reverse image that fucker.
Prince behind glass with
Anthony, if you're telling me that picture isn't even from your personal photos, oh, Anthony. I don't believe he would do that. There's no way he's going to put that in there. Just some random picture of Prince. There's no way. There's no way.
Tell me but does it not look like it's from like a music video or a movie?
No. I mean,
I thought
it might look like they were recording in the studio and she was at the door and he was looking at. I don't fucking know. I like that Awesome Tatum says, you better watch out. The judge might edge towards Anthony because he knows Prince. You never know. He might be a big Purple Rain fan. Yeah, but I would be like, hey, I'm a fan of Under the Cherry Moon. I'm a fan of Graffiti Bridge. I'm a fan of even the Batman soundtrack. So, you know, he would like me more. He would like me more. Oh, wait a minute. Here, I got it. This is it. This is what I think Anthony meant. Maybe just Gina edited in the wrong one. Hang on. This is, I think, what Gina meant, and that's, you know, but I think you can go back and re-edit. I don't think you have to repost. I think the picture he felt that was never before seen. Let me share my screen here. I think this is what Anthony meant. I think he meant this picture.
Yeah, it's a personal
Yeah.
collection piece for Anthony.
He says he wants to call in. Do we want to take his call? I'll tell you what. We'll let Anthony call in if we get $100. We'll let him call in and plead his case.
Yeah. Somebody come on.
If the fans
Oh.
want it, or if Anthony wants to drop the 100 himself.
Yeah, Anthony, you're a rich guy because you played with Prince. Get on in here. And that's the funny thing about Anthony. I don't even dislike Anthony. I worry a lot about, the fact that the Discord feels unsafe with him. At least that's what some of them say. But assuming they're right, then I have a problem with Anthony. But if they're not right, I've never really had a problem with the guy, frankly. I just think he's kind of out of his goddamn mind, is what I think. So, I did ask Gina to call in, but thank you, that guy. We appreciate it. He says, wow, I am jealous. Thanks, buddy. No, look, that guy. I did ask Gina to call in, but she's like, oh, I'm going to be asleep. She ain't sleeping. Good and goddamn well she's watching. And what I love about this is the attempt at saving face and going, we did it. This is what we were trying to do, is to get you to make content about me. Anthony, if your whole point is all we do is make content about you, why make a video? We're going to do it anyway, according to your theory. But suddenly now it requires a video? Yeah, like anybody else. Be the news and we'll talk about it. Bukaki says, all the women that watch the show, I know crazy there are any. We picked up a nice demographic recently. We're very disappointed that he was let back in. No, I know. I remember seeing it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'd love to bring you in, Anthony, but the people don't care enough. If they cared, they'd pay. That's how entertainment works, right? So,
That's true.
all right. Well, look, what do we want to do? Tech and Bunny, we want to talk some more? We want to wrap it up. We want to wrap it up or talk some more? What do you guys want to do?
We're shy of the goal for continuing.
Oh, we're not making the goal. We're not making the goal tonight. This, no, there's no goal tonight. There's no goal tonight. Although we will bring Anthony on if we get 100. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go up to the kitchen. I'm going to heat up a plate of pasta. I'm going to bring it back here while Bunny and Tech entertain you. Is that okay, Bunny and Tech?
Yeah.
If I get back, because I have to think there is like, how when a lot of times you can go, if you're in a restaurant waiting for your food, and a lot of times you'll be like, I'm going to go to the bathroom. It'll be back when I get back. And it is. Like, that's almost, so I have a feeling I'm going to go heat up the pasta, bring it here, and we'll have that donation to suggest we get Anthony to call in. I'll be right back, but these fine humans will entertain you.
Okay. Sounds good.
Bunny Button, what was your favorite takeaway from the video?
It was absolutely that little face Anthony made. That was good. That was my favorite part. It was so good.
Bat Dance says, awesome, Tatum. Do you recognize the song that they were playing?
Yeah.
What song is that?
The one at the end?
Yeah.
That's the song they always play in like montage. Like, the montage in a teen movie or something. Yeah.
Oh, it was so bad. I'm sorry, Anthony. Sorry, Gina. Gina, you're great. I mean, the Israel views, I don't know, but you're you're cool. I struggle
Wait, hold on.
watching it. Take perfect. All right, chat. Just me and you. How's it going, chat? No, I'm right. He's grabbing a quick ice cube. Says Lunar Corp. Yep. More for the slot. Anthony, no one cares what time it was. Also, wash your hair, says Canadian Connor. True.
His hair looked dry. I didn't think it looked like dirty. It looks dry.
Anthony says, I'm still getting my dog surgery together. I want to say mean things. I don't think I should say mean things. What do you think, Bunny?
Don't say mean things about his dog.
How do you feel about his dog?
I probably love his dog. I love all dogs. Yeah.
You love all dogs?
Yeah, I love dogs.
What about violent dogs? Dogs that do violent crimes.
Well,
Yeah.
What you gotta do there, but
K-Nubs, we can make it if we fry. True. Cap says Frog. Just the tech of us. Tell him you'll bring him in if he doesn't sue you, says Huey. I don't think he has the ability to sue anybody. King TL with $5. We're getting there, guys. Canadian Connor says, I'll say mean things. Oh, that's probably fucking fantastic, actually. Canadian Connor, I was told you're a mercenary for the descent of Anthony. What mean things do you have to say about the guy?
Oh, shit. What's up?
Hello, Mr. Connor. Go
What'd you
ahead
say?
and say those mean things you were promising us about the video.
What was I didn't promise anything. I just think he's an idiot. Like, there's nothing I can say that you don't already know. I mean, have you seen the guy?
I have seen the guy.
He doesn't make any sense when he talks, man. My cousin is the exact same way as he is. He just makes up stories to sound interesting because he has nothing else to talk about.
Yeah.
Honestly, man.
Now, did you like the photo with Prince that he had?
I had to get up and walk away on that one.
No, don't worry. It wasn't a real photo, so you're fine.
I was so. I know obviously it wasn't a real photo, but that girl, like, I know her from somewhere. What the hell was that?
She was on TV.
She might be one of Prince's bandmates. Like, I don't think she
Yeah,
was
I think so.
Apollonia, but one of those kind of Apollonia, Sheila E., but not them. Like one of his newer ones.
So what? Like, he didn't just get like some backstage pass and just take a quick photo op for like 30 seconds, and now he's claiming he knows Prince? Because that's
No,
what
of
it sounded
course
like.
not.
No, that'd be crazy, right?
Who would do
He's an
such a thing?
uncredited. He's an uncredited artist.
I'm gonna do a quick reverse photo search of that because you guys are saying, and I don't know if it's true, but you guys are saying that picture was discovered. It's not. Are you sure? That seems odd that Gina would do that. She would. I think she would know better than that, don't you think?
You know Gina better than I do.
Well, she's smart. I mean,
What about that sarcastic laugh thing at the bottom of the video?
That was funny.
I didn't catch that the first time I watched it.
Hey, Jeff, how do you feel about that little Gina laughs and puts /sarcastic laugh?
didn't really. I mean, you guys are acting like you're watching the Zapruder film, like you're. Like,
No.
This deserves the attention the Godfather got.
I mean,
all right?
I'm not paying-
Critics should be, reviewing this.
Yeah, it's
The Godfather.
Anyway,
I've never seen that movie.
Yeah.
but yeah.
No, I've never seen that movie either, so it deserves that attention. Exactly. No, but I should.
Have you seen The Godfather, Bunny?
Yeah, I've seen The Godfather. I've
Why?
seen Goodfellas. I've seen all of them.
Why?
Because they're great.
Staples. They're classics. Yeah.
They're genuinely good. That Goodfellas. If you like mobster movies, I mean, Godfather, Goodfellas, Godfather Part 2.
Scarface.
Yeah, Casino has its moments, but I would say you definitely, but I don't think it's Goodfellas level, but.
Well, no, Goodfellas is the best out of all those.
I mean, I struggle whether Goodfellas is better than Godfather Part 2, but they're all amazing. They're all fucking amazing.
Have you seen Legend by, it was Tom Hardy, he plays the Cray twins?
Is that the UFC show? Or the...
No, it's the mobsters from London back in like the 20s.
No.
It's pretty good.
Oh,
Tom Hardy's
Cyclown says it's called Mobland with Tom Hardy. Maybe it's named something different.
He's also in that one.
Got it. Okay. No, I haven't seen it. All right. Well, Anthony says, I guarantee you I have 3 lawyers. Everybody can have a lawyer, Anthony. Having a lawyer is not like a badge of anything. Lawyers are a dime a fucking dozen.
You just call them.
Yeah, have you seen the billboards everywhere? 1-800. Have you been accused of playing with Prince? 1-800. Call Purple Rain. I've seen those.
I don't think you can pay him in Fireball. I don't think that's how that works. Or maybe you might be able to find one.
Well, what if Fireball picked up his case against you, Jaffe? Then he'd have some funding. He can't let his number one customer go.
Tables
turned. If he did what now?
If Fireball picked up the case for Anthony against you, Like they sponsored the lawsuit.
Great. Then as soon as then I would settle and make millions. Let's be clear. The idea that Anthony would pay with his precious fireball, come on.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I mean,
Like,
come
he's
on.
not gonna give that up.
No. So, but again, Anthony, you should call in if the audience wants you. Clearly, they don't. Yes, Alice in Chains. Here you go, Bubba. There you go.
What's he gonna say? He's gonna get on here and he's gonna talk like this because he has nothing to say. So he's gonna continue this sentence until he feels like he's done like this. Like he's boring. He's boring.
Oh, Anthony, you're getting hate from all angles.
I don't hate the guy.
Anthony, I'm unbanning you right now in the Discord. Hop in. You have 3 seconds.
I literally do not hate the guy.
Sorry, Anthony.
I don't really hate him either. He's really easy to poke a stick at because he makes himself an easy target.
Because I think what it is he paints himself up to be this great, successful, important guy, which is nothing good or bad about that. But when nobody can, if you're going to do that and you're not delivering on evidence of said great, important guy, it's fun to laugh at you. That's just the truth. But that doesn't mean you're not a good guy. Maybe you're not. I can't speak for the Discord.
It's like some, yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, the whole sending the dick pic stuff. That part, that's kind of
Still crazy.
Well, that would never happen. Like, there's no way I would accidentally do that.
Well, wait. Is he the only woman that got a dick pic? Is Canty the only one that got a dick pic?
That's the only person that's ever told any one of the mods.
Okay. All right, got it.
But, like, if I was sending, like, a picture of my dog to, like, somebody, the likelihood of me having a picture of my penis right next to, like, a picture of my dog is, like, how often are you taking dick pics? And if you're taking them that often, how often are you sending them out?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's weird. It's weird.
It's not weird. I just connected the dots. It's pretty easy.
Now, look, you guys, I have plenty of content we haven't gotten to. I can save it to tomorrow's show. Tech, what do you guys want to do? Because we have tons of internet hobo stuff we haven't gotten to. We've got stories about weird diseases, but it's late. People are going to bed. Tonight's been kind of a weird show coming back from the weekend. I'll leave it up to you guys.
That guy with $2 says, Anthony, I feel for you.
I feel for him too. Feel for him too.
I'm here for everything. I showed up late, so I have some time to put in. Your daughter was like, I'm so sorry, Tech.
Aww.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Bunny Bunny?
I'm down for whatever y'all want to do.
Well, here's what I've been wondering about.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus, Jimmy told me you went out and get this girl a pussy whip. Don't be pussy whip, Marcus. I have to reverse that. Don't be pussy whip. Whip that pussy. Bang, 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 bang. Have you seen that movie? Has anybody seen that movie?
No, this is just you being you for me.
No, man, that's
that Passion of the Christ?
No, man, that's Boomerang.
I don't think it was Passion of the Christ.
Boomerang.
That was funny though. I like that.
Have you not seen Boomerang, Bunny?
Oh,
it's so good.
I don't think so.
Oh, great.
Wait, is the movie called Boomerang Bunny? Or what is it called?
It's called Boomerang. With Eddie Murphy.
It's a Boomerang, Bunny.
Mhm.
What? Didn't you hear that?
Now, what I was thinking about, though, is because we've been talking about making the main show always 2 hours, so it's tight and it helps the algorithm. Maybe what we start doing is then we do an after party in the Discord, which we can record it and post it later, like the next day for non-members, but it's only for members. So we can extend the show if they want. But we can make sure the show itself is a tight 2 hours. And then we can talk about stupid shit like this. Because this is probably, no one tunes in for this shit when the thumbnail says time slips. So we talked about a lot of stuff at the beginning that fits the narrative of the show.
It says time slips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was time sluts. I was like so excited.
Come
for,
on,
like-
I'm literally pitching an idea here.
He was right there, Tech. I was into it. I liked it. And you were...
Why do you knock him off like that?
I mean, you know, you think the guy who fucking
was
slept,
late to work today.
right, would just be
Oh, don't
like,
bring it up.
you know, so what do you think, Tech and Bunny? Is that better, or do we just let this show roll as
Yeah.
long as it wants? Yeah, because then we can go over there and not really worry about the pacing okay.
Yeah.
Allison Chains, thank you, buddy, for the super chat or for the memberships. Canty.
Canty's now a member.
Canty's been a member, I thought. No? Allison Chains, thank you so much for the gift memberships. Very generous and kind and courteous. Thank you, buddy. Canty left us? Canty's always been donating. She's been great. She's been great to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good mic. Oh, shut up, Stick Solid, you whore. All right, so what are we doing, Tech? What do you want to do? Do we want to wrap this up, wrap it up and go to Discord, stay over here and try to get the Internet Hobos bag open? What do you want to do?
I think if we get, what do you think, like 220s, we do some Internet Hobo stuff. And if not, we just bring it to the Discord, have a little
All right.
convo.
Because, you know, look at this, because there's animations and everything. You might not be pronouncing Canty correctly. Pronouncing? Oh, pronouncing? It's Canty. It's Canty. Yeah. Pronouncing. No, it's Canty. She's already told me. All right, well, let's see. I'll just show you guys. Well, no, I have to trust Tech. Okay, let me give you a hint of what's in the Internet Hobo's bag, okay? I didn't want to give you the hard sell, but fuck it. We're going to give you the hard sell. If we get $100, I'm bringing out the Internet Hobo. Did you know that the American military has a fighter jet? They will not let women fly.
Yeah.
And I have a video of it. And do you know why they won't let women fly it?
Because their bodies aren't as good as men's bodies.
Nope.
Shut up.
Because
No, it's true.
it gives them an orgasm.
I know, but just
What did I say?
And I will show you some video
See,
footage of it.
I was thinking that, but I didn't want to say it because if it wasn't true, I didn't want to sound like a pervert.
The only way they could solve it was they decide, and there was a reason they needed to solve it, because the women were fucking with the plane to improve its ability to give them an orgasm. They said, well, we're going to change this for men. And I'll show you that whole thing. That's coming up on the Internet Hobo. Thank you, K-Nubs. $100 to bring out the hobo. We appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you, K-Nubs.
What else do I got lined up? I've got interesting. These are very good stories, you guys. I'm not going to let you down. I have a video, a clip of a man who is shooting his shot with a woman in a bar. And the most fascinating thing happens that really ties into the idea of, are you meant to be with the same person? Do you think there's one person out there? Or do you think our brains tell ourselves that for romantic reasons and pattern finding reasons? Because there are those people that really believe, oh, it's fate that we met. It's we're meant to be this, that, or the other. Now, I've had some experiences with people that felt that way, but it's never been about the pure romance of it. There's a video here that's just fascinating in terms of the way this man's life could have gone if this one thing didn't happen in this bar. I have that to show you as well. All right. Thank you super very much, Mr. All Right. Josh Harris, Jupiter, Dial Up is Juno, Lightspace, Emily, and God is Heroin. Come on. Is this Stoner Joe? You can't buy Jupiter Dial Up, and it is God who brought back Dial Up. Thank you, All Right, for the absolutely delightful statement that only I can understand. We appreciate it, All Right.
I was going to say, Bunny, can you translate? What does that mean?
You don't get to know. It's only people like me and All Right get to know.
Okay.
Here's what I am going to do, though, while we're waiting. I'm going to call my childhood phone number. Speaking of time slips. I have always.
How do you remember that?
How do you not
He's old,
remember
man.
your childhood
Old men
phone
know
number?
phone numbers.
Do you not remember?
Yeah.
Bunny, you
No,
remember yours?
I smoked a lot of weed and I drank a lot in high school. I don't
Okay.
remember a lot.
All right.
I
Well,
even remember my grandma's phone number.
let me put this up to make sure nobody sees Google, but I'm going to call it. I've always had a sense that I could call me and my brother when we were kids, like in the future. And I don't know why, but I try it from time to time. Let me block it up here, though. There should be something I can use to block the screen. Right here.
Somehow Anthony's in the Discord.
All right, we'll talk to him in just 1 second. But first, we're going to do this.
I unbanned him.
Okay. I know you guys can't see much. Don't worry. I'm just going to call my childhood phone number. Okay. I know you, well, I know that.
Connor, we're going to bring you down for a little bit, okay?
Yeah, we don't want you to see that, Connor. Thanks, buddy.
Oh, okay. Yep.
All right, here we go. Here
How
was
Anthony
the...
in the fucking Discord.
Now, it's probably disconnected. I don't know, but here we go. 20... I'm not going to say it, but it's... I remember it. Here we go.
Jaffe's calling Alabama at like midnight.
You have reached an...
That would be so cool.
That would be.
Oh, I've always wanted that to happen.
Would you? Okay, if somebody answered, would you ask for yourself?
I would. I would
Is that
say.
what your plan was?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was going to say, is David or
Yeah.
Philip there? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mining
You
the
wanna call
stars.
My phone number?
Sure, send it to me.
My old phone number?
Yeah. Who do I ask for, though?
For Tony. Tech Protect.
Actually, how about this? Send me a super chat, and I'll call you at home right now. World famous.
give us your
video.
number.
Yeah, give us your number. Mining the stars. Welcome to the Diet Soda Soldiers, buddy. We sure do appreciate it. Very, very kind. We'll let you in a minute, Tony. We're trying to see if we get people. I guess they just don't want our hobo. Maybe it's time to retire the hobo, you guys.
Oh, but he's so sexy.
He is sexy. There's a woman.
He's so sexy.
This has gone viral. I don't understand it because people are saying wardrobe malfunction. Is it that I want to say maybe you see her vagina, but I can't tell. It just looks like I don't know what I'm looking at. So I need help.
Oh, I think I know what you're
The
talking
woman on stage with the skirt.
Mhm.
What am I
Yeah.
supposed to be
I was
looking at?
that. I thought the same thing. I was like, I mean, that is what you're supposed to be looking at.
But do you see her vagina? I mean,
But,
she looks like a
yeah.
Barbie doll or something. There's no vagina
That's what
there.
I thought.
Okay. Interesting.
Are we live testing it? I have no idea what this photo is. So
I'm not putting
I
it
hope-
up until we open the Internet Hobo's bag, but people don't want it. That's fine. We'll save it till tomorrow. I guess we'll bring in Anthony then. What do you mean you want Bunny back? She's right here, Crow Duck.
I'm right.
She's right
Oh,
here,
because you're
baby.
covering her with the secret.
Oh, I'm so sorry. $100 to bring her back.
$20. Yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
$20,
$100.
man.
Well, there we
If
go.
you actually think Bunny Button is as pretty as you guys say, and you're not just a bunch of fucking horn dogs or horn ladies out there, $20 collectively to show. And when she comes back, I will guarantee you full screen and her cute face.
Okay.
You're going to want that cute face, boys. You're going to want that cute face. Ooh, look what... Bunny, no, you have to put your clothes on, Bunny. You cannot do that. Term of service.
No. Oh.
Sorry,
You said
guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, put it
I
back.
didn't
Put it back.
understand.
Put it
Sorry.
back. Yep. I'll move it when you pay for me to move it. Goddamn. Somebody out there is probably really taking it seriously and being like, yeah, they didn't deny it's Benny. God. But you know what? I have to understand. I mean, I've learned. Thank you, K-Nubs. I've learned this, that there really are people out there that are
Stupid.
No, it really isn't that. It's
My statement was true.
Like I started putting like emoticons and smiley things and stuff, not because I like them, because I think it's funny when people are like, don't know if I'm joking. But there are some people that really lack the ability, it's been pointed out to me, to really understand social cues. And I never wanted to be that. I didn't want to. Once I realized that, I felt a lot more like, okay, I'm not doing that shit. Okay, we're at $15. We only need $5 more, and you get to see the cute face of your queen, Ms. I was kind of hoping that Wendy's would write me back after I sent them a picture of you.
I know, I too.
But it probably had something to do with us saying "fuck" in the title or something. I don't fucking,
Yeah,
I can't. They're like, we'd love to respond, but we can't respond to a.
I thought it might have been the
They saw
cleavage.
our cunt clip and they were like, nah.
Yeah,
done.
it's too much cunty spoons. So, I couldn't sit in there with Anthony. He's cringe. Look, I want to hear from Anthony, but I got a second win. I just ate pasta. I'm carbo loading, baby.
Let's go.
We're in a marathon. In the meantime, let's see if you are as denying the woman screen time is feminism. It ain't feminism. Feminism.
Thrill. 666.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that, Thrill. He says, here's $5 to cover the rest of her screen. You idiot. All right, Bunny.
Wait, Bunny, if you lean to your left, they'll see you a little bit.
Hey, thanks, Mish. Here she comes. Here she comes. All right, now,
Your hand.
Bunny, first off, let me take off the blocker, and then when I say action, would you do us the favor of the cute face? Okay, here we go.
You have to lean real close.
Blocker's
with the
gone.
camera.
And action. Yeah, that's super cute.
It's so
I can't
scary.
help but be racist. It's true.
you.
Yeah, that's very good, Bunny. Thanks, buddy. All right. All right. Well, I don't know if we're doing an after party tonight. I think we might just be staying in here a little bit because I guess Tech's going to bring Anthony on to talk about his masterpiece, Cannes Film Festival
You
winning
ready?
film called What the Fuck Did We Just Watch? Yeah, sure. Bring him on for a minute.
Anthony, you
Here we
are now on the show. Please do not pull your cock out. Also, I have no idea how you got into the server.
Good. Hold on, let me grab my dog. She's crying because she's in pain.
JNL, you can send us your childhood phone number if you want to send it to a DM on Tech, and I'll call it on the show. Not tell anybody.
great.
We're telling
Flip
anybody
up
what
my
it is.
cam.
I'll be right back, though.
There's the
Hello,
infamous
Anthony.
clock.
There's the
Hello,
clock.
Kat. What time does it say?
What is that, like 11:30 for you?
Yeah, I had really super high lighting on to try to match the other stuff we did, but then Junior's like, "Oh fuck it, we're not gonna match it," and I was like, "That's fine, I don't care."
No worries.
I wasn't responsible for the edits, and it's 7.5 hours of footage we did, not 40.
Little Birdie told me it was 40 total. 40
No,
hours of
it was-
conversation with Gina from 2 months ago to today.
I'm waiting until Jaffe puts his headphones on. No, it was.
Yeah,
it's
we'll
actually
start.
7.5.
Connor, we'll start doing the after party thing tomorrow. All right. Where are we at, boys?
This is my dog that everybody can help and save her life.
Okay. So what's going on, Anthony? Why did you guys make such a dumb video?
Well, it wasn't meant to be dumb. We obviously don't have a budget. Me and Gina.
Who needs a budget?
Both don't make a whole lot of money.
Nobody's
and-
asking for special effects. It just didn't make any sense.
Well, I didn't edit the video, so I can't answer you questions about editing because we finished up and we had already promised to get it out the night before, and people were like on me in DMs about it. And so I'm telling her we got to get something out. And I think she did 2 or 3 edits of it, and this was the final one that she settled on. This one jumped around more than the other ones did.
Okay. So what were people supposed to take from it? Let's go with that. Why make this video? It made no sense to us.
Well, number one, what Gina wanted to get across is that grifting is okay, and that everybody in the entertainment industry really does it anyways, and that's how you make money, which once you go past 40, if you're not like you and have millions of dollars sitting in your bank account, making money is the most important thing. And Bunny worked for Locale. I'm sure she can attest to this.
What?
And you know, you did
Bunny
too.
attest.
You
What?
did too,
To
and
what?
so did Tech. All three of you worked for Locale to make the fucking money. So don't. So you know, it's okay.
But wait a minute. You're talking about two different things. No one's arguing with you or Gina that people do things for a living. Of course, that's called a job, but that's not grifting. I don't think she understands or you understand what the definition of grifting is. That's the
What
issue.
am I not understanding? Explain to me what I'm not understanding because I don't know.
Okay, so grifting is when you say, like if I were to say, I'm making a video about Anthony having sex with Prince, and I have footage of it and I have proof of it. And I charge people for it, and they show up, and I don't deliver that. If I do that knowingly, that's fraud, that's grifting. If you look up the definition of grifting, it's something like basically lying to someone to make money off them.
I have looked it up.
I didn't lie to anybody when I didn't lie to anybody when I was working at Locale or on this job.
You're getting by on a technicality here because three things happened.
It's not a technicality, it's a definition.
No, I'm telling you. Just let me talk. Number one, your show ambushed me in another voice chat I was in with me absolutely not wanting to be on the air. And they had 9 to 11 on Ludium's channel.
It's not my channel.
No, I know, but you and Bunny and Tech and everybody came in there when I was in there just chatting with everybody. And the whole thing
it was in the room called Live on Air Room.
Ludium, yes, you're right.
Yeah. Ludium was live streaming that moment.
Yes, I know. But I would have preferred not to have taken part in that particular exercise.
And a disconnect button is on every call for Discord.
Jeffy, don't fucking roll your eyes. Dude, it's fucking horrible to have people...
Wait a minute though. You're talking about something very different though. We're talking about, did we engage in grifting?
Yes. So here's where
that example might have been uncomfortable for you and you didn't like it, but that wasn't grifting, especially given it I wasn't making any money.
Here's where I would say you do. When you say I sexually harassed women, including Gina, who absolutely denies it.
I did not say you sexually harassed them. I said women say that you sexually harassed them. And Gina...
You have said this is what Anthony has done, and this is what Anthony does. And saying I'm a fucking alcoholic on stream. I don't fucking appreciate that either, man. I mean, what the fuck?
Neither of those...
I know we're not like fucking best buds or anything, but like we talked, man. Like, why wouldn't you be fucking cool with me?
Because...
And you kicked me out of your Discord after 6 years without a fucking word to me?
I didn't... Okay, so all of these things, by the way, are you... not answering the question, which is how are we grifting? Okay, but let's assume
lying about me and generating content out of it.
Okay, generating content out of someone is not grifting. Lying about someone and taking payment for it is. How have we done that?
You take payment. You take donations and all through the show.
Yes, but how have we lied about it?
I am not an alcoholic, and I've never sexually harassed a woman in my entire fucking life.
Okay, and I have never said either. What I have said, and you can go back, trust me, I am very careful with my words. I have said that women have come forward and said Anthony has been kind of creepy, and
you have said that too.
Hang on. I can guarantee you cannot find a. Let me finish. You cannot find a clip of me saying Anthony has sexually assaulted anyone. What I have said is...
I didn't say assault. I didn't say assault.
Sexually... Okay, fine. Sexually harassed. You will not find that clip. What you will find is me saying, I have a lot of people on the Discord saying, don't let this guy into the server because he's creeping out a lot of the women. And then there's this whole thing with Canty and the dick pic and this, that, and the other. And what I said was... I don't really know what the official word is. It's very messy. There's he said, she said, they said, and I'm leaving it up to the mods because they're more engaged with this than I am.
I'm not disputing being kicked from the Discord for a month or so. I'm not disputing.
No, I'm just saying that that's all I've ever said about you with women. I've never said you sexually harassed women, and I challenge you to find that clip.
When you were stoned, I've heard you say it when you were stoned that I've sexually harassed them, and you made jokes about it, dude.
If I've made jokes about it, Well,
it's not fucking funny to call me don't fucking shake your head. It's not fucking funny to call me an alcoholic on the air either.
Wait a minute,
fucking
though.
asshole.
Okay, but these are
Do you
different.
have a problem with alcohol, Anthony?
No, I don't.
Okay, but
I fucking didn't drink for 30 days up until.
But these are okay. I'm more than happy to address those comments that you're bothered by, but I'm trying to do one thing at a time, right?
Okay.
So I'm trying to address the idea of you and Gina talking about grifters and doing what I think is a misunderstanding of the definition, because none of those things that you've brought up are grifting, and neither nor are they slander. I've never said you are an alcoholic. I have said, like,
Yes,
if I,
you just said it tonight.
I
like Anthony, but he's an alcoholic.
No, I didn't. But what I did say, no, I go back and find the clip and show me what I did say tonight. Because
But if I do show you, what will you give me if I show you a clip of you
I,
saying that?
well, here's what I'll give you, because I know what I said tonight. Okay, what I said tonight. First off, what surprises me, and I would be sad if I said this, is I like Anthony, but he's an alcoholic. It's the but. It's the but that would be problematic for me to know that I said that, even if I was making a joke, because I don't look at alcoholism. I don't look at alcoholism as anything other than a horrible, debilitating disease. It's not like that. Okay, so that's A. The but would surprise me. But what I know I said tonight was something like, Anthony's an alcoholic. I'm like, well, okay, I don't know if he's actually an alcoholic, but it wouldn't surprise me if he is. I always back it up with that, because I never want to allege somebody of something I have no evidence of. It's just based on patterns of behavior. You seem like you might have a problem with drinking. I have a problem with food.
I just like to drink, and I don't have a 9-to-5 job, so I don't need to not drink. Like most people get up for work at like 7 in the morning.
I don't have a 9-to-5 job either, but I mean, how often do you drink every day?
No, but you don't really drink, Jaffe. But like,
I
let's be
smoke
honest.
pot.
So do I, like a motherfucker. And there's tons of people in the chat that drink every night too. Ludium being one of them.
I'm not.
Gives him any shit.
Yeah, because you're funny about it, Anthony. You call in, you're slurring like a motherfucker. You say crazy shit. And
I say crazy
okay,
shit.
so pardon me if you're like, you sound like the local hobo on the corner with the flies buzzing around his hat and a bottle and a paper sack, like that guy in the goddamn Popeye cartoons.
You're a hobo like me. You could be that fucking lucky.
I have no problem with you in that way. I was sad to learn that women might have been made to feel uncomfortable with you.
I'm sad to learn that too.
Okay, so what I will tell you about that, by the way, and let's just take Gina, because she put herself in the middle of this.
Yes, she did.
I have texts where she says to me that I just have to stop with this guy. He thinks we're best friends, and I'm like, I barely know him, and it's creeping me out.
Okay, so how long have you known Gina now? I've known her a year and a half. So how long?
I have known Gina, I guess,
over a decade.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
Well over a decade. Yeah.
She speaks very highly of you.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, she speaks very highly of you.
Right.
Then you know as well as I do that Gina, while rational and nice 98% of the time, has a fucking little bit of a backbone to her and a little bite to her as well when she gets pissed off about something.
She's never been pissed off at me.
Well, she's been pissed off at me twice.
Probably because my dick. It's probably because my dick's so big.
I'm aware of it when she is. She just changes.
Okay, well, whatever. The point is, that's the only data I had, and I still didn't say you were a sexual harasser. I just said that I have a lot of women. Bukaki wrote me and said when we kicked him out of the server or allowed him back in, a lot of women, and we've worked hard to extend our demographic over the years. Part of going on locale was, surprisingly, there was a lot of women over there that followed us over here. I don't want them to feel uncomfortable.
So why put me through the embarrassment of a 2.5-hour trial?
That was not me. That was the mods. Talk to them. I thought it was, when I went in there and I saw how earnest and serious they were taking it, I was kind of like, okay, this has got to be a generational thing. A trial? What is this? Lord of the Rings? Who's got the conch? Who gets to speak?
Trials happen on Discord servers all the time.
That's what I'm saying. It's right.
Since the launch of Discord, I've been doing
That's
Discord
fine.
shit.
That's fine. I'm not saying you're wrong, Tech. What I'm saying is that's what I assumed. I'm like, okay, I have to back out of this because I'm like, this is not my world. I trust Rob the mod. I trust Tech. I trust Bukaki. they are taking this serious, and I'll let them handle it. It was not me
And
going.
they all voted me back in.
Yeah, and then the
Well-
next morning, a bunch of women wrote us and said, this is
2
bad
days later.
news.
2 days later.
No,
2 days
the first vote, just for clarification for the community, the
Judy
first
did
vote,
not vote me in.
there was 1 vote over the line to get him in. 3 of the mods said no. 3 of the mods said yes. And then I also said yes. And then the second
and then on
time,
the last vote, who said yes for me, Tech?
on the second time, every mod said no. And I said yes.
Yes. So now this is why I'm nice to Tech Protect.
Don't be nice about that. I don't like you a little. Like I like you, but I don't like you.
either. But I'm gonna
Yeah,
be nice to you
like
now.
yeah, I think there's a
younger
reasonable
kids, that's
discourse to
fine.
have about like your engagement with the community, changing hopefully, and then you being
I
like allowed in.
wish you were 30% more like feminine and just and just openly LGBT, because you and that dog and that hair, like you would make the funniest little character for the show.
She has cancer.
I
She has
know, but
cancer.
it's just like you would just be like one of those great, just crazy fucking characters, like wearing a muumuu or a house coat every time you came on the show.
Oh, I'd be twisted.
It would be wonderful. I'd love it. I'd love it.
No, the guy from chat from Discord, Twisted. I'd be twisted.
Oh, I don't know who that is. K-Nubs, thank you. Trust this. We appreciate it. All right. Josh Harris says Tyler.
K-Nub.
I don't know what any of that means. All right, but I love you with all my heart and soul, buddy. I love you. Bunny's dog is just staring at her. Yeah, I know. He's staring at the candy.
He wants a gummy worm.
Yeah, look at him.
Not holding onto the mic for once. Why is Bunny's voice always so low? I've never been on with her on other than the one time, but why is her voice always so much lower than everybody else?
Because she probably scares the shit. You scare the shit out of her. I have her turned all the way
Not
up.
with me. I don't mean right now. I mean overall.
I don't know. I have her turned all the way up.
Yeah, it's turned all the way up on my end.
I wish we knew somebody who worked in recording and engineering. We should get some
It's
help.
too
with
bad you
that.
don't have a producer.
Yeah, well.
I didn't have a producer. You're banned. Sorry. Goodbye.
No. Now look. So anyway, what did you guys think that video? What was your point? Because it was really not good.
We both had different points, I think, when we made it. Gina's all of a sudden at the end wanted to make it like somewhat. I'm not trying to laugh at Gina. Wanted to make it somewhat educational. So I'm like, okay,
what?
I
what?
So this is what she tells me, and I said, okay, do that.
Educational.
Then. Like Gina's doing all of the editing. All right. So what am I gonna say? I just agreed to whatever edit she gave me because she's putting in hours and hours and hours of work into this fucking shit. And like, I'm not gonna say no, this isn't good enough. And I didn't think it wasn't good enough. I thought it was funny. I thought the dick pic thing at the end was funny for a blooper.
Nice blooper. I want to engage with the community because we are giving Anthony a platform, I guess. So, K-Nubs, $2. Tell Anthony to kiss his dog. That guy for $2. She's all about the bass.
Thank you, that guy.
Mr. Stinky Brew says Fabio has really let himself go.
And then
All
Trace.
Josh Harris says Tyler Gadusi gets the buoy.
Thank
K-Nubs
you.
says trust this.
Thank you,
Mr.
Tracy.
Stinky Brew says someone should definitely check his crawl space. Thrillo666 says I think the dog is drunk right now. Mr. Stinky Brew says, is the dog a hostage? Bark twice if you need help. All right, says Josh Harris, $2 TOS Tyler to tell the truth. Thank you. Mish with the thinking. All right, I think that's where we're at.
Hey,
Tracy
C,
C, welcome to Diet.
Thank you, buddy.
Kaidik,
thank you, buddy. Welcome, buddy. Now listen.
All right, go ahead.
I want you to I want to see who's smartest amongst the three of you. Anthony, Tech, or Bunny. I want you to name something that fits in your hand that has the letter H in it.
Hot dog.
Oh, Bunny got it. First to 3 wins. Here we go.
Oh, Bunny, would you say? I didn't hear you.
Hamster.
Hamster.
I said heart.
A breed of dog, cat, or other pet beginning with the letter U.
Uruguay Mastiff.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Look it up, Jaffe. Look it up. That doesn't sound right to me.
No.
Dog, cat, or what? What was that?
Any pet.
It'd be some weird Alaskan
any
name.
pet?
Any dog or cat that starts with U. I can't think of one. It'd be some weird Alaskan dog.
A umber chickadee.
It's not a dog or a cat.
It's a bird. It's a little bird pet.
But wait,
An
but
all
that's
black
not a dog or a
bird.
cat.
It's,
You don't
it's
get
related
points.
to the starling, which is a
Are you
invasive
reading
species.
this?
No, I'm just tech protect.
There is an umber chickadee. Fine, Tech gets it. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm tech protect.
First to 3. Something that can kill you, not containing the letter T.
Cancer.
Water. Oh, I said water. That's got a T.
Did you say rape? What did you say, Anthony?
That's a knife.
Oh, okay.
An author's name ending in the letter U. That's hard.
God, what's up with the U's?
Corey. Feldman.
I don't know. I have no idea.
He just said, "What's up with the U's?"
Oh yeah.
Come on, man.
Good job, Jaffe.
Thanks,
Congratulations.
man. Hi, baby.
My dog's not for you. Tech with his whole fucking salad bowl full of pasta.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. New one. Something hot, containing only one vowel.
T.
Fish.
No. Something hot.
What'd you say?
Dish.
Dish?
Yeah.
Dish.
Dish. D-I-S-H. Like, for instance,
All
hot
right,
dish or
fine.
casserole.
Fine. All right. A body part containing the letter F.
Foot.
Tech
Fibula.
wins. Tech wins.
Femur. Fibula.
I love
Just
that
making shit up.
Kaidik, thank you for the super chat. Missed the 3 of you. Didn't realize the show is already back up and running. Thank you, buddy. Meaning when? Meaning from locale or?
Locale, yeah.
You were locale and you came over here. We love you, Kaidik. We love you for joining us. Oh, hey, by the way,
Umber chickadee.
Bunny and I are talking as the show kicks off. And who was it who told us this about Becky? Apparently, Becky called you and said she wanted to come over here.
Or DM'd you or something that she wanted to come over here. So,
What?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you.
Tech, yes. Kim today on live said that Becky reached out to you saying she wanted to come over here.
Didn't Kim quit or something?
Wow.
I know he can't quit, but
I think it was the.
does he have
Good
some
job,
mock
Kim.
quitting thing?
Kim, you got you found the secret.
Wait, what? What happened?
No.
And apparently
what do you
somebody
think?
said you called Keem and told him. Who told us this, Bunny? Who was this who said
Oh,
this?
no. I
it
said, because Keem said on live that he got word that Becky reached out to you, I guess, over the weekend or something, whenever she had her crash out and was going to leave. And she said that she wanted to come over to Jaffe's network.
My weekend was watching the movie marathon and then sleeping.
So
And
she didn't message you? Oh,
So your
I don't know,
weekend
dude.
didn't have
I don't
anything
know.
to do with all that.
Wait. So Keemstar just made that up?
Who's to say, Jaffe? I mean,
I'm just saying. Is
Becky,
that right?
Becky reached out like 2 months ago, I think.
And said
and
what?
was like, hey, I love David Jaffe. Hope he does well. Hope he's having a good time. This is like, when was it? This is like your first controversy. I think it was like the P Turtle shit.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
that
All right.
conversation was like, stay safe. He monitors all the DMs on Discord. You don't know what he has access to. He
Stay
knows
safe.
the web developers and see everything.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I don't fucking think so.
And who cares? But wait a
This
minute.
is when Becky was quitting. Becky quit, remember?
Yeah, but okay. So what was this on Locale Live?
Yeah.
No, dude. I don't watch that shit anymore.
I don't
do
watch
nerds.
Today.
And shit.
I don't watch it either, but I'm going to look it up. Because are you saying Keem's lying about us?
Keem could have had a misunderstanding when I did mention, I don't know, recently probably. Yeah, when Becky quit before Fat Camp, she reached out and was like, "Oh, let me know if Jaffe has any projects or whatever."
Oh,
That's
yeah.
months ago.
Okay, well,
So
look.
maybe that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think out of that environment, I agree, Poop Guy. Get her out of that environment, she'd do great. I think she's amazing when it comes pulling out of that environment. But I would never offer her a job only, not that she wants one with us, but only because we did sign a non-compete or whatever. But if Keem doesn't care, I'd love to talk to her about doing something with us. She's really good when she's not playing the Becky needs to be thrown out of a window because she's always mad character.
We should do an independent contractor thing and not hire her because she is good when she's playing herself.
She's very good, but no, because I think the spirit of the contract is don't poach my people. And I'm
helping you can have Bunny.
Bunny, I didn't poach her. Bunny said, I'm leaving and I'm going to Jaffe. And Keem was like, okay. I mean, obviously, I was thrilled by that. I wanted Bunny to come with us.
Bunny never signed paper.
And Bunny never signed anything.
Yeah, I never signed anything.
Yeah.
But Keem's actually the one that he first said, like, he's the one that brought up, I was just going to not say anything and just come over here. But he said, like, no hard feelings, go with Jaffe.
K-Nubs, there's an echo,
No, so I
really?
didn't sign anything.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway. Well, there you go, Anthony. So you feel better? You fucking,
I have,
you fucking,
someone
you
wants to
fucking
speak.
sexual pervert.
I want to have a conversation with Anthony real quick.
I can tell by the icon.
Wow.
Last burrito.
I don't feel any better or worse. I feel like
I really don't care how you feel. Sorry, Glass Burritos here wants to talk to you.
Yeah, Glass burrito me watched.
I'll only care what you have to say if you go put on like a robe, like a bathrobe, and you sashay out. Then I'll care.
Me?
Yeah, man. I need that character. I need you to be.
Pass.
I want you to be like that guy in Boogie Nights who was throwing the poppers on the floor, who was wearing the robe.
I'm all about Boogie Nights, dude. I'll be lots of guys in Boogie Nights.
That's what I'm saying. I want.
All right, Mr. Burrito, me and you watched the Anthony video at 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, reviewing it for content. Do you have something to say about this?
About the video itself? I mean, again, where's all this other content? You told me you had so much to offer with this video. You've mentioned that we've had 40 hours. Remember, you've said this before.
I did not. 7 hours. I said
7?
4 because the initial one was 4, and then when we did the second one, it was 3, which equals 7.
I have it with good confidence that you've said before that you've spent 40 hours in conversation with Gina.
I did not say 40. I said 4. It is entirely possible somebody misunderstood me because I said 4, and I would never say 40. That's ridiculous. I would not sit here for 40
I mean, everything
hours.
about this video has been ridiculous, has it not?
No. Well, that's kind of half the point of the video. Like Glass Burrito, you're not getting, like, talking to you isn't the point of the video.
What was the point of the video?
Yeah, please tell me. I'd love to know.
Talking to Jaffe and Tech was the point of the video. Talking to Lao Cow type people was the point of the video. It was not talking to like a very serious person like yourself who hates any kind of drama whatsoever because you fucking freak out when it's in chat. And just shut down.
I don't think I'm
talk for,
freaking
like,
out right
3
now.
hours.
I'm just asking you about what the point of the video was. So the point was to appeal to these people who love drama? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And to also raise money for the Palestinian cause?
Yeah, and what about like standing with Israel?
What the fuck was this video?
Hold on. Let me explain the Palestinian thing because that didn't get fleshed out, and I would like my opinion on the record. Gina supports Israel 100% in everything that they do. When you heard me push back on her in the video, that was the start of a larger pushback conversation that she edited out. But what I was saying is it's ridiculous to exterminate Palestinian people after all this time, and they're not even going after the hostages. And it's on the government, not the Jewish people. So that doesn't make you anti-Semitic to not like the government of Israel.
Right.
To not
So the
like
question is,
Benjamin
why
Netanyahu.
was that in this video, though? What the fuck was that about?
I didn't edit it.
Yeah, but you talked to Gina. I mean, it would be like going to see Mission Impossible, and halfway through it, there's like a documentary on the Holocaust. It just gets edited in, and it's got nothing to do with the movie, but it's just there.
Dude, she was like obsessively working on this. Like, and I didn't want to, like, so whatever, like, and I did think what she came up with was good.
No,
what
you
she came up
didn't.
with at the end was good.
No,
like,
you
I liked
didn't.
it. I know
No,
you don't
you
like the video.
It doesn't make any sense, Anthony.
It jumps around a lot. So I think that it could have been more streamlined, and she could have used a lot more context, and maybe not. I mean, with 7 hours of video, maybe making it 45 minutes instead of 8 would have been the way to go. You know, so we could have some real conversations in
Real
there,
quick.
not just statements.
Okay, but real quick, where's $10,000 come from? Where'd you pull that number out of? Your ass?
I think he thinks I would settle at 10,000.
No. That has come off of people who have done similar lawsuits.
$10,000 is all you would go for?
No, I said I'd end up with about that.
You'd end up with a lot more than that in legal fees, but I mean, seriously, because a court would look at.
But like in this hypothetical world, which will never happen, if I sued you, you would pay the legal fees.
No, because I would win. Not only would I sue you and pay you
would
for,
not win, because
I would
you called me an alcoholic, and you said I sexually harassed women.
And
would not win.
if you could find those clips, and if you could find those clips, and in court they would be played in context, and it would be very clear that either right before or right after I make it clear that that is an opinion. I don't have any evidence of that.
I wouldn't say that that's true. I've been
go find him then. Go find him.
I don't watch every night, but I do.
Well,
watch.
you had to have watched enough to see that.
No, I watch here and there. It's not like a nightly thing for me anymore because I'm out of the server, so I just feel kind of out of the community.
Yeah.
And even when I'm allowed back in, I don't even know if I fucking want to go back in, to be honest with you. But the whole thing is that you.
I know what you think you heard. What I'm saying is, unless you can provide evidence of it,
you basically went with the opinion of a brand new clown over someone who's been a member for 6 fucking years.
Again, you're letting your anger or frustration.
I am angry about Canty because she fucking lies.
Oh, that's fine. But
good advice in the chat. They say Anthony switched to beer, which makes you.
No, I know everybody wants me to take responsibility, but you know what? I did send a picture by mistake, and I take responsibility for that. But whatever else, fuck you guys, because Canty didn't care about the picture, so neither one of any of you.
I don't
get over your fucking selves.
All I'm saying though is this is what we've done round and round and round. Okay, Bud Crazy, we will. You got it, buddy. In 2 minutes, you offer up, like when you say to someone, I am choosing not to, but I have the capacity, ability, notes, roadmap to sue you and win. And then when I say, okay, let's have that conversation, let's speak to that. And then you start jumping around to different things.
No, I'm sorry. No, I could sue you under slander easily.
Well, I can sue you under anything easily. So you can sue anybody for anything.
No, but I'd win because I have evidence to back it up.
I doubt you do.
You're upsetting my dog, David Jaffe.
What?
Good.
You're upsetting my dog.
Well, maybe he's too old and should have been put down a year
there's
ago.
enough people here to give a character
I kept my last dog alive way too long. The vet convinced me to, and when we finally put him down,
She's 14 and they live until teacups live until they're 22. She has plenty of fucking time left in her. She just needs the cancer removed. It's not spread to her bones or to her lungs or anything. It's just in 3 masses. And when they can get it out, it's gone. But it's making her weak.
The average expected lifespan is 15 to 20 years. The most common is death at 16 of old age or of natural causes. She's 14?
14, yeah. She's not going to die because I'm going to get her fucking surgery, so she's not going to die. So that's the end of the discussion.
All right.
My pets aren't going to die. My cat is 28 and a half years old. My pets are just not going to die. I've told them.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you would have loved Prince like you love your pets, we could have gotten a sequel to Batman, the album. Thanks a lot, Anthony.
Oh, no. That album failed hard.
I love that album.
Are you saying, Anthony, that if someone lets you put a leash on them, they'll get immortality?
Yeah, okay, why not?
Thank you. That guy says
Bukaki, the perfect person to ask for immortality. Bukaki, did you know Anthony says that all his pets will live forever, and if you're willing to put a leash on your neck, they'll get immortality. Fuck
Yeah,
your.
put a leash on your fucking neck, Bukaki.
How many fucking times are we gonna do this?
We're not doing it. I'm ready to kick him only because somebody in the chat says, okay, this is enough, but I'll defer to Tech. He's the producer. But what I want to say is that guy says, I believe in that dog. Thank you, that guy.
Yeah, don't kick me. You can be polite about it.
I would like to talk about something else, unless the audience, unless the
go. Would you like me to go?
I don't need you to go. What I'd like to do is change the subject, unless Tech is like,
let's do it.
dude, hang on. Unless Tech is like, because I don't look at numbers when we do these shows.
It's fine right now.
Okay, so the audience is okay with this conversation.
It's good.
Okay, then I'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about.
Anthony.
Yeah.
You have a problem with alcohol?
No, I really don't. I was unsure for a little while, if I'm being honest with you, because I was just drinking so much. And then Warped asked me, he said he would donate to my dog surgery if I stopped drinking for 30 days. So I thought, fuck it, I'll do it. And I did it, and it was less of a problem than I was actually a little bit worried it would be a problem, but it was not a problem at all. And since then, I drink like a glass or two of wine a night, and I don't do the whole bottles of Fireball anymore.
Does wine not count as alcohol?
No, but 1 or 2 glasses versus a fucking whole bottle of Fireball are a different thing altogether.
No, it's still
Yeah.
alcohol.
So essentially,
dude.
you're not giving up alcohol.
Well, no, I did give it up for 30 days.
He's weaning himself.
Yeah, I'm coming down. I'm trying to like come down off of it. I go through streaks with alcohol. There has been years where I didn't keep alcohol in my house.
So you don't have a problem, but you need to wean yourself off the alcohol.
No, it's just the habit of everything.
Anthony, have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?
I always ask that of all my prey.
Yeah.
Thank you, Awesome Tatum.
Look, here's the thing, Anthony. I don't understand what position you're trying to take for your future. All right, I have like a general understanding of who you are as a person and kind of the stuff you're dealing with in your life. What does Anthony in 2 years from now look like? What is he doing?
We'll see,
Is he pursuing David Jaffe?
No. That's a limited thing. No, that's way too limited. That was just this in particular, which worked. But so I am actually media trained, and I can go through media pretty easily. And so I would like to establish something. Me and Gina are talking about doing.
You tell me you're media trained and you accidentally sent a person a dick pic.
Yeah, I was fucking wasted, Bukaki. Jesus Christ.
Oh, so you're an alcoholic? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You're an alcoholic. See, I always follow it up with "I'm kidding."
Yeah. Okay.
So the dick pic was accidental, but when you were like asking her to masturbate, was that also an accident? Or
No, that was not accidental. Canty used to talk to me about her sex life for about an hour and a half to 2 hours a night.
Fuck you, Ravnos. These beds are awesome. If I brought a woman home and I had one of these fucking beds, she would just the panties would come off. I would have to. I would need flood insurance if I had a woman coming home to this goddamn.
Speaking
bed.
about panties coming off, what is this about asking Canty to masturbate?
Oh, you haven't seen this?
No. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to answer your question.
Please. What's this about?
She would bitch about her sex life on a nightly basis. Like we talked for like 2-3 hours a night for a considerable amount.
Out of curiosity, I'm gonna ask real quick before you even continue. Is this a conversation Canty would like to have on a live
I don't
stream?
think so.
You're the one who asked the fucking question, man. Probably not.
It was brought up. I don't know about this.
A liar. But is your crown that important to you that I can't speak my truth?
No, but if you're gonna say don't do that. Bring him back alive.
If he wants to continue talking about like personal conversations.
Okay, but he's not going. He's not going to. Don't paint that as.
Literally.
And then all we have to do is say, "Don't do that," and he won't.
I literally said, "Is this something she would want to have said publicly?" And he said, "Probably not, but I'm gonna say this." He's a bad guy, Jaffe.
I don't think he's a bad
Bukaki,
guy.
go ahead, Bukaki. Go to the welcome chat in the Discord. Find his profile. Or Burrito, who has a desire to.
I would. Whoa! Wait a minute. You guys are just being dicks now.
Fastest one to do it gets.
I'm not being a fucking dick. I'm just fucking tired of this motherfucker all the time.
Yes.
I'm so fucking over it, and I mean, like I said, we had that stupid fucking trial, and I was like, all right, let him back in. He's a goofy little guy. And then we let him back in, and a bunch of people were like, this is fucked up. Like, we don't feel safe with this guy here.
Okay, I got
And
it.
then
I
you
got it. I got it. I'm just saying, don't ban him. Like, you know, just
No,
I don't mean that. I don't mean that.
I don't know why he was in the server in the first place. He
Stop.
should've been
Stop.
banned.
I know. I don't mean that. What I mean is, don't kick him. At least let him know what we're doing, so he's not like, what the fuck? I just talked to these
He's
guys.
watching.
Okay, well, just, you know, we don't have to be dicks. You know, I'm not saying Bukaki's wrong about what we do. We have given him a timeout. I'm just saying that, you know, don't bring somebody on like that and have a real conversation with them, and then just like, yep. That's a little shitty. Don't do
What
that.
fucking real conversation?
It should be
Conversation
He just says the same fucking shit over and over again.
Anyway,
But Bunny,
I'm
let me ask
saying,
you,
look at the
a
staircase.
reasonable person. Jaffe's a little bit unreasonable sometimes. You're reasonable.
Look at the staircase.
If there's someone in the room that wouldn't want their private life talked about publicly, and that's confirmed that the person knows, yeah, this person wouldn't want me talking about this, but I'm going to anyway because you guys are talking about it now.
Yeah.
Should they not be removed from the conversation if it's like broadcasted?
Well, I feel like if you would have just told him like, no, don't talk about it, he probably would have stopped.
Yeah, I don't think
Burrito,
I
in
don't.
your experience,
But if he didn't,
has
then
telling
kick him.
Burrito, has telling Anthony to stop doing something ever worked?
How many warnings has this moderation team given him?
All right, well,
I've kept track of the ones I've done. I've done 31 warnings about don't do this stuff, and only 28 of them have been successfully heard.
That's my answer.
All right.
Or
this
sorry,
guy-
28 of them have not been heard. Like the 3 of them have been heard. 28 ignored.
So the vast majority.
Okay, then yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
but I do agree. Yeah,
see
but I don't think he would have been like, "Oh, I'm going to say it anyway." But yeah, I mean, if that's
He literally said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say it anyways.
Okay.
That's what he said. That's why I kicked
Yeah.
him. All right,
Alright.
Class Burrito, Bukaki,
Alright.
first one to find him on the Discord and right-click ban. You get it.
Me.
I get a pat on the head. Cool.
Who's fastest? See who gets it.
Oh, what if
Did it-
Anthony
I bet it's the guy that
sues
his eyes
Jaffe?
work. Yeah.
Yeah.
What if Anthony sues Jaffe for Madhouse and then he becomes our boss?
Oh, please, I would just quit.
You imagine he's like, all right, now I want
That'd
you
be
to tell us
funny.
about why Palestine and Alyssa Mercanze all love Canty.
You know why? You know, in the next server he joins, he's gonna be like, "You guys know the guy from God of War? Yeah, I actually had a argument with him. He hates my fucking guts, dude."
Oh, it's gonna be more than that. It's gonna be like, you know, David Jaffe, he made God of War. I actually was on the development team for the soundtrack.
I am Kratos. Okay.
Yeah.
Kratos was designed after me.
I would like to talk to Gina though down the road about this because I don't know what the fuck she.
real.
I mean, what is
Bro,
she thinking on that edit? I'm
What
like,
the fuck was that video?
Gina, I appreciate you as a person.
I
Maybe not
I
you
appreciate her
personally.
as an editor. She's a good editor.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck she's doing in that video.
I was gonna say she's proven that she can edit videos in the past. What happened? Did she fall on her head? What the fuck happened?
Yeah, it was weird. I think maybe big media got to her.
Maybe they both have a little alcohol problem. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know that though. See what
Not
I'm
sure.
saying? I don't know. these
Allegedly.
things.
Allegedly.
Well, you do have to say that because you don't really know. There's certain things I know, but I don't know that.
There was also a couple of things I wanted to confront Anthony with in terms of like messaging certain women about certain things.
Yeah,
So,
I don't. Yeah. Okay. Well, we got
Yeah.
that worked out. We're good. Okay.
Yeah.
Jaffe, you make lolcow content. No, I don't, idiot. PK, you whore. We literally did 2 hours of topics. We literally said we're going to start moving this kind of conversation to the Discord after 2 hours if we get money for the after show. Because there are 2 different kinds of things. But I assure you, we didn't come into this video yelling about this shit. I can go back through the topics if you'd like, but we were topics all night long. All night fucking
Plus,
long.
we don't make lolcow content. But on another note, the trial of P. Turtle comes Friday.
No, it does not, please. Please. but you know what I would like to know is I hope Keem was just misremembering that because I wouldn't do that. I'd love for
No,
Becky to reach out on her own, but I would never ask her to reach out. Like, I would never reach out to her. and say, come over. But she's got a gravy train over there. I mean, they make so much money on those hit shows, you know, that she doesn't need us. But
the last text I had from Becky was the 30th. Good news. Our show really crushed it today. So if you need any help with the ticket for the haunted hotel, let me know. It won't be a problem. At the very least, it'll cover the extras like Uber.
Cool.
Like that's it.
I'll consider it.
Yeah. Nice
All
nice
right.
lady.
Well, look, here's what I think we should do. We want to keep rolling. If we have a good audience, we'll keep going. If people are like getting tired, we'll wrap it. But what I don't want to get into any more inside baseball right now. I was hoping to talk to you today, Tech, but obviously, you know, whatever. But we do need to have some sort of show construction conversations about things. So that's kind of what I want to do, if not tonight, first thing in the morning with you guys. But I'll talk about whatever you guys want. You want to turn on the phone, see if people want to call on their phone?
No.
Sure.
I think, the thing about the phones is they're very exciting because you don't know what you're going to get, right?
Yeah, but who cares?
That's where a lot of great content comes
I want to
from.
have only quality content on my channel. I don't want to take risks with what could be a boring segment. Don't
That's-
make me ever have to like put people on that could not entertain. Let's get random fucks on phone calls
Okay,
to call in.
This is a poor schooling issue. I saw it just now with Anthony. I see it with you. I see it with a lot of people. Is you make these comparisons that are not accurate, but you present them as accurate and you do them loudly, and then you think you've made a point. Your point
Okay,
would
can you guarantee the quality of the callers are going to be above C tier?
I can't guarantee they'll be above F tier.
Then what is this like idea that you don't want to risk the brand of the channel with poor quality content?
I'd like to get to that point. So, what did I say? The first 2 hours of the show is where we put the topics, the flow, the structure, all that. After that, we're even talking about moving it to Discord because, like I said earlier, we don't want people to come here looking at a thumbnail that says time slip and we're suddenly talking about, you know, crazy Anthony drama. And so if all this show was that, I would agree with you. But we've already done over 2 hours of actual Madhouse content of things on time slipping. I'd have to go back and look. I know we talked about that. We talked about UFOs. We touched a little bit on some weird diseases, some weird clips. I feel like we've delivered to the product on the thumbnail. Now,
yes,
I think it's a little different. Now we're in
Yeah,
hour
but
four.
we could, if we want to do like an engagement with the community, like have them go into the Madhouse waiting room.
You
have
don't-
me screen the calls. I'll ensure the quality is there.
I love the screening idea, and I can have them screen on the phone. What you don't understand, and maybe you do understand it, I don't know, but this is what Keemstar didn't understand either about the Discord thing. You are so dialed in to this world, but Discord for a lot of people is a pain in the ass. It is a barrier of entry that keeps us from potentially getting great, cool, interesting new characters into our universe because they just want to pick up the phone and call. They don't want to sit there and make a password and verify the password, wait for 10 minutes to have the ability to chat, then go. It's just, most people have, it's not worth it. I just
That's
want to,
fine.
yeah. And it's fine.
good.
It's not good. What's good is we want some of that energy that comes from just somebody watching going, hey, you fuck, this is what I think about Prince. And I'm like, oh, that was a good bit. That was a good moment. That's all I'm saying.
Right? Is it because of an age thing, Jaffe?
Yes.
That you're like, Discord's complicated.
I
understand
didn't.
software."
Okay, I am on Discord. I was on Discord before I met you. I don't think it's complicated. I think it's no more complicated, for example, than downloading Steam and playing games on a PC. But it will always be easier for the Gen Pop to turn on a PlayStation and put a disc in and go, right?
Yeah, but we're not here like producing a Gen Pop conversation.
We kind
We're
of
producing
are.
a show. No, this is a show. This is a show that requires quality. There's requires that we ensure our TOS violations don't go up there. You know, like all of it included makes Discord the proper tool to engage in this behavior. You screening calls on the phone would do what? You would have to mute yourself, have the conversation with the guy on the disc.
No,
on the call
I
to be
pay
like,
I
"This is
pay
good."
for a service. You would be able to do it. You would be able to see a whole list of people
Oh,
who are in the
I
waiting
know
room.
what tool you're talking about.
Yeah.
But like, essentially, either way, like if calls are still being screened.
All right, here we go. One's in the chat if you would like to call into the show on your phone, or if you're totally happy just doing that with Discord. 2 is if you're totally happy with Discord.
I can just make a poll.
Okay. Yeah, and I've been doing this for 8 years. There is no problem with.
Additionally, the callers, like the phone calls, is just you and the caller, me and Bunny just sitting there.
No, I can fix that.
Discord,
I will fix that for tomorrow. I
for
think...
tomorrow, but I'm saying like today, since we don't have access to that, fix.
All right, fine.
If you want to engage, it's Discord.
I will fix that for tomorrow then. Yeah, most of the chat agrees. Put the poll up though.
Because if a caller calls in, understand you're just talking to Jaffe. There's no communication.
That's going to be fixed tomorrow.
I know. I'm saying today.
And by the way, we wouldn't get rid of Discord. We'd still have Discord too.
Yeah, but if the fucking people that
right,
are like,
right.
I don't understand. Fuck them.
No, I don't want to fuck them. Look, Ricky says, I love the anonymous part of calling. You could get some wild stories. A lot of this is based off things like Howard Stern or based off things like Coast to Coast. There would be crazy fucking people calling in and they can look at the TV and go, I can dial that number. And they're calling in and saying, there's a ghost.
If you want to do anonymity, there's a way to fix it in the Discord. I can change the channel settings for Madhouse Studio where only me and Bunny can see it.
Bunny, why am I struggling to communicate this? Is it me?
Because
it's not about the anonymity. It's about the ease of entry.
Right.
The ease of entry is stupid.
Is there a way to have a phone hooked up to a Discord account so that you can have the caller just call in and then you can pull them in through Discord and screen them that way?
No.
There's no way.
But what you can do on Discord is you can hide this channel. This is Madhouse Studio on the Discord, so no one sees who's in there except for the mods and Jaffe, Bunny, me. And then you can, on Jaffe's Discord right now, he can right-click on the call and say hide non-video participants. And you can still hear them, but you won't be able to see who it is. You can't see their icon. You can still hear them in the conversation. It's so simple. It's a simple fix.
That's not the problem. The problem is not that. Go ahead, Bunny.
Normal people don't have Discord.
Our audience has always been watching a Discord call as the show.
They don't know that. If somebody finds this, if they don't tech you, listen, you have got to step back for a minute. If somebody goes on YouTube and is looking up UFOs or aliens or weird science or whatever, or Jaffe, and they find the show and they're watching on TV or their phone or their computer at work, that just because we happen to be broadcasting from Discord, to them, it's just people on a window. They're not seeing, they're going, oh, of course, that's a pop-out screen on Discord. That's not what they think. Why would they even consider that?
And the poll. The phone calls won the poll, by the way.
Of course they won.
Yeah, duh.
But look what I've got. Look what I've got on the screen. I'm going to put this up because it's not going to share anything that you guys can't see. It's just going to have a phone number that no one's going to answer. But this is what I'm talking about, right? And as for terms of service, you guys, I see what you're saying, Canadian. We are going to do both, Flongle. Canadian, the terms of service is we just erase it if they say something bad. So here you go. This is call-in studio. Okay. There's a toll-free number people call in. There is a call screener line that if you happen, because we would share this, if you look at it and go, oh, there's 6 people waiting. Not only do they wait and they can speak into the phone and it translates text to or voice to text so you can know what they want to talk about, but you as the co-host can go in and go, hey, it's Tech. You can verify. Is this worth bringing this guy on? So you can still scream and everything. And we can still do the Discord. But this just think about it. If you're watching a random YouTube video, think about that. Discoverability. Somebody comes on our show for the first time. Never heard of us. Like, I like this. Oh, look, there's a phone number there. Wait a minute. What did that guy just say about Jesus? Fuck it, I'm calling. Blah, 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 blah. And they're on the show. Versus, what did that guy just say about Jesus? Okay, where's the Discord? How do I find the Discord? Oh, maybe it's that. Oh, that's expired. Hey, moderator, can somebody give me a link? No one's going to jump through all those fucking hoops, and we're going to lose that content.
I know you don't value the risk for like the TOS stuff because you say we can just delete it afterwards.
I've been doing it for 8 years. I've never had a single problem. Even when people have called in.
8 years as a small channel, right? The moment you become a bigger channel and we engage in these habits as like normal behavior, we're fucked.
Okay, well, if that happens, then we'll put a delay on it.
We're getting there. We've been featured on the YouTube front page twice now.
Then we'll put then we can put a delay on the phone calls. We can put like a 6-second delay, and if they say it, it won't go to air. These are solvable problems.
Like what is? Why be so dead set on this position?
Okay, let me ask you this.
When there's obvious.
No. This is better. This is better. Forget me talking for a minute. You've got 76% of the chat. You've got Bunny, Bukkake, and Burrito. Everybody is saying they agree with me. I think Burrito and Bukkake, you agree or no?
The 76% is who you know what Discord is.
But yeah, you should say, do they use Discord? Knowing what it is and using it are two different things.
But of course they know what it. That's not the question. The question is, would they like to have phone calls as a way to call into the show?
You're just trying to do it as easy as possible for people to call into the show.
Yes.
Like that's the main gist of it, right?
Yeah, because
there's a lot of.
But the
not
barrier
just
for
that,
Discord
but
is not extreme. It's a very simple process.
Oh, to you, Tech, you live on the computer.
No, all right, is it difficult for you, Jaffe?
You're missing. No, it's not.
Okay, it's not difficult.
It's the amount of hurdles.
Yes,
to get to
they're
the point.
easy hurdles.
The hurdles might be beneficial for the channel. The fact that we prevent a lot of TOS stuff because of the hurdles is not a bad position to have.
Yeah, but he's saying there's other things to put in place for his way as well. So it's not just like either there's hurdles there or there isn't. There's going to be a way to screen the callers no matter what.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. The producer position is, I think that it's more efficient and better for the channel health and better for the engagement and the quality of the show to do it on Discord. If the talent's position is, I don't like that, I want to do phones, that's just where we're at.
Well, we're certainly gonna try it and see what happens. If we try it and we get into it and it's problematic, we'll stop doing it. But so far,
Well, how about this? If someone calls in and they start blatantly doing TOS violations, I'm going to post their phone number on the screen.
Cool. You probably don't want to do that, but cool.
No, I want to.
Well, I don't want you to do that, so don't do that.
Why?
Because that probably violates something that we could get into real serious trouble for in terms of doxing. It's not about getting
not on the TOS of YouTube.
If you're right, sure, but I think you're wrong. I think if you go out of your way to punish someone by revealing their information.
Well, it's not punishment. It's
look,
this was the caller.
Look, here's the thing. Ultimately, I think you're being stubborn because regardless, if you say, look, I think the risks are too great. I don't know if I agree with you, but I would say, okay, I can see that argument. Not sure I agree, but I can see that argument. If you say Discord is easy, depends on who you're asking, but I'd agree with you. You're not asking somebody to fucking launch a space shuttle. Okay, baby. But what I don't agree with you on, though, is you have this perception that everybody's on Discord and it's no big deal. And I
don't have that perception. I'm saying if someone's going to call in and they can't figure out Discord, fuck it. All right,
it's
that's
not.
Content we lose. That's fine. It's fine to lose.
I don't agree. I think if you turn on Discord, or if you turn on the phone at the right times, you're going to get some really cool gems.
Another cool position that I have about this is you are bad at censorship, Jaffe. You are terrible at just letting people talk about whatever the fuck they want to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And my ability to manage what happens when that call is happening is extremely dampened by you being in control of the phone.
Not if you are called in as the host screener line. You can kick somebody whenever you want.
Yeah, but it's going to be easier for me to use a tool like Discord to just immediately mute them on the server.
You can look at me. This is me being you. That's it. They're gone.
Okay.
And then I can post their numbers on the screen.
That's a you issue. That's a you checking and making sure.
I feel like you're also stubborn about this. I don't think we're losing out on such a great gold mine of content from being like,
okay, but
and that's where
you're too young to know. is what I'll say then. Because
I'm almost 30.
What I'm saying though is if
I think you're too old to know. I've been engaging in content online more than you have.
I understand, but what I'm saying
Substantially more.
What I'm saying to you though about you being too young is there is a history of syndicated call-in shows that have been on the air. Some are still on, but not all, where you get a lot of content, quote, for free, right? For every 20 minutes of content, for example, I must have spent about 3 hours today just prepping to talk about time slips. And I still wasn't terribly prepared, right? That was, hopefully it was still acceptable for the audience and they liked it enough. We get a weird caller who says, I'm on a UFO right now and I'm flying over Vegas and I see my dad who died 20 years ago. I can't write that. I can't prepare for that, but I can sure as fuck react to it.
Okay, I hear you. I have two things. One, Bukake Burrito, can you see what Ravenous wants to talk about? Can you screen that call? And then the second one is, as much as there is a history to what, content is consumed by the masses, there is also a new meta, which you're too old to know.
Okay, which
what? I do know as a producer about how content should be presented, right? How a stream quality should be. I don't want randoms calling on a phone call. If you can get Discord working, okay, great. Let's get Discord working. I'm more comfortable not risking any TOS shit by just doing it on Discord.
I think I can fix that problem though. Don't worry about it. Because we can put a delay on it. And I'll give you the ability to kick people if they say something you don't like. Block says a good example is Coast to Coast. Many of the callers are truckers who are literally driving a truck. Do you think these people would use Discord? Back when I was doing just the Jaffe stream with phones, I had truckers calling in, and it made me so happy that people were like, hey man, I'm driving my truck. I'm going through Arizona right now. I have to stop at this border check or whatever it was. Love the show. I want to tell you about something I saw the other day at a truck stop. That's fun. That's interesting.
Do you think the same audience watching Coast to Coast is watching YouTube live streams called Madhouse?
Yes, I do. How many people in the chat like Coast to Coast? One, yes, two.
It's not about liking Coast to Coast. Is the demographic going to be the same, like overlap about new YouTube members we're looking for, people to watch the channel as like old fucks that watch Coast to Coast?
I think so.
The answer is no.
Well, Jane Silver.
Yeah, Ravno said he wants to talk about this very thing you guys are discussing.
All right.
Ravenos, you're on with Jaffe.
That's
Bunny.
That's your stupid avatar?
Yeah. The hangover from the Pikachu phase.
Yeah. What's up? Ace, you get up there. It's okay. Up.
So, what is happening in this stream right now? Are you just arguing with your producer about Discord versus phone calls?
Yeah, I wish I could take actual phone calls. I'm sure they'd be interesting, but instead we're talking about this.
Well, here's the thing. Do you remember how we met?
God.
Like how I became a member of your Discord? It's
No.
because I left a comment on a video, and then I just so happened to watch your next stream, and you said, hey man, this guy, he left this comment, and you read it. You said, hey, if you're watching, call in. And I called in on the phone, and I've been a member ever, well, I'm not a paying member right now, but I was a paying member for however many months because I called in and talked on the phone.
That's a good point. Tech, you win. No phone calls.
Perfect. Yeah.
No.
My position is the growth rate with phone calls is not going to be the same as.
Well, we're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it for a few nights.
Ignore your producer. Just do your thing.
I'm not ignoring you, Tech, but the fact is, just because you say something doesn't mean I'm gonna go. Yeah.
When can I say something? You just be like, yes, you're the producer. You understand social media. You understand content creation.
I literally asked you, what do you? Oh, come on. I have publicly, and Bunny can vouch for this. I think I have publicly said Tech has been a key member of the reason that we've grown. Mm-hmm. We would have never been over. I would have never met Bunny without your experience and without your suggestion of going over to Locale. I asked you several times tonight, Tech, do we keep going on this? And you looked at the numbers and you said, yeah, we're fine. Keep going. I didn't even have to look to double check. I was like, no, I trust him. He wants.
I hear you.
So that's my answer. But just because you say something,
this is a stance I have that the phone calls are trash. We should not keep this type of habit in line with making a good show that's going to be popular.
And what I would say to you is, you may be right. I don't think you are. It doesn't cost us anything to try it. Let's try it.
The risks involved for like getting a TOS violation,
dude.
Because YouTube can actively review live streams and
They
ban you
absolutely,
live while you're
they absolutely can. And here's the deal I'll make with you. Okay, if I can't get the delay on it, which I can, and I can't get you to kick, which I can, then what I will do is the minute you see something that you really worry about, we will end the stream, privatize it, edit it out, and never do those calls again. That is a deal I will make with you.
Didn't you guys have like a voicemail line? Like, can't somebody call in, maybe tell an interesting story, and you can reach out to them and be like, hey, get on Discord and talk about this thing that you were talking about?
I think so if the show is big. But again, what you're asking someone to do is jump through hoops.
I want them to
No,
jump
what I
through
mean
hoops.
is they could just call a number and leave a message, and then if it's interesting or whatever, you can reach out to them and maybe help them jump through these hoops.
I hear you, but I want people to have ease of access. So we get.
I don't.
Okay, I'm thrilled. We're gonna try it. It's not gonna kill anybody.
Heck, has there been a problem with people calling in and just being
Yes,
bad?
substantially so. Yes. Jaffe
Right, 'cause
literally held a guy
Jaffe's
on
been
the
doing
phone
phones
for 7
for
minutes
years.
yelling the N-word. I had to server mute him so the stream wouldn't hear it. And I kept on saying, kick this caller, Jaffe, kick him. And he's like, no, I will fire you. Unmute me now. I will fire you. Yes, Ravenos, there's been an issue.
That has happened.
Could have
That has
been
happened.
kicked off.
Yeah.
Jaffe could have been banned on any channel on YouTube, and which means not just like him being a presenter. The ban would have been he can't be on anyone else's YouTube live stream in the future.
Right. And what I'm saying though is
Jaffe is bad at this. The barrier of entry is necessary.
And-
I don't give a fuck about the caller. Need to go through hoops.
And what I'm
Fuck you,
saying
caller.
is, none of that happened. And now that we have a
Look,
better,
what I'm-
now
it
that we
could
have,
have.
now that we have a better understanding, Tracy, please don't do that, buddy, or we will have to ban you. And you know we love you, bud.
Tracy doing?
Well, read her fucking chat.
It's missing for me.
Well,
Put it on all chat.
Well, Jaffe.
maybe you can see it on the Discord, Tech. Maybe that's where she put it for you.
User in timeout, 24
Jaffe,
hours.
If what Tech is saying is true, and that YouTube will like ban you from having a channel and being on other people's streams, then
Yeah, but he's painting this
when
image.
the algorithm puts you onto the front page, it's because you've gotten a boosted status on your YouTube channel, which means that you have higher visibility on what you're doing, which means more people are going to join the community not knowing the humor that Jaffe has and can live report you. And there's a chance that YouTube is not busy that day and checks the live stream live, goes to the transcript, which is happening live, and says, yeah, this is bannable, gone. There is no time to finish the channel.
Okay,
finish
then
the video, edit it out.
then here's what we need to do then. As the producer,
Our Discord server has two-factor
Let me say this then, okay? And again, I think somewhere along the lines, and I'm serious about this too, and I think you got the sense that somebody must have told you it's like, oh, you're the producer, that means you're the boss.
No, you hire me to make the show
right.
better.
So
you hire
here's
me for growth, you hire me for
right. But
ensuring that
here's what I want the producer to do. I want the producer to go, okay, I see what you want, Jaffe. I see the value of what you're asking for. As a producer, I think the way you're going about it right now is dangerous, and I don't want to risk the show. And I would say thank you, and then you're like, let's find another way to get you a much easier use of access to call in, but we won't risk things, right? Do that. Right?
Okay, we make a short 20-second clip about how to use Discord and
It's-
how to join the call-in room.
It's
And
not-
when you're
it's
like,
not-
listen to
on the channel.
callers, here you go, hit play, and it goes on your
How many
screen.
people? How many people are watching the show right now, Tech?
193.
Okay. How many people are waiting to call in on the Discord right now, Tech?
None, but we're having a conversation. We're not asking for callers right
If you want to call in on the Discord, let's try it. Let's do a test. Call in with something interesting to say, and we'll put you on the show. It's not like they can't call in, by the way, Tech, and start shouting the N-word.
I was just gonna say that because like if someone really
your Discord
wanted
account on this server requires two-factor authentication, which means if you get banned by Discord, right? If I report you and say this user was engaging in these practices and it's harmful to our community, you now cannot access a Discord account from your
Sure,
phone
but
number.
we could still lose our channel. They
From
might
your phone number.
They might they might get hit, but we still could get hit. Nothing.
I will say too, Jaffe, you have like a bigger target on your back now because
You
your
do.
audience is a lot bigger. You were
I was
on the
gonna say that.
locale. You know,
Yeah, I
anyone
gotta get
can get
people-
into anyone can just call your number and spout the N-word or whatever. And I have seen this in the past too, where somebody does that, and you're like, no, don't go. Keep talking to me, please.
Right.
I want to understand why you're doing this.
Additionally, I
okay,
think
but wait.
callers are not even necessary for the show.
Okay,
Period.
I don't care. That's not changing. I love callers.
I hear you.
I'm the
I
guy.
know you
Look,
do.
because I need material to work against, and there's only so much I can do, or Bunny can do, or you can do that we prepare. And you just bringing in your friends on Discord. I know there's a generation of people, I guess, at Locale or here or whatever that like that. I don't want to hear just bros broing out. I want somebody calling in whose foot is infected and it looks like Jesus, and they think it's talking to them.
How would they show that on screen with a phone call?
It's probably not even real, but they'd tell us.
But it could. Yeah, but it could be. Like, look, all I'm saying.
No. What I'm saying to you is if we do Discord, though, you still have the problem, don't you? If we get really big, don't you still have the problem?
Yeah, but we have people that you can learn because they're part of your community on the Discord, like Pirate. I've known Pirate for a bit of time now.
But now look, okay, but now we got.
Pirate's not going to crash out.
But
and do crazy shit.
yeah, but there's
Izzy's not going to crash out.
Izzy's here now.
Pirate, yell the N-word. Yell the N-word.
Wait a minute though. Wait a minute though. This is what I'm talking about. This is not good. This is not entertaining. This is just a hangout at this point. I don't want to hang out. I want to
You
call.
said, let's see people call into the Discord.
Okay,
and
so
call into the
get
Discord.
rid of everybody except one person and us, and let's have a conversation and see where we. Okay, Pirate.
Right, what do you wanna call
why
him
are you
about?
calling, bud?
Hey.
I wanted to call in on the phone. To be honest with you, I liked that concept. Being
Okay, but what
anonymous.
we're I hear you, but what we're hearing is Tech seems to feel that even though you could also call and say the N-word, but let's just assume for whatever reason. Oh, shut up, Monkzilla. I'm not being annoying. I'm just disagreeing with the guy. But what I'm saying though is Tech seems to think, and let's assume maybe he's right. I'm sure he is right. The bigger we get, that could become a problem that's going to kill the whole thing. But maybe there's a middle ground. But let's take you though. What would you want to talk about besides that? What's going on?
Well.
Yeah.
I mean, we can talk about like you've always been curious about like my eye and shit. We can talk about that. We can talk about the freaky shit.
Your eye? What's wrong with your eye?
Yeah. Is it in the socket? Is it missing? You know, we can talk about that.
Is it a flashlight?
You don't remember
It's
this
a
guy?
yeah, it's a flashlight.
I don't remember him. So what's happened? What's happened to your eye, Pirate?
It's gone, Jaffe.
Both of them, or just one?
Just one.
Okay.
The good one.
The good one. What's wrong with the other one?
Yeah.
The other one, it'll be bad as well.
Do you
It'll be bad
have
as well.
a patch? Do you wear a patch?
Yes, sir.
Can you call in and show us the patch and then open up the patch so we can see what it looks like inside?
Is that TOS Tech?
No,
It's not TOS.
No, we can see in your eye hole. That's fun.
Famous senator, whatever his name is, that wears an eye patch, has shown like his injury before. Like, it's not TOS. I mean, don't do it naked. Wear clothes.
It's gnarly though.
That's why I want to see
Yeah.
it.
Ooh.
Have you stopped sharing your
Yeah.
screen so they can see more of the
No.
Discord call?
Hang on. And how did it happen?
Canadian Connor says he has a metal eye socket. What, Connor?
Oh. I see.
How many fucking eye problems do we have in the chat?
Well, yeah. Why don't you show us your metal eye socket? You look like it's not Jax. What's his name? Kano.
Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, Mortal Kombat.
All right,
Connor, call in
Let's
with
go,
your eye.
Pirate. Let's go, Pirate. Let's do it.
All right, I'll call back in on my phone because I don't have a webcam, but I'll call back in on my
yeah,
phone.
Of course.
Thanks, Pirate.
All right.
It would be easy if he could just call. Now he's going to call on his phone.
But it doesn't matter. We're at a position right now on our channel that with the growth rate, we don't want to risk anything. We don't want to have a single report. We don't want to have any of that. not healthy for us.
I just want interesting people calling.
Yeah.
We have to
But,
find
like,
an easier way to do it. But again,
saying-
they can
saying
still
that,
call.
like-
You're
they can-
suggesting that the very nature of calling on Discord makes us safer? Why? Couldn't Pirate just as easily call in and show his dick?
He could, but these are also like people that are, part of the community for a little bit of time that we engage with. I spend a lot of time in the Discord. Other mods spend a lot of time in the Discord.
Okay, but we're
We have
never
a
going to
tool
get that
verify-
organic juice.
Who cares?
I care.
There's no. You're not getting 100% of the organic juice. But let's say you get 70% of it.
Not with people we know.
Why?
I think some of the most interesting calls we've had have been from the phones.
Yeah.
I think some of the most dangerous calls we've had have all been from the phones.
Isn't that interesting?
No, Connor.
I'm with you, Bunny, 100%, bud.
Connor, you're muted, by the way.
Sorry about that. What's up?
So you have a metal eye socket?
Show us your metal eye, Connor.
I do. Well, you actually can't see it because they had to put it underneath my eyelid. So.
Can you try and point to it on your face?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
All right, Connor, I'm gonna guess that it's your right eye.
Well, I can't see
it's
him in
my
there.
right eye.
Yeah.
Why does he
I
keep
don't know why
going?
it's not looking.
Press your camera one more time.
Get closer.
You may not be able to see it, but we can see you.
Oh, you can? So
Yeah.
it's right under here. They had to put it under there.
Why?
So
Why?
So I got into a street fight, and when the guy clipped me, like his middle knuckle came down underneath there, and it shattered out the bottom of the orbital bone. And they said they had to stick in a metal plate underneath to hold up my eyeball, otherwise it would have sank, and I would have lost vision in the side completely.
Oh.
You're like a shiv in there. Just like a metal shiv.
Yeah, they basically they do a slit under here, and they stick it in there, and there you go.
Does it go off at airports?
Kayla, I'm going to make a note of that. Thank you, Kayla. I'll look into that tomorrow.
I haven't tried yet. I haven't been to an airport since it happened.
Unfortunate. Does it feel different?
No, like I haven't stuck my finger underneath there, but like I don't know. It's weird. It's just there, I guess now. But when they did the surgery, like my entire eye. Have you ever seen when somebody sneezes and like the entire
Pops out.
they pop a blood vessel? My entire eye was bloodshot red, like all of it, yellow, black, just gone.
Yeah,
But, hey,
Necro wants to
that's
know,
the name of the game.
can you stick magnets to it?
I think it's a medical plate. I don't think it's like that.
Oh.
It's not like iron. It's not ferrous. It's like some other type of material, huh?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're just a normal looking dude.
Pretty much, yeah. That's exactly what I am. I'm just a normal guy.
I like Connor.
Yeah.
We're not speed dating. We're looking for entertaining calls. I like Connor. Well, go on
Fuck you. I'm entertaining.
Go on a play date
bitch.
with him. Go on a play date with him. I want somebody to call in.
Connor, do you
play
think
date.
you smoke more weed than Bunny Button?
I know I smoke more weed than Bunny Button.
I don't think she's
Look at
competing.
this.
I don't know.
This is. I don't know why I collect these, but these are all of my pods from the last month. I've smoked a couple of months. Yeah, I'm a stoner, man.
Bunny, show us your trash.
I don't like
Where's your
I
trash
don't know.
can?
I don't really keep my. I think I got a couple laying around, but.
Look.
I
Remember that guy who called in who was a trucker? I want him to call back in. He was a trucker.
Who, Stick?
No. This was a
it
trucker.
The guy
and he was,
goes on like haunted tours.
yeah,
shit.
and he stops his truck in haunted places. That's the kind of people I need. That's the kind of people I want. Not that I don't want you, Connor, but you got nothing to say.
What do you think of this poster?
I think it's
awesome, right?
guaranteed to never have you see a woman's breast again. You framed a poster from Game of Thrones?
I didn't frame it. I bought it like that, Dick. It's
Bunny, let me ask you this. When you walk into a man's home and he's a courting you, what is it that you see that immediately is a turnoff? Like, I'm out of here.
Mattress on the floor.
A futon or just a mattress on the floor?
No, just a mattress on the floor.
Because that suggests what?
I don't know,
They don't give a
like
fuck.
Buy a bed frame. Yeah, like buy a bed frame.
I do think bed. I have a, not that I'm but I'm just saying I have bed frame. Thank you very much. But if it broke, I wouldn't buy a new one. Because it works. The mattress is fine.
Funny. Is it worse to have no bed frame, or you get on and it's the loudest bed frame?
No bed frame, probably.
Depends on the situation.
Shut up, John Doe.
I don't know. I feel
My
like
my apathy,
too
John
much, I'd
Doe,
get a
is
new
my superpower. What do I care about a mattress? What do I? So what? Now, you know what else I do that people seem to just can't get their head around? Not every night, but 40%, 50% of the time, I'll just fall asleep in my clothes.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Do you sleep with socks on or off?
Off, but I like putting them on in the bed first, having them on, and then I like kicking them off almost immediately because it feels so good when your feet touch the sheets.
No, that's what I don't like. That's why I sleep with socks.
Yeah, this
on.
is just not going
I
to
don't
work.
like
This
when
is not
the-
going to work out, Bunny. It's not going to work out.
When the sheets
no.
lightly touch the tips of my toenails, I about hyperventilate or something. I can't.
I
handle it. I'm
hate
like
falling
autistic.
asleep in socks.
Y'all don't sleep naked, just like nothing.
I just fall into bed and I am out.
If it's hot,
Yeah.
if it's hot, I will.
Yeah, I just fall into bed with whatever I'm wearing. Not always, but half the time.
Here's another one. Do you let your outside clothes touch your bed sheets?
Yep. But I don't go outside.
I don't
So,
normally, but I have fallen asleep in my clothes. But I do. I normally take my clothes off.
Women take forever to get ready for bed. I mean, I love that about women. I think that's one of the things I miss about.
Find something else to complain about, women.
I just said
I'm thinking
love.
about all the things I do before I go to bed, and I'm like,
I just said I love that, but they do take forever, and that is kind of one of the things I do miss about domestic bliss is just that my wife would be like, okay, I'm going to get ready for bed. And you heard the little fucking jars of bullshit opening and closing, putting them on the counter and, all this. And you were just in bed reading, but it was such a nice little sound of safety and warmth and love to hear that, But yeah, I'm like, what are you doing? Are you getting ready for a live TV interview? What the fuck is going on? You're going to bed.
Lots of serums involved.
Maybe just
lots of.
let her do her thing, man.
I'm not married to her anymore.
My family has been Masons, Eastern Star, and Shriners for decades. Maybe I should call in one day and tell some secrets.
If they're good. If they're good. Let me tell you what I
know
heard.
What? A fucking frog is in the Discord, by the way.
Let me tell you what I heard. You tell me if this is true. Tell me if this is true or not. In fact, bring Frog in, and we'll say goodbye to Connor. Not because we don't like you, Connor, but because this is what Tech needs to learn about this.
Mm-hmm. All right, I love you too. I love you, Jaffe.
We love you,
I'll
right?
give you shit, but I love you.
No, I love you back, but I'm serious. What he needs to learn is especially if we're going with Discord, you got to roll them in, roll them out, move like fucking sausages.
Right.
You don't want to
when
end
it's
up
a group. It should be like that after party that you were talking about.
Yeah, if it's but just this idea of just group, everybody's talking over each other. I no. But thank you.
I'm with you on that.
But what
all right, I'll see you guys.
See you, but what I will say is, that's right, Ricky. That's right. What was I talking about? Fudge, man. Oh, right. I heard this story today, and I haven't fact checked it, so I don't know. But George Bush Sr., apparently, we know this, was in the Skull and Bones at Harvard, I think, or wherever he went, one of those schools. And then his son, both presidents, of course, was also in the Skull and Bones. And one of the initiations, apparently, is you have to lie in an open coffin and masturbate while the other members who are still alive watch. So apparently, George Bush Sr. came down to wherever the college was to watch his son masturbate in a coffin as part of the Skull and Bones. Yale. Is this true? Has anybody else heard this? Is this bullshit or true?
I have heard that. I don't know if it's true, but I have read that and heard that.
Isn't that what a strange little group of humans. None of these, I thought that we were all evolved and we were educated and we were like, okay, let's let our frontal lobe take care of things. And it's just like, holy shit. Holy shit. Tech, are you looking it up?
I was screening calls. Go ahead.
No, I'll look it up.
What are we looking up?
I want to see if
people masturbate in coffins in front of their family members.
Yeah. It's
Normal
what's
stuff.
the Bush.
Jaffe, we are now 3 hours over our live stream.
Yeah. Well, what's our viewer?
164.
Yeah, that's pretty good for us for going that long. We want to wrap it up.
We should wrap it up. Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. I'll tell you what. Oh shit. Okay, we're talking about that tomorrow on the show. Skull and Bones secrets revealed. Ooh, there's some good stuff in there.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've read all of it. It's very interesting.
We're doing that shit. All right, folks. Well, look, that's not Gavin Games. What's the show called? That's Madhouse. Thank you for hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Yeah, Janelle is not a fan text. She says screening calls. Oh my God. That's it for Madhouse. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 o'clock California time, 9 o'clock East Coast time. Hello, this Barry. Good to see you as always, buddy. And yeah, that's the show. Thanks for the support. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for your generosity tonight and your community tonight. We really appreciate it. Bunny, Tech, anything to wrap up and say?
Love you. Bye bye.
We had such a good time today. It's good.
Yeah. Like the show, subscribe, consider a membership. You know how it all goes, how all the people like to dance in the streets and take the clothes off. All right, here we go. The Madhouse is closed. Am I getting a song tonight or no fucking way?
I think we give a song to, let's see. Bunny, your choice. Do you want to give it to Blind Eye or Awesome Tatum?
Give it a Blind Eye.
Blind Eye. We did talk about Vision a lot today, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right, Jeff, you want to lead it off?
Oh, yeah. Hang on. All right. Blind Eye took out his eyeball, stuck it up his butthole. Then he pooped and he saw what the toilet saw. In his poo-poo, in the toilet, there was a toilet adventure for the eyeball. Bunny, what happened next?
Blind Eye. He's a really swell guy, and I don't know why he had to die. Okay.
Blind Eye, well, will he say when he gets to the grave and he can't partake in the vision of the pearly gates? I don't know what happens, but we're gone now. The doors have closed in the Madhouse. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, guys.